I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 3 years later, 5. As if he could see the hesitation and confusion in the Duchess of Orleans' heart, Louis immediately added, in addition, he also looked at the Queen Mother and said, "Next month I will prepare to let Philip return to Paris. There will be a position more suitable for him." The king said that this sentence really made the two noble ladies happy at the same time. The Queen Mother snapped her fan and asked in a brisk tone, "You mean, you plan to let him return to Paris and never leave us again, right?" The king smiled and nodded, so the Queen Mother and the Duke of Orleans immediately looked at each other excitedly. There was no reluctance. Compared to the Duke of Orleans, who was far away in Lorraine, the king thought that after nearly 10 years of ruling the country, Louis finally understood why the emperor of another distant eastern country would always reproduce as many offspring as possible. In addition to ensuring the inheritance of his own bloodline, it was probably to allow the new king to have a helper who could do whatever he wanted. There are not many relatives like Philippe, Duke of Orleans, who are full of loyalty and love for their brother and the king. But with just one, the king feels that his burden has been lightened a lot. Although the Queen Mother, Prince of Condé, yes, you read that right, and a group of important ministers and old ministers have all reminded the king not to give his brother too much power, who can make him feel more at ease than Philippe? He can hand over the chaotic and prosperous Lorraine and Alsace to Philippe, and can also hand over new industries that cannot be made public for the time being, including important coal and iron. He can also transfer Philippe back to Paris with one order after Lorraine and Alsace gradually become peaceful. He believes that Philippe will not think that he has the intention of hiding his bow after the birds are gone, nor will he be nostalgic for the power and money in his hands. He also believes that his brother will arrange him to a place where he can better display his talents. Although, the king took out the letter written to him by the Duke of Orleans from the drawer. In addition to reporting to the king on Lorraine's important outputs such as coal, steel, and forests, as well as the development of new industries such as glass, paper-making, and ceramics, and some bloody and terrible things, mainly suppressing riots and punishing smuggling, and executing spies and secret agents who attempted to steal secrets, the letter also complained in a completely different style from the previous two. The Duke of Orleans was far away in Lorraine, and he had a lot to complain about, starting with the fact that he had to renovate and build new mansions and castles. Fortunately, his governor's palace was located in Nancy, the capital of Lorraine. Although the defeated Gauls had to go south in the Gallo-Roman War, they also brought some things that belonged to the Romans, such as water and sewage. Given the terrain of Nancy, which is high in the west and low in the east, the city they built on the Mur the river also had basic sewers and water diversion canals. But the problem is that after hundreds of years of destruction, the sewers and canals here can only be re-excavated and found along the original traces. Fortunately, the king's scholars developed cement very early, so that these ancient relics can be put to use as soon as possible. The former Duke of Lorraine, the one who is enjoying life in Paris, had a mansion in Nancy known as the Château de Fourville. It was once glorious, but now only a square main tower remains. Like most castles, it has no water supply or drainage. The toilet, people elegantly call it a prayer room, is located on the inside of the protruding corner tower of the castle. In other words, as long as someone is not afraid of dirt, they can see the butts of those nobles by looking up from under the pipes. The Duke of Orleans has been living in the Louvre with his brother. It is no exaggeration to say that he has always had everything the king has. Of course, he could not tolerate such a situation. The first thing he did after arriving in Lorraine was to rebuild Fourville. Interestingly, this behavior actually cheered up the Lorraine people who had ulterior motives, because they thought that the governor sent by the king was nothing but a drunkard. They always said after dinner that the Prince of Paris was so weak that he couldn't even stand the slightest bit of cold wind. But when the dust-proof barrier outside the castle was removed and Fourville Castle appeared before their eyes again, everyone was speechless. What they saw was a brand new, majestic, vast castle, surrounded by a fast-flowing moat, with cylindrical towers standing at the four corners of the towering walls, and a rectangular main building like a strong and silent giant. The glass inlaid on the walls of the cathedral sparkled in the sun, and there were stables, arsenals, and various workshops. Now no one would worry about the nobleman's buttocks. Maybe the Duke was indeed worried about his noble buttocks at the beginning, But now this castle can not only protect his noble buttocks, but also save his life and the lives of those French officials. In fact, if they knew that the Duke could actually build such a magnificent castle, they would definitely not sit idly by. At least they would set up some obstacles for the Duke of Orleans. However, as soon as the Duke of Orleans started, he set up a barrier on the grounds that he hated dust. The manor where he was temporarily staying was not far from here, and the territory around the castle also belonged to the Duke of Lorraine, and no one could enter or peek at it at will. They also saw that the Duke of Orleans had not hired too many people and did not buy too many stones, so they thought that he just repaired the main tower to explain to the king who sent him here. They also discussed whether to invite the Duke to live in their own house, use flattery and bribes to make him dizzy, and ensure that Lorraine is still Lorraine for Lorraine people. As a result, after the Duke of Orleans arrived in Lorraine, he firmly nailed the first nail in Nancy. With this castle, even if the Lorraine rebels could sweep in like a prairie fire, the Duke of Orleans could safely wait in the castle for the king's rescue. After he entered the castle, he would follow General Schomberg to learn how to be a general, that is, to participate in some extermination wars not far from Nancy. Most of these people were supporters of the Duke of Lorraine's brother. Later, when General Schomberg led the main force of the French army to fight against the Duke of Lorraine's brother, the pacification work in the rear almost became the Duke of Orleans's job. No matter what kind of battle it was almost impossible to avoid getting hurt. The Duke of Orleans also had his cheek cut by a bullet or his arm pierced by a crossbow, but he didn't complain to the king about these. He complained that because of his face injury, the doctor did not allow him to continue to apply powder, and because of his arm injury, he could only put on his coat instead of dressing neatly. The king's spies also reported that the Duke of Orleans's appearance did confuse many people, because he looked like a delicate and beautiful young duke, and he liked to dress himself up with powder and ribbons like a woman, and he attached great importance to the quality of his life. But just like the Duke of Orleans renovated the castle to ensure that his buttocks would not be publicly displayed, it did not prevent him from rebuilding the castle into a military fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. His love of dressing up in powder did not prevent him from leading the troops and making plans on the battlefield. General Schomberg also said that he was an outstanding general with military talent like Viscount Durin. This was very rare for Schomberg, who was very cautious because he was a foreigner and a mercenary leader. It can only be said that the Duke of Orleans did have outstanding talents that he could not give up. So the king planned to recall the Duke of Orleans to Paris so that he could participate in the First War since the king ascended the throne. In order to make the Duke of Orleans more familiar with the other generals in this battle, and the king must also understand his brother's hard work, so that he can have a good rest in Paris and enjoy the long-lost family happiness, it is necessary to let him return to the Louvre 1 or 2 years in advance. Speaking of which, the Duke of Orleans also complained in the letter that although Lorraine is not far from Paris, the merchants here are really stupid. The latest fashions in Paris, whether it is the style of clothes, the style of hair, or perfume, dance and music, cannot be transmitted to Lorraine in the first time. Every time he returns to Paris, he has to stay in Versailles temporarily, change clothes and makeup, and ensure that he is still the most fashionable boy in Paris before he dares to return to the Louvre. Another thing is that he occasionally mentioned his daughter. Although the Duke of Orleans and his wife, Princess Henrietta, did not have a very harmonious relationship when they were young, to be honest, they were still quarreling and mocking each other before Henrietta returned to England, mainly Philip to Henrietta, but since they became husband and wife, their attitude towards each other has become calmer, especially after having a daughter. Philip may not love his wife, but he really loves his daughter. Therefore, what the king said to the Duchess of Orleans were not all lies. He would indeed sacrifice a lot for France, but the reason he made such sacrifices was to ensure that he and the people he loved would not be at the mercy and torture of fate. In this case, he would not put the cart before the horse. The Duke of Orleans was even more important to the king than the Queen Mother Anne. Louis was not a simple child, so he respected and loved Louis XIV because Louis XIV handed this huge country over to him, and he was grateful to the Queen Mother because the Queen Mother protected and supported him when he was still very young. But his younger brother Philip, who grew up with him, undoubtedly had the deepest feelings for Louis, and facts have proved that Philip did not live up to the feelings and love that Louis had invested in him. In some things, Louis would rather sacrifice his own plans and interests to ensure that Philip, Duke of Orleans, could remain as innocent and happy as ever. Although more often, the Duke of Orleans' innocent happiness is always based on the embarrassment of others. For example, now he occasionally wears a skirt, and then puts on a mask, and appears at the ball with the Duchess of Orleans smiling and arm in arm, and there are also fools who are deceived by him. Although the height of this beautiful lady seems to have exceeded the level of ordinary women at that time, Philip's posture and demeanor are definitely not comparable to ordinary noble ladies. Thinking of this, the king couldn't help but smile. The last time the Duke of Orleans came back, the Duchess of Montpensier came to the king angrily because someone came to propose to her. This is nothing, that is a military officer with a title. The problem is that the object of his proposal is the Duchess of Montpensier pretending to be the Duke of Orleans. The king had to take out a whole set of beautiful gilded glass tableware to compensate the Duchess of Montpensier, and asked her to dance at the ball to restore her reputation. When the Duke of Orleans comes back, there will be more such things. The king feels that he should go to tidy up his storage room to avoid being stretched by time. He was about to summon Bontang, and Bontang appeared. Mr. Bishop Alalo wants to see you. The king was surprised. Although he and Alalo had established a very reliable covenant relationship, Alalo seldom came to see him in person, especially after the king's army almost captured the Vatican. Although Alalo did not care much about the Roman Church's opinion of them, the Inquisition was indeed inseparable from the current Roman Church in both name and substance, and Louis did not care, as long as the priests of the Inquisition could ensure that Paris and the court were not disturbed by dark creatures. He did not even pursue the negligence of the two priests in the Dunkirk assassination, but Alalo did replace two people with the king later. Usually, when the king or Alalo had something to do, they would pass on the news through these two people. This time, Alalo suddenly came in person, which really made the king feel a little uncomfortable. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This ominous premonition became stronger when he saw Alalo walking into the study in black clothes. Alalo was still the same as before. Time seemed to be unusually lenient to these non-humans. He bowed to the king and cast a spell. After the soft light passed over his body, the king found himself calmer and even a little numb. However, the cat on the desk did not move, indicating that this was not a spell that was harmful to the king. It just changed from a peasant's posture to sitting upright, staring at Alalo with golden eyes. In theory, they should have been enemies to the death. "Your Majesty," said Alario. For some reason, the king could always hear a hint of pity in the voice that should have been the same as before. "There's a plague in Nancy, the capital of Lorraine." The king felt unreal for a moment, because he suddenly found that he could neither hear nor see. His fingers seemed unable to touch anything, and the smell of spices and charcoal that always filled the study also disappeared. His heart suddenly swelled to its limit, and every vibration could drive his body, violently hitting his ribs. He was shaking and could hardly sit steadily on the chair. A pair of arms supported him. He thought it was Bontam, but the red belt hurt his eyes. "Mr. Bishop," he said. Because he could not hear his own voice, he was not sure if he said that. Chapter 152 The Black Death. Ella's spell covered him again, and then the king felt something furry brushing his cheek, and the cat jumped onto his shoulder and licked his face. The king closed his eyes and tried to control himself. What plague? This time he heard his own voice. "The Black Death?" The king's chest suddenly rolled violently. He leaned on the armrest of his chair, feeling dizzy and speechless. Duke of Orleans. Oh God, this was the first time he prayed so devoutly. Please bless him, bless Philip, hope he's outside, no matter what the reason, even if he was caught by the rebels. But things did not go as he wished. He heard Alario say mercilessly, "The Duke of Orleans is in Nancy." The king finally vomited uncontrollably. He always ate very little at night, and this time was no exception. There was nothing in his stomach and he couldn't vomit anything, but the huge mental pressure was like a heavy stone pressing on him. Alario wanted to cast a spell, but was stopped by the king. "I'll be fine soon," he said. Then he pulled out a drawer, took out a small bottle of wine inside and took a sip. "That's it," he said with a slight breath. As a king and as a brother, he knew that what he needed most now was calmness and decisiveness. The Black Death is the plague, a highly contagious disease. The most recent outbreak was 300 years ago, and people still remember it vividly. From 1347 to 1353, the entire Europe was covered by the shadow of the Black Death. Its source came from the Battle of Kaffa. The yellow-skinned bandits, who were expelled here by another powerful empire, attacked the Black Sea port of Kaffa. Because they could not capture it for a long time, they loaded the bodies of people who died of the plague on catapults and threw them into the city. A terrible plague suddenly broke out in the city. After that, the plague was brought to Italy by Arab merchants, and then spread from Italy to France, Spain, the Holy Roman Empire and other countries. Then, it spread from these places to northern countries such as Denmark and Sweden, and then from the former to the Baltic region, and finally arrived in Russia. This catastrophe caused the death of 25 million people, almost one-third of the population at that time. The Italian city of Florence had the most deaths, with 80% of the total population. According to the records and descriptions of the famous writer Boccaccio, Florence was like hell on earth at that time, with black P letters everywhere. People used this symbol painted on the wall to warn that there were patients with a black death here and to quickly avoid it, but it didn't work at all. Even in the 17th century, people still didn't know that the plague was brought by rats. As long as rats were still running around, the disease would not disappear. Pedestrians suddenly fell down while walking on the street, and people at home died silently. Before the bodies rotted, no one knew. Every day, corpses were constantly transported out and dumped in valleys or swamps, but those who transported corpses often fell down and died while walking. Only a few lucky people were able to escape before being chased by the plague, but it also depended on their identities. If they were ordinary civilians, they would still be rejected outside the city and manor. The Lord's soldiers and even the humblest peasants would kill them without hesitation because they were likely to carry the plague. Towns that were determined to be irreparable would even be burned, and cities would be blocked until everyone inside died. These were the only ways people had used to fight the Black Death over the past few hundred years. Others included killing black cats, killing pagans, holding masses, penitential processions, etc., all of which were either destroying other lives or praying for God's blessing. Louis knew very well that he should immediately order a blockade of Nancy, but the Duke of Orleans was in Nancy, and he might already be ill. Out of selfishness, the king almost ordered Elleril to save the Duke of Orleans from the plague at all costs, but when he looked at Elleril just shook his head. "Your Majesty," he said, "we are not omnipotent." In other words, if we could drive away the plague, the Roman Church would not have been so weak today. This is also true. If the Church had mastered the method of treating or preventing the Black Death, they would not have been silent until today. There would be countless fanatical believers who would clear all obstacles for them, and the kingdom of God on earth might not be a term written in books. What about wizards? It's the same with wizards, Ilario said. Our bodies may be stronger than mortals and we are not easily infected with a plague, but we have no way to treat the Black Death, nor can we prevent it. Even if we are not easily infected with a plague, it is not easy, not impossible. If we stay in the epidemic area for too long, we will be approached by the god of death. What about the vampires? The king asked Theodoric, that is, the cat. The cat sighed in a very human way and jumped off the table. A few minutes later, a group of black bats swarmed into the open window, and Theodoric appeared in front of them. Ilario looked a little strange, but he barely endured it in the king's apologetic look. "Excuse me, sir, I didn't mean to put you in this embarrassing situation, but the matter is urgent," the king said. "Is it possible for the vampires to be infected with a plague?" "The vampires will not be infected with a plague. To be more precise, sometimes they will spread the plague. Among the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, there is such a thing as the corruption bracelet. It is said that it is the cause of all plagues. All the plagues in the world are spread by it. But this holy artifact was lost long ago from the owner, the patriarch of the Naufel clan. Otherwise, the Naufel clan would not be so despised by other clans. Vampires often stroll in cities that have been blocked due to the spread of the Black Death, because there will be no priests and paladins there, and they can hunt as they please. But if the Duke of Orleans has been infected with a plague, then unless we convert him into one of us, he will still not be able to escape death." The king did not speak, but looked out the dark window. He could almost be said to have single-handedly promoted the reconstruction of Paris because he was worried that an overly dense and dirty city would lead to the spread of the plague. Unexpectedly, the Duke of Orleans Philip did not contract the plague in Paris, but collapsed in Lorraine, 100 miles away. "I need Lorraine's current situation," the king whispered, and the Duke of Orleans. "I'll let my children go and have a look," Prince Vanzo said, and then he left the king's study, without even leaving his clone cat behind. It was unbearable for him to stay with his mortal enemy for such a while. Ilario had been keeping a half-smile on his face, and only restrained himself when the king looked at him. "Your Majesty, if it was just a Black Death that broke out in Nancy, it shouldn't be you who should repay me," Louis said. Although his chest was still burning with fire, his mind had calmed down. "What else do you want to tell me?" "Your Majesty, don't you think that the Roman Church has become unusually quiet since you besieged Rome?" "You mean?" "Yes, Your Majesty, although I'm not sure. Think about it, who originally held the blood cup? Mr. Bishop Mazarin," he said. "In fact, the Roman Church was the first to own it, and it was acquired by Bishop Richelieu in a transaction. Of course, for the Roman Church, they thought they were only giving away the right to use it. After all, as a deprivation of income, the inheritance of the priests should have belonged to the Church. Who knows, Richelieu left it to Mazarin, and Mazarin left it to you." "Oh, of course, that was the case originally. Now it is said that it has been returned to the blood family, in the hands of Prince Vanzo." "You mean they will have rotten bracelets too?" the king said. His voice was very low and weak, without any deterrent effect, but Ilario knew that this was the calm before the storm. The king now urgently needed all the relevant information, so he was calm, like a hunter waiting for the prey to step into the trap, but immersed in a state of selflessness. After the useless emotions were eliminated, the remaining things became terrifying. "I don't know much, but some of our monks were summoned by the Roman Church. It is said that the priests of the Roman Church are busy preparing for the various matters required for the High Mass, not one, but many, more intensive than November to May. But, Your Majesty, the Feast of Corpus Christi has just passed, and there are still 2 months before the Assumption of the Virgin Mary. Many Mass supplies are not durable to storage, and some merchants are required to deliver within 2 weeks, which is strange. Is there any king who is about to die recently, or the future king is born? It can only be said that they probably expected something to happen to hold a high mass. What good is this for the church?" the king asked softly. "They themselves are also very dangerous." "Alice, it would be great if only the world were full of smart people like us, Your Majesty," Erasius said shamelessly, "but the problem is this: the fear and shame you have brought have plunged the entire Roman Church into chaos and pain. You also know that for some fools, strong power may make them shrink, but if there are too many of them to bear, they will jump up and bite you like mice cornered in a corner. As for whether they will be thrown to death or burned to death by you afterwards, they probably don't think about that. In addition, Lorraine and the Vatican are separated by half of France, 1/3 of the Holy Roman Empire, the entire Switzerland and 2/3 of Italy. They may think that the Black Death will not spread to Rome." Ilario was right. The people of the Roman Church might, they were highly suspected, not care how many people would die if the Black Death spread again, but Louis XIV of France, Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire, the Swiss Federal Council, and Spain, which controlled the Duchy of Milan, would not turn a blind eye to it. They would certainly do their best, and the Church only needs to pray. Ilario said, "Oh, and they will also accuse certain countries, or a certain king, of taking responsibility for this catastrophe. Do they want me to stand barefoot outside the castle of Venosa in a linen robe and beg for the Pope's forgiveness?" Louis asked sarcastically, "and perhaps have my wife and my children stand beside me in tattered clothes?" "This may be what they want to see most," Ilario said, "but they may want to take back the power to appoint priests and collect church taxes even more. Do you know when they plan to make this thing break out?" "It will be in these few days, Your Majesty," said Erasius, "maybe tomorrow. As long as it is not immediately, we have a way." Louis stood up with a pale face. "Bon Tom, go and inform the Queen Mother, the Queen and the Dauphin, and ask them to set off for Notre Dame immediately, and the Prince of Condé, the Prince of Conti." He said a series of names of princes and dukes of the royal blood family. It was late at night, and most of the inner court and the outer court were out, which inevitably aroused people's curiosity. Although many people in Paris could not see clearly in the dark, all the way from the Louvre to Notre Dame, the musketeers and guards lit torches continuously, as if opening up a river of light in the dark. Magnificent carriages came one after another, and dignitaries who were rarely seen appeared. The bell of Notre Dame rang, and Cardinal Riviere led the priests in holy clothes, holding the Bible and holy relics, holding candles, and shaking incense burners to welcome the king with a dignified and solemn face. It was impossible to tell that he was still in the bed of a plump famous girl when he was pulled up by Count d'Artagnan. The king entered Notre Dame and walked straight to the center of the church, where the cross-shaped building intersects. There are 2 symmetrical apses here. In one of the apses is the altar of the Virgin Mary. The statue of the Virgin Mary on the altar was completed in the 14th century, But it was not until recently that someone moved the statue from a chapel to the altar of the Virgin Mary on September 5 last year to please the king. The statue is almost as tall as two adult men. The Virgin Mary holds Jesus in her arms, wears a crown on her head, and has a compassionate look on her face. At the moment when the king knelt down to her, tears suddenly flowed from her stone-carved eye sockets. The people present suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone was desperately making the sign of the cross, crawling down in fear and trepidation, and pressing their foreheads to the cold ground. Before dawn, a rumor spread quickly from Paris to all directions. The Virgin Mary appeared in the king's dream and told him that a great disaster was about to befall the north of France. To those who are thoughtful or smart, such a counterattack might seem too rigid. But to ordinary people, they do not need to receive too much complicated information. They only know that a miracle has happened to their king and Notre Dame de Paris. Moreover, when the first group of pilgrims arrived in Paris, the Virgin Mary was still shedding tears. There is no doubt about such conclusive evidence. Moreover, the warning that the king heard was confirmed soon afterwards. The Black Death broke out in Nancy. Chapter 153. The Black Death, 2. Philippe, Duke of Orleans, the king's most trusted and beloved brother, stood at the window of the castle and sighed deeply. This Fortville castle, which was equivalent to reconstruction, was originally built to ensure the safety of him and his soldiers, to resist the open and secret attacks of rebels and thugs. Who would have thought that it would first resist the plague? The people who first shouted did not find the plague, but the witch, because a child died, and his grief-stricken mother insisted that an old witch killed him and dedicated him to the devil. The so-called witch was just an old woman who was helpless and helpless. As people in later generations imagined, burning witches was more common in the countryside than in the city. Perhaps it was because peasants and serfs could hardly think for themselves. In their poor and difficult lives, they needed entertainment and anger. In order to calm a crazy and irritable mother, an old woman who no one would even say a word for her naturally became the culprit. The Duke of Orleans was completely sympathetic at the moment. In fact, most witch trials at this time were often tried by secular courts. Only those with real danger would trigger the Inquisition. So the Duke asked those people to bring the child's body to him. His brother once recommended a book to him, a so-called banned book, written by Andrea Vesalius. Philip knew that the king initially decided to keep Varro Vesalius because he had such an ancestor, so with curiosity and horror, he read the whole masterpiece. After reading it, the Duke of Orleans must say that Mr. Vesalius was not convicted by the church. In fact, if he was born 50 years later, Philip would also suggest that the king hang him. However, there are far more things to learn from this book than from books in the church or the palace. The Duke of Orleans felt that if it could be confirmed that the child died of an accident or disease, in addition to avoiding the execution of an innocent person, the uneasy atmosphere here could also be calmed. But what he could not have imagined was that when the little boy was carried in front of the crowd and his clothes were undressed to look for wounds, they saw bulging lumps of various sizes, some of which were ulcerated, and there were especially many in the groin area. The last time the Black Death broke out, the casualties in Lorraine were not serious, perhaps because it was mountainous and sparsely populated, but anyone who had read the Heptade talk knew what the Black Death was like. They screamed and retreated frantically. The mother seemed to want to say something, but as soon as she stood up, she suddenly fell down. She crawled on the ground and began to vomit. The noise of the people became louder. The Duke of Orleans decisively pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it on her face. "Cover your mouth and nose, we're leaving immediately." Fortunately, the Duke's soldiers and entourage disdained to do those lowly things, whether it was extortion or beating the inferiors present, let alone touching the corpses, so no one approached the woman and her child. They were all people who had fought with the Duke of Orleans in several battles. They did not hesitate to the Duke's order. They immediately tore off the silk shirt in their coats and covered their faces, jumped on their horses, and left the dangerous place with their masters before people could react. At the intersection, the Duke reined in his horse and ordered the village to be blocked. If necessary, everything here could be burned. But it was too late. Even before the Duke left, the epidemic had blocked the entire Nancy before the Duke's order. The child was only discovered by the Duke. The real source of the disaster had long left the village and walked to other places. Unknown to people, there was a merchant from England. He did not expect that he would be infected with a plague at first. He got off the ship in Calais and began to have a headache and fever. But he was not the kind of big businessman who would lie down and rest just because of a little discomfort. He insisted on walking for 2 or 3 days, and finally died not far from a village because he could not resist the pain brought by the high fever. The rats in the field ate his body and died one after another, but before they died, they had brought the plague to the people in the village. Unfortunately, the messenger in the village was preparing to go to Lorraine. He carried the letter and traveled day and night. He died suddenly in an inn in Lorraine. The innkeeper was worried about causing trouble, so he secretly buried the guest who he thought was just dead from the cold. So, before the child died, the plague had already spread directly from Calais to France. When bad news continued to come from Artois, Verdun, Tours and other places, the people and ministers of Paris were only glad that His Majesty, who often met with the Duke of Colonna in Calais, was not in Calais this time, but in Paris. But from the clear mark on the map, the Duke of Orleans's way was blocked. "Your Highness," the Duke's personal attendant whispered, "Mr. Pierre is back." Pierre, the cousin of Count d'Artagnan, was an honest and reliable person. So when the king needed someone to assist the fragile Mr. Varro Vesalius in exploring mineral deposits, he sent him. Of course, he was very willing to accept this commission. Anyway, although he had a good relationship with d'Artagnan was on the rise while he was just a musketeer. Mr. Pierre couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. When Lorraine became the king's territory and the Duke of Orleans was transferred here, he also stayed with Mr. Vesalius. Philip also trusted Montesquieu very much. He had sent this gentleman out to negotiate with the border lords of the Holy Roman Empire to see if he could take shelter with him for a while. But as soon as he saw the face of the attendant, the Duke of Orleans knew that it was not possible. The plague had spread, and even he could not blame the prince who rejected them. Not to mention that France and the Holy Roman Empire were obviously enemies. Even if they were friends, if the positions were reversed, the Duke of Orleans would not hesitate to reject the other party. This was the Black Death, and it was no wonder that everyone was afraid of it. According to Mr. Pierre, from the time he set out to the time he returned, the plague in Nancy had begun to spread eastward and northward, and on the west and south sides, he dared not say that he seemed to see smoke and fire rising from a long distance. Maybe people were burning villages and towns where the plague had occurred. He didn't know, and he didn't dare to go, because he didn't know whether he was still healthy. There were already people fallen on the roadside, some dead, some dying. Before Pierre returned to the castle, he washed himself in the moat. He and his horse, as well as their clothes, were thrown directly into the fire and burned. He stayed in a small hut outside the city gate for 3 days before being allowed to appear before the Duke. The Duke did not blame him, but just said a few words and let him leave. The grass and trees in the castle were still lush and flourishing, and people came and went, and although they looked worried, there was no chaos or noise. This is thanks to the castle. Since Philip had lived with his brother since he was a child, he had never suffered even when the royal family was in the most difficult times. The generous income he enjoyed ensured that he could build a comfortable nest for himself wherever he went. Of course, Fowlville was a big nest, because it was also a military fortress, so the food reserves in it were enough for the people here to enjoy for half a year. There were also cloths and furs, especially water supply. The castle originally had an underground well, just below the main building, which was specially used to ensure the water supply of the castle. Not far from it was the Mere River. The Duke of Orleans drew water from the river to ensure the cleanliness and hygiene of the castle. Now the Duke no longer allows people to draw water from the canal, and groundwater must be treated and boiled. Anyway, a lot of coal is stored in the castle to supply geothermal heat, and because the Duke of Orleans once cleaned Paris for the king, some people now jokingly call the bathroom the Orleans room. In view of the fact that he might pass through some dirty and messy places, the king also reminded his brother to stay away from rats, wild cats and dogs and civilians. This is also helpless. It is precisely because of this that in this newly built castle, not only are there almost no rats, but even the bedbugs and fleas that people are accustomed to are rare. As the saying goes, the king and his brother like cleanliness, so there will be no people around them who are lazy to clean themselves up. This prevented even one person who might be infected with the plague from appearing in the castle. Before the people around discovered this, the castle's drawbridge was pulled up and all the gates were closed. However, since a few days ago, people have been crossing the moat, trying to climb the walls, or knocking on the gates to beg for shelter, but no one dared to let them in, even though these people looked healthy, and there were many nobles and ministers among them, but who knew if there was anyone among them carrying the seeds of the plague? With just a little negligence, this still vibrant castle could become a dead mausoleum in just 10 days. Your Majesty. The Duke's attendant said subconsciously, but then suddenly shut up, because he also realized that the king would not come here, and so would his army and ministers. They could only wait here silently, until the plague took the lives of everyone around them, and until the rain and the scorching sun withered the seeds of the plague, they would have the possibility of leaving the castle and returning to Paris. Before that, even if they could, the king's army would not allow them. All roads leading to Paris should have been blocked by now. No one is more important than the king, they all know this, but they can't help but hold on to little hope. After all, the prince's brother is still here. The people in the castle think so, and the people outside the castle think so too. The people of Lorraine and Alsace were not so willing to be ruled by the French. The Duke of Lorraine came to the throne in an irregular way. He usurped the dukedom from his brother. In Lorraine, his brother still has many supporters. Now, in addition to those ambitious people who have been ready to make a move, some people who have been forced by the plague and have nowhere to go have also erupted with vicious natures. Prince Philip is in Nancy. They shouted, "Go to Fauville." They said this and did it. They knew that Prince Philip, Duke of Orleans, was not only the French king's dearest brother, but also his most trusted minister. He was also the direct descendant of the French royal family. He was only 2 people away from the throne. If they caught such a person and hung him in front of the team, they would not be afraid that the king's army would not make way for him. They wanted to leave Lorraine and escape the pursuit of the plague. Even if they cannot escape the scythe of death in the end, there is at least one noble person who has fallen into the abyss of death like them. The funny thing is that no one wanted to read or listen to the orders issued by the soldiers sent by the Duke of Orleans, the documents on how to resist the plague. However, these ignorant people were convinced by the instigation of those with ulterior motives. At first, there were only the Lord's army, the merchants' guards, and mercenaries. Later, countless farmers and slaves waving flails, really used for threshing wheat, and pitchforks, or wooden sticks followed them, forming a huge army. Although this army was of mixed quality and chaotic, the leader did not expect them to do anything. When they arrived in front of the castle, people who had already started to have a fever rushed to the moat. The soldiers shot arrows or threw stones, and their bodies fell into the moat. This was when Lorraine was gradually becoming humid and stuffy, and the bodies soon began to rot. Although the people in the castle did not have to rely on the moat for water, the strong stench spread in from outside the city wall, and people could not help but feel that death was approaching. The people outside the castle were indeed very vicious. While they were inciting the civilians to attack the castle, they were also constantly spreading the news that there was a piece of clean land in Nancy. People who could not go to the Holy Roman Empire or enter the heart of France would of course only flee here. The arrows in the castle were soon used up, and all the houses that could be demolished were demolished. Even the sculptures that the Duke of Orleans liked were moved to the city walls and smashed, and used as stones to throw at the enemies outside. These guys who could not be called soldiers at all seemed to have lost their minds and desperately wanted to enter the castle. They all saw it. The people in the castle were indeed still alive and well. They still had the strength to carry stones and wield weapons. There was no Black Death inside. They did not think at all that they, who already had fever, muscle pain, weakness, and black spots and pustules, would not be cured once they entered the castle, but would only infect more people and then die painfully together. Or maybe they did think about it, but some priests and bishops said that in this castle, in the hands of the Duke of Orleans, there was a holy relic from the Virgin Mary, which blessed the people in the castle and saved them from the plague. As long as they entered the castle, they could also enjoy this great blessing. Think about it. Every day, no, every moment, people around you fall down and die, and you have heard the death knell ringing. Are you still afraid of pain and death? Or, if you stay here, you will definitely die, but if you can enter the castle, maybe you can live? Such thoughts make people rush to the city gate like a wave. They are unarmed, they have not undergone any training, and they have suffered countless casualties, but these cannot offset their desire for life. If the soldiers on the city wall have not experienced several battles, they will be scared to death. Even so, it is still difficult for them to continue to strengthen their will. People continue to pour in here, and they are alone, without reinforcements and hope. Chapter 154 The Black Death, 3. The Duke of Orleans was still struggling to hold on. He believed that the king would never give up on him easily, but people in Paris and throughout France were all whispering, because after learning that the Black Death had broken out in Nancy, Lorraine, The first thing the king did was to block the roads and order all the territories and towns from Lorraine to the south and north to be under martial law. The regents, who had been cursed countless times by the local nobles, began to travel day and night on the new roads, spreading the methods of detecting, preventing and blocking the Black Death written by the king's doctors and scholars to every corner. These roads were one of the brilliant achievements the king had achieved in the past 3 years, and were also one of the culprits that emptied the French treasury. Starting from Paris, to Le Havre in the west and Artois and Verdun in the north. Spreading in the direction of Franche-Comté in the west and Orleans in the north. Although it could not be guaranteed to lead to anywhere, it at least guaranteed that every province had an avenue for horses to gallop quickly. This road has now almost become the lifeline of the people. The regents also brought the king's soldiers. If any officials or lords did not cooperate, they had the right to arrest the latter. In the worst case, they were allowed by the king to execute the criminals. If this behavior happened a dozen days ago, it would have been criticized. But at this time, anyone with a little bit of brains would not say anything about it. In fact, although some of the regents' requests involved places that the lords did not want people to set foot in, or secret information, they also took them out obediently, just to get a place to stay in Paris. Yes, just as people from Lorraine flocked to Nancy, people from the other places mentioned above were also heading to Paris. They believed that where the king was, it must be safe. After all, in this era, there was still a saying that the king used touch to cure scrofula, tuberculosis, for his subjects, and Louis himself had performed such a ritual. However, even if St. Louis were reborn, he might not dare to touch patients with black silk. Whether to accept these nobles became a difficult problem for the king. It is conceivable that if they were rejected, those people would certainly be resentful, but if they were accepted, not to mention whether there would be carriers of the plague seeds among them, the population alone, these people would not come alone, they would certainly bring their families, servants and soldiers, and Paris would not be able to bear so many people, so the king said, let them go to Versailles. The idea of building a new palace in Versailles had existed in Louis' mind since he was a teenager, and it was not only because the people of Paris had betrayed their king twice, nor was it only because the people of Versailles were more respectful and loyal to the king. In the final analysis, it was still about population. The population of Paris had shrunk drastically due to the riots, but the problem was that after several years of reproduction and migration, Paris was overcrowded again. If the king had not expanded and sorted out the urban area of Paris before, such a population density would sooner or later cause an outbreak of plague. Louis originally envisioned extending the borders of Paris outward, just like people hundreds of years later, who constantly took towns around the city into their arms in order to accommodate tens of millions of people. The king did not intend to rebuild a Versailles city. He just wanted to move the court to Versailles after the Palace of Versailles was completed, and also connect Versailles with Paris. In this way, Versailles became the moon city of Paris. When the area between Versailles and Paris gradually prospered, the area of Paris would naturally expand to Versailles. But he did not expect that he would have to cram hundreds of nobles into the Palace of Versailles when it was just taking shape. But there was really no other place more suitable for these people than Versailles. First of all, in addition to the king's palace, Versailles also has apartments built by the king for workers and designers. These houses, which can be built up to 5 floors because of cement, are ugly, but they have doors, windows, basic furniture, and even public bathing and sanitary facilities, which can be used to supply servants and soldiers. Secondly, although Versailles is not far from Paris, it is not so close that it is within reach. It is surrounded by forests and swamps. It is no exaggeration to say that if a plague breaks out here, as long as the road is cut off, no one inside can get out. Finally, if everyone has not forgotten, Versailles was bought by 2 consecutive kings, Louis XIV and Louis XIV, at a huge price, even including the swamps and forests, so they are the lords here, and everything that happens in this territory and the people in this territory must abide by their laws. But what made people uneasy was that the king never mentioned the Duke of Orleans, who was besieged in the fort of Fourville in Nancy, nor did he say that he would send troops to encircle and suppress the mobs, nor did he hold a high mass to pray for his brother Philip to seek God's blessing, let alone what the Queen Mother did. People were watching the king's attitude, and they couldn't help but wonder if the king wanted to destroy such a talented brother. The previous example of Gaston, the former Duke of Orleans, was right in front of them. Louis XIV fell off his horse and was seriously injured. The Duke never got rid of suspicion. Moreover, Seeing that the king and the queen mother did not hesitate to sentence him to exile after the riots were quelled, this was the most severe sentence that could be made for a blood prince, and the fact that the music and laughter in the court never stopped when the Duchess of Gaston and her daughters were still mourning for him, the two majesties were very willing to watch him die. Is the title of Duke of Orleans so ominous? Or is it Gaston's curse? Louis walked alone in the Louvre. Now the Louvre has lost its glory. There are traces and smells of lime water everywhere. Fortunately, for the renovation of the Louvre and the construction of the Palace of Versailles, Paris has accumulated a lot of lime. Now they are all used for epidemic prevention. What people don't know is that those mixed in the lime are also magic potion crystals extracted by wizards in the other world. This crystal originated from Varro Vesalius's invention. It was first used to detect the composition of minerals, and then used to make dyes. Later, it was found to be toxic. Finally, some wizards have studied that it can also be used as a healing potion. For wizards, this experiment is quite novel, because for the people in the other world before, they rarely delve into something. Just like a spell, once it is invented, the instructor requires the students to read and do it without compromise and meticulously. The same is true for magic potions. As for tracing the roots, only wizards from large families can touch the mystery inside the door. But since the king knew about the existence of the other world, he has been full of curiosity about this place that he does not know. He can also provide what the big family can provide to the direct lineage members, whether it is a site, a sample or precious materials such as gems. As long as he can give him results, his generosity can make any parent in the other world admire him. And this white crystal is the latest achievement delivered by the wizards to the king. They initially prepared it into a magic potion for external application and internal consumption, which can treat bleeding and fever. People have fever, more often because of infection, so the king guessed whether it would be an effective antiseptic. After the experiment, it was found that it was indeed the case. This crystal was extracted from the potion smelted from coal. Since Lorraine, the king has been advocating coal burning. This fashion has also been spread to other provinces along with lace, dyes, baths, etc. For a time, the output and energy supply of coal increased greatly, and the ones used by the wizards would not attract anyone's attention at all. Before the outbreak of the Black Death, wizards had accumulated a lot of raw materials for crystallization. When the news of the Black Death was confirmed, or even earlier, the king not only asked the wizards who were lucky enough to stay outside the epidemic area to stop all their work and make this crystal, but also issued orders to the Duchess of Colonna, and the Mancini family behind her, to allocate more wizards to make this crystal, although it was still just a handmade product. Fortunately, it only needed to be melted into water a little bit to achieve the effect of sterilization and epidemic prevention. At the very least, there was no problem in ensuring that Paris and Versailles were not disturbed. In addition, although it was speculation, and most people did not know that the Black Death was spread by rats, after the transformation of Paris, the clean streets and houses, the expulsion of insects and rats, and the public baths that were reopened again at some point also made Paris a clean island. People here found that they seemed to no longer get sick so frequently. Such rumors would naturally not be blocked from the ears of people from other provinces. Of course, the most important thing is that they all come to make a pilgrimage. The Virgin Mary at the central altar of Notre Dame de Paris sheds tears every day, and the pilgrims have indeed seen that even if no one approaches the holy image, the clear tears will still flow on time. Bishop Le Riviere led the priests to respectfully receive the tears, mix them into holy water, and then distribute them to every devout believer. Holy water was originally wine. According to the king's instructions, sugar was added to the wine. Some people who felt weak just out of fear would naturally feel refreshed after drinking it, while others were because of the magic potion crystals that were also melted in the holy water. This crystal is soluble in alcohol and has a bit of sour and bitter taste, but no one can taste it in wine. Now the Queen Mother, the King and Queen, the Dauphin, the Duchess of Orleans and her daughter were all drinking this wine, as were the attendants and maids. There was always a faint smell of wine in the air, which actually came more from the crystals in the lime water. But compared to the stability inside and outside Paris, the Queen Mother and the Duchess of Orleans were always worried. The Queen accompanied them when the King was handling government affairs. As soon as the King came in, the Queen shook his hand after saluting, and Louis shook it back. Queen Teresa was indeed not beautiful, but even those who hated the Spaniards the most had to say that the Queen's dignified and calm demeanor did give them great comfort and support. Louis felt the same way. Before the King had time to greet his mother, the Queen Mother cast an earnest look at him. There was nothing wrong with that. Louis was all her hope and sustenance, but the one she loved the most should be Philip. Especially after she made such a decision for Louis and France, she had always felt deeply sorry for her youngest son. When Louis decided to use Philip, she was still worried whether Philip would develop ambitions. Now she realized that she should be more worried about Philip's safety. After all, no merit can be easily achieved by lying in a comfortable bedroom. "Don't worry, Mother," Louis stepped forward and put his arm around his mother's thin shoulders. "I have sent someone to pick him up. He will be back to Paris soon and be with us." On the cement road from Paris to Verdun, a convoy was speeding, but the strange thing was that except for the carriage pulled by 2 horses, there were no knights and soldiers outside the convoy to protect the carriages. Moreover, they were traveling in the middle of the night. Even if they still hung the lights, but in the night with heavy clouds, this little light was better than nothing, and the coachman could be like those masters without the trouble of not being able to see at night. It would be too dangerous. In addition to people, dark creatures, or wild beasts, if there were any extra obstacles on the road, the carriages that were not discovered and avoided in time would surely fly out at this terrible speed, with the carriages rolling and the ruts broken, and the necks and legs of the horses and passengers would probably not be able to remain intact. But neither the darkness nor the existence of danger posed any threat to the silent drivers. They waved their whips regularly, making them crack in the air, so that the horses could perform at their best. The horses ran as hard as they wished, their sweat soaked their manes, making them stick to their undulating muscles, and the oncoming wind became stronger and stronger, almost blowing off the driver's hood. What was surprising was that, despite the darkness being all around, the driver suddenly made a strange sound. The horses pricked up their ears and turned around. They heard it. It seemed that in an instant, these 4-hoofed winds slowed down their speed. When the clouds slightly moved aside, a small ray of light was cast across the wilderness. They also saw it. Less than 100 feet away from them, there was a big tree lying on the road. If the carriage was still rushing, it would be inevitable that the car would be destroyed and the people would die. But at this time, the speed of the horses had slowed down to a level that even a fast human could catch up. Of course, the carriage would not crash into it. The black carriages slowly stopped one by one, but the driver on it did not speak or move. After a few seconds, the person he was waiting for appeared. Torches were lit one after another. This was Rivigny. In fact, they had entered the Lorraine region. The Lord of Rivigny was not a pro-French person. His wife's family was loyal to the Archduke of Austria, and he also hoped that Lorraine would maintain its current substantive independence. Chapter 155 The Black Death, 4. Under the torches, there were faces full of threatening expressions. If the carriage came from Nancy, such expressions would not be surprising, but since the carriage came from Verdun, such behavior was questionable. The flickering firelight not only illuminated the faces of those with ill intentions, but also illuminated the steel and cowhide armor, swords, and crossbows. The cold light of the coachman passed through the driver's indifferent eyes, and finally fell on the most gorgeously dressed person in the crowd, the most gorgeous because he was wearing a set of steel armor that was obviously tailor-made. The surface of the armor was gilded and engraved with curling grass patterns, and there was a family emblem on the chest. The coachman paused for a moment and sneered. "What?" he asked. "Now even the Viscount of Revel is going out to rob." This Viscount did not want to conceal his identity since he was wearing such armor, but the other party actually presumptuously speculated on his purpose, and he couldn't help but be filled with anger. Although it was true that the lords of Rivigny were keen on robbing merchants in the past few hundred years, but now the lords can levy taxes from commerce, minerals and land. This kind of thing is no longer common. "I'm not here to rob." Surprisingly, the Viscount was unusually calm. "I heard a terrible news." "Oh, what kind of news?" asked the coachman, who was still sitting high in the carriage, motionless, not feeling that this was a great humiliation for a nobleman. The Viscount's eyes slid from the coachman to the door that was always closed. The curtain on the glass window was pulled tightly, leaving no gap, and it was almost doubtful whether it was fixed on the window frame. "Tell the owner here who you are and where you are going. We are sent here by a distinguished person to do an extremely important thing. As for what it is, Mr. Viscount, you have no right to know. Further ahead is Nancy. The people of Lorraine are running to Verdun, but you are doing the opposite. It is really puzzling," said the Viscount. "I don't need to explain to you. But to pass through my territory, you must have my permission." The coachman was silent for a while. "I have the king's permission." The Viscount seemed to be waiting for this sentence. As soon as he said this, he smiled. "Show me, sir. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but your behavior is really strange." The tightly closed window suddenly opened. The Viscount took a step back in fear, but then stood up again. A hand stretched out from the window. The pale and slender fingers held a brass letterbox. One of the Viscount's servants stepped forward to take it. The Viscount took out the document inside and looked at it. There was indeed the king's signature and seal on it. His smile became even bigger. Not only did he not return the document, he even continued to retreat and retreated into the crowd. Other people wearing cloaks and pulling up their hoods surrounded them. Under the wide cloaks, there was the sound of steel clashing. It seemed that they were not unarmed peasants. "What do you want to do?" asked the coachman. "Perform the duties God has entrusted to us." The leader of the group said so. He raised his head, revealing gray hair on the edge of his hood. He was not young anymore, but his eyes were sharp. The people in the carriage sighed. "So the Roman Church has this idea," he said, and after he said the first word, the old man who seemed to be confident and calm showed an expression of disbelief. "Barris, it's you." The door of the carriage opened, and the person who came out was not the vampire prince as the former chief judge of the Inquisition thought, but the current chief judge Hilarious. The two former chief judges met face to face in this ironic way. Ilaluo smiled. Just like every time he met Barris before, he was gentle and respectful, but Barris knew his true face was exactly the opposite of his appearance. After Ilaluo jumped from an ordinary judge to the chief judge, he knew that this young junior who was always smiling might have colluded with Cardinal Mazarin. Otherwise, how could the Paris Inquisition be controlled by Ilaluo so quickly? "I'm afraid he has been waiting for a long time," but Barris also had nothing to say about it, because he was the first to betray the underworld, the king, and Bishop Mazarin. He went to Rome, but unfortunately things did not develop as smoothly as the Pope and he thought. The king was safe and sound, Paris regained peace, and Bishop Mazarin even took the opportunity to bring the Inquisition under his command. And their second plan also failed. Ilaluo looked at the hand of former Grand Inquisitor Barris, who didn't have a bishop's ring on his hand. Was it for this mission, or the Pope didn't keep his promise? It seemed to be the latter. After all, Barris came as a church envoy this time. Perhaps with this achievement, he would be a bishop or archbishop after returning. But since their conspiracy had been guessed by Ilaluo, even the king didn't make the wrong decision in his panic. He appeared like a clown. Let's go back a little bit, to the night when the king just learned about the Nancy incident. Since they knew that the vampires could ignore the plague and come and go freely, then only they could complete the task of bringing Philip, Duke of Orleans, out of Nancy. But just before the king made a decision, he saw Ilaluo. The king had some understanding of Ilaluo. This bold and reckless guy seemed to have nothing that could limit him, except for his people in the other world. He might be pious, but he was not pious to the Roman Church, but to the real God. It was for this reason that he only hated the Roman Church, not revered it. He did not have the natural superior attitude of a wizard towards other people, including the king or mortals. He should be said that he did not care about them at all. From beginning to end, he maintained his attitude as that of an employed person to an employer. Maybe other people would be dissatisfied with this attitude, such as the former Bishop Mazarin, but Louis did not care. In his time, there were too many such people, and Ilaluo and his people were quite professional. As far as he knew, since the Dunkirk incident, the two monks around him had never really fallen asleep. They used secret methods to ensure their wakefulness, so even if they were replaced every once in a while, their lifespans were still irreparably damaged. The king was speechless. In fact, he had nothing to complain about the assassination in Dunkirk. There were many reasons. If someone had to be blamed, he should be blamed first. He not only insisted on completing the entry ceremony, but also forgot to bring the cat. Otherwise, he could at least escape. So the king could only give them more assistance, from wheat to armor. It is said that they are still fighting werewolves and wizards in the other world. However, since the Mancini family bowed to the king, these monks in the other world have had a chance to breathe. The wizards still hate each other, but there is no large-scale war. But just to be a crow that brings bad news, it is not necessary for the chief judge to come here in person. It can only be said that in addition to the changes in the Roman Church, he should have noticed something else. What did he notice? Bishop Mazarin said that since King Arthur, all kings would keep wizards around them. Even the most pious kings were like this, just like they hold a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. There were also many rulers who used werewolves, goblins, and monsters. Louis kept wizards and werewolves and had a close relationship with the Blood Prince. Maybe no one would know about it for a while, but the church must be very clear about it. However, they would not easily accuse a king of heresy. This was too dangerous for the Roman Church. They needed concrete evidence, or even if it was just a half-true rumor, they wanted to shake Louis's position in the hearts of the nobles and the people, just like they once shook the throne of Henry IV, the Holy Roman Emperor. At this point, the development of the matter became clear. The church certainly wanted to use the plague to teach King Louis XIV of France, who almost repeated the Avignon incident, a profound lesson, and also to weaken France again, so as to prevent the church from being threatened for the second time. At the same time, the Duke of Orleans, who was serving as the governor of Lorraine, also gave them an opportunity. If the king ignored it or gave up reluctantly, they would definitely take the opportunity to provoke the relationship between the royal family and the king. If the king wanted to ensure that his brother was safe and would not be harmed by the plague, wouldn't a blood clan be the best person to ask for help? But the church was not even willing to give up a cardinal. Here was only Barras, a poor guy who could be abandoned at any time. When he saw Ilario, he showed a look of despair. He could return to Rome and continue to be his monk or priest, but it was impossible to go further in this life. What about those vampires? He asked. Ilario looked at him like a madman and waved his hand. Then, starting with the coachman, everyone left the carriage and took off their hoods. They all trimmed their hair like St. Paul's monks, with solemn expressions. They both despised and pitied the former chief judge. Maybe Barras was just tired of being a chess piece or a tool or a weapon, but he chose the wrong person. Others didn't know about the corruption of the Roman Church, but how could they not know? If he just wanted power and pleasure, he shouldn't have chosen Rome. The political system of Rome was determined 100 or 200 years after the birth of the church. As aliens, they were excluded from the beginning. How could those bishops easily allow an outsider to join them? Not to mention that Barras was a member of the other world. The bishops of Rome only wanted to enslave them like cattle and horses, but they would not be equal to cattle and horses. There are no vampires, there are only enemies of vampires here. Ilario made the sign of the cross on his chest. We are going to investigate whether the plague in Nancy is caused by wizards or dark creatures. He looked at Viscount Levigny, who hid himself behind the priest. Mr. Viscount, you can return the king's document to us. Viscount Levigny hesitated for a while, and then suddenly there was a flash in front of his eyes, and the iron gloves were empty. He looked at Barras, the bishop's envoy from Rome, in horror, but found that his face was as gloomy as water and he didn't say a word. The monks in and outside the carriage each hung a silver cross, shining in the firelight, with ruddy faces and calm postures. They didn't look like the legendary vampires. Elalu didn't want to continue to tangle with them. Since the people here were just abandoned, he casually sent 2 monks to step forward. They each carried 1 tree and easily moved the tree that required dozens of people to move to the side. The coachman and passengers got on the carriage, and the carriage sped away again, leaving the group of bewildered people behind. Since the king already knew the church's plan, it was impossible for him to fall into the trap. The person Barras was waiting for, or rather, vampires didn't need to travel long distances like humans. They disguised themselves as doctors, plague doctors, and always wore black cloaks, elbow-length gloves, and bird-beak masks on their faces, looking at people through round glasses with brass frames. With blurred lenses and heavy clothes, it was difficult for sunlight to harm them, and people avoided them. They galloped on horseback during the day, and abandoned their horses at night, turning into smoke and being pushed away by the wind. Anyway, they or the king wouldn't care about the little money to buy horses. So when they arrived in Lorraine, they were even earlier than Erasius and the others, because they could walk through the wilderness and they would not meet anyone from the church. But when they turned into bats and flew over Nancy at night, they couldn't help but shudder. The viciousness of the church was simply unimaginable to these inhumans. Looking down from the sky, they saw groups of people, some lying on their backs, some crawling, but more people were climbing the castle, like groups of ants climbing a wine glass filled with honey. What illuminated them was the burning forest. The thick smoke rose directly into the dark night sky, and the firelight illuminated the smoke bamboo, changing from coal black to red, and then to bright golden yellow. Such a beautiful scenery is refreshing if you don't care about its origin. When are we going to enter the castle, Your Highness? asked a count under Theodoric. As a member of the Vanzo family, after taking off his mask, he revealed a pale and elegant face. Except for his blood-red eyes, no one would consider him an alien. However, his stable position in the Vanzo family meant that his hands must be stained with a lot of blood. "We must enter the castle before dawn without delay," said Theodoric. Because of the witch's raven, they knew that Philip, Duke of Orleans, had not yet been infected with a plague, but the spread of the Black Death was always silent, and no one knew when pustules would appear on his body and he would start to have a fever. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 The Black Death, 5. The Church will not accuse me of heresy, Louis said, because this is also a serious crime for the Church. Please don't forget that according to the Church's theory, the Holy Spirit and I became one during my coronation ceremony. If I am a heretic, then what is the Church? He continued, but they will definitely use this to blackmail me, if Hilarius is not sharp enough and my spies are not alert enough. He sighed softly. After he took power, he found that there were too many places that needed money, so he did not immediately place people in the Roman Church. It was also because of the economic difficulties that those priests asked for bribes more greedily than any envoy or governor. Fortunately, it is not too late, the king said. We have finally not let the Church take a completely active position in the outbreak of the plague. The Roman Church's plan should be to use the outbreak of the plague to claim that the king has been deceived by the devil, directly pointing to the king's disrespect for the Pope in Rome 3 years ago, just like the threat that Charles IV once faced. Although the Pope may not be able to directly depose Louis XIV, after all, compared to the chaotic Holy Roman Empire, the French king has never needed to be nominated by the princes, and the eldest son of each king is destined to become the master of France when he is born. But the Pope can still use this reason to murder the king's capable ministers, instigate the king's princes to rebel, and excommunicate the king, so as to encourage his subjects to refuse to pay taxes to the king and fulfill their obligations. The problem is that some people, either because of stupidity or selfishness, will really fulfill the Church's wishes. However, when the Church's chess piece reached the second step, it was blocked by the king. The apparition of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris had proved the king's piety. The Black Death had been strictly blocked at the northernmost tip of France and had not even crossed the provinces of Picardy and Ardennes. It was recognized that the king had always been kind, but when faced with a Black Death, he became the most ruthless tyrant. If it were 3 years ago, it would have been absolutely impossible to intercept the influx of refugees, but just before Princess Henrietta became the Duchess of Orleans, when the king asked for 30 Calais ships as a dowry, his scholars and craftsmen had already developed the most crude and basic steam engine. Only a few people knew this secret. Colbert, who was responsible for the capital investment, the king and several important ministers, researchers and craftsmen were all placed on Puteaux Island, along a narrow island hidden behind the Bois de Boulogne. We all know what the Bois de Boulogne is like. The king and his entourage occasionally visited there without attracting attention. They often went straight through the woods, boarded a small boat, and entered the heavily guarded island of Puteaux. It can be said that first there was the steam engine. At first it was just a toy used by bachelors and craftsmen to flatter the king. They probably didn't expect that when this small toy was enlarged 10, 50, or 100 times, it would have the power of a giant. And then there were the 30 Calais. The Calais with iron plates could certainly defend against artillery, but its weight, as the ministers and generals considered, could not be driven by oars and sails alone, and could only be anchored in the bay. But with a steam engine and the paddle wheel outside, its speed could be comparable to that of an ordinary oared warship, but after its huge body was equipped with iron plates and iron rams, even without artillery, it could open up a wide road in the vast ocean with only ramming tactics. What the king didn't expect was that while he was rushing to modify the Calais ship, one of the major tasks these steam engines were doing was pulling iron wire. Originally, he was going to use it in construction. Who knew that, like all advanced technologies, they first appeared on the battlefield, although it was a battlefield between humans and plague. Perhaps some people thought that iron wire was an extremely modern thing, but no, it first appeared in 1400 BC, the so-called Iron Age. However, as far as Louis knew, the production process of iron wire had not changed for hundreds of years. Specifically, iron ore would first be put into a huge boiler together with lignite, ignited and burned, and the molten iron would flow out of the grooves and eventually solidify into the so-called sponge iron. The blacksmiths would move these iron blocks back to their workshops, smash a piece when they needed it, burn it in the fire until it softened, and then make various weapons or armor according to the customer's requirements. To make iron wire, the iron block must be burned into a semi-solidified state like cheese, and then pulled into iron wire with pliers. In order to ensure that the thickness of the iron wire is consistent, they have a special drawing board with small holes of different sizes knocked on the board. The iron wire drawn through this drawing board has the same diameter. However, it is easy to guess that this production method is bound to be inefficient. No wonder only nobles can afford the cost and time of making chain mail. But with a steam engine, the production speed of iron wire was as fast as if it had wings. Although a large number of people were still needed to complete some of the processes, the iron wire accumulated in the previous 2 or 3 years was enough for him to turn the Paris basin into a furry hedgehog. The wizard's ravens flew back and forth in the sky, and the patrolling soldiers would immediately run to intercept the crows as soon as they saw them cawing. The new army that the king had prepared with all his might before showed a loyalty and firmness that no previous army had ever had in the unpredictable mood of the lords and officials. Their clothing, weapons and equipment attracted countless envious eyes. It was also because the shadow of the Black Death was always weighing on people's hearts. Otherwise these strong-spirited young men would definitely leave behind many good subjects for romantic affairs. The Roman Church might still be waiting for the king to bow his noble head before the terrible plague. Louis didn't know whether they had a way to control corruption and plague, but based on Theodoric and Eurasius's understanding of the Church, they might have been ready to abandon the people and flee immediately if things got to the worst. It wasn't the first time Rome was abandoned. But before that, if the king was found guilty, France might really become a vassal of the Roman Church. Other European countries might not sit back and watch the Church manipulate a king, but they would definitely want to take advantage of the situation and gain some benefits. The Spanish ambassador had met the king before. Obviously, his intention was not simple. The funny thing was that his master was not the regent Queen Mother Maria or Carlos II, but the illegitimate Duke Don Juan. Compared to Duke Don Juan's wonderful idea, he wanted to steal the love of his wife. That is, he was willing to marry the 3-year-old daughter of the Duke of Orleans at the age of 30. In other words, not only was he 10 times older than the little princess, he also took away his brother's wife. However, since it was a wonderful idea, the king would certainly not agree to it. Not to mention Don Juan, even Carlos II, unless it was absolutely necessary, Louis would not let the little princess marry a man who still relied on his wet nurse while sitting on the throne, not to mention that his mother was the daughter of Habsburg, a natural enemy of France, and he was the king of Spain. Adding the two together, if the little princess married, it would be even more difficult than the current queen of France. As for Duke Don Juan, it is not only because of the huge age difference, but also because in Europe, the status of illegitimate children is always very low. Even if the duke has obtained legal status and the title of duke, his wife can only be selected from outside the royal family, unless he can really become the regent of Spain, instead of putting the cart before the horse and marrying the little princess of the Duke of Orleans first, and then seeking support from France to become the regent. But for Duke Don Juan, in addition to the noble status of the little princess, he may also covet the little princess's dowry. Princess Henrietta's dowry is not rich, but the Duke of Orleans' wealth is considerable, part of which, as long as the King of France does not go too far, is an extremely rich asset. In return, Duke Don Juan is willing to try to contact his secret line in Rome to ease the tension between the Church and Louis XIV. But the Duke may not know that the King and the Roman Church were already standing on opposite sides, and the Church had misjudged Louis' tolerance. This was not a mistake. The nobles at that time never cared about those people of humble status. They might have all kinds of virtues, but the Virgin Mary testified that this was definitely not applied to butchers or maids. Those priests might think that even if thousands of civilians died, it would not necessarily shake the king's will, so they regarded the Duke of Orleans, the king's brother Philip, as the rooster threatening the king. The king would not show this to the public. This view and cognition was quite beneficial to him now. For example, in order to curb the spread of the Black Death, he not only used barbed wire, crossbows and muskets, but also ordered all the regents to kill anyone who dared to attack, climb over or sneak into the cordon. Some villages and towns that were confirmed to have the Black Death were burned down. If the survivors could obey orders and stay in one place until they were sure that no one was sick, then they might still be alive to wait for the king's compensation, but if not, thanks to the still backward communication, people would only know that the Black Death had completely destroyed another town. As for the king's actions, as mentioned above, the people of Paris not only did not think he was cruel and cold, but thought that their king was a person like the holy angel Michael, holy enough, decisive enough, and good at flattery. The painter even painted the king's face on the archangel holding a flaming sword, and under his feet was the devil representing the plague. The king stood in front of the portrait that was almost as tall as him and sighed for a long time. He really hoped that he had the power of a holy angel, so that he would not have to worry about his brother and Nancy, nor would he have to toss and turn day and night for the inevitable population decline in Lorraine and Alsace in the future. Your Majesty. Does anyone want to see me, Bonhomme? It's the Duchess of Orleans, Bonhomme said. Just as the king seldom went to the Queen Mother's residence to avoid suspicion and to avoid meeting the Duchess of Orleans too frequently, the Duchess of Orleans, Princess Henrietta, also seldom came to the east wing of the Louvre, where the king's suite was located, to avoid causing any rumors. After all, Madame Lavalier had been her personal maid, and some people had been saying that this maid was most likely a shield put up by the king to cover up his affair with her. She certainly would not love the Duke of Orleans as a woman would, and she could not love the king. She had known since she was very young that, except for her and her mother, no one in the French court approved of a possible engagement between her and the king. Before she got married, she had prepared herself to be a wife with a peaceful temperament. Even if she could not get along with her husband as a couple, at least she could get along with her husband as friends. Fortunately, the king had discussed this with the Duke of Orleans. The proud little prince still respected her after marriage, and Queen Mother Anne was also very kind to her. She meant that compared with Queen Teresa, in short, she thought her life would not be so turbulent so quickly. She thought that she would first face the Duke's lover, a woman, or a man, and then there might be some enemies inside and outside the court. What she didn't expect was that the first letter she wrote to her brother was for her husband. The Duchess of Orleans came in quickly. When she saw Louis, she knelt down on her knees, and her wide skirt spread on the silk carpet like petals on the water. "Stand up, madam," Louis said. "It seems that we didn't get a happy answer." "Yes, they rejected me," the Duchess of Orleans said. She raised her head. Her face was as haggard as a dead leaf. Charles I laughed in anger. "Listen," he said dryly. "Listen, everyone," he said to his guards and attendants. "My sister married the Duke of Orleans for England, and her marriage won England a powerful ally. Now, she asks us for help so that she will not lose her husband, her daughter will not lose her father, and I will not lose a friend and brother-in-law who grew up with me. Then, you will see the answer of the Parliament." He shook the record in his hand. "Although it is high-sounding and well-founded, you don't need to read it too much, everyone. There is only one sentence in it: they are partying for the disaster of France," he shouted. His voice was even a little too sharp, which made everyone in the room tremble. "They are so jubilant and excited. They are like a group of hateful vultures hovering over the dying, waiting for the first bite of fresh meat. There is no mercy, no mercy. These devilish people, are the masters of Britain. God, if an angel comes down with a thunderbolt and smashes everyone in this house to pieces, I won't be surprised at all." Chapter 157 The Black Death, 6. But a servant boldly spoke up to persuade, "Your Majesty, France is our enemy after all. I've heard a saying, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends." Charles I unexpectedly calmed down. "The reason why we want to marry Henrietta to France is because when we are fighting with the Netherlands, we don't want the Netherlands to have an ally like France. This alliance needs to be maintained until the end of our war with the Netherlands, but they still rejected Henrietta's request. Why?" He looked around with a vicious smile. "Because they know very well that Louis, as a king, is born to stand on my side, so they can bow to the French, but they will not bow to a king. Whether he is French or British." He looked out the window. "Why, everyone, don't you understand? Their refusal is because of me, not because of France." These parliamentarians were also threatening King Louis XIV of France, asking him to stop interfering in the fight between Charles I and the nobles. No matter money, army or equipment, in the final analysis, they still regarded their king as an enemy. Oliver Cromwell's head was hung on the spire of the cathedral, and perhaps more heads would be hung there in the future. Charles I had such a desire, But he also knew that it was difficult to do this. If he was not careful, he would be the second Charles I. The people of London had already killed one king, and they would not care about killing the second one. Now he finally understood why Louis announced that he would mourn for his father Charles I when he was executed. This was not only a mourning for a relative, but also a mourning for a king to a king. He also finally understood why Louis was always unwilling to recognize the legitimacy of the protector Oliver Cromwell. Even in the Battle of Dunkirk, when France and Britain formed a coalition, the only people who came to greet the protector's envoy were still the attendants of Bishop Mazarin. It's probably like the difference between a tiger that has never tasted blood and a tiger that has tasted blood. He remembered what Louis said when talking about another little thing: a tiger that has hunted people must be killed, no matter it is old, sick, injured, or still very young, because the tiger will remember the taste of the prey. It will remember, this is the smell of flesh and blood, this is food, and will never forget it. He was right, Charles I thought, those people were tigers that tasted the blood of the king. In their eyes, the king was no longer a noble monarch, a half-god, but a mortal, a sinner who could be humiliated, beaten, and executed. In this case, how could they truly respect their king, or any monarch? They would not. They just need one, a decoration, a chip, a scapegoat. Charles I's sudden silence made his servants at a loss. After looking at each other for a while, one of them was about to suggest that the king go to the newest salon to relax, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. The Duke of Albemarle didn't even wait for the servants to inform him, and strode in. As soon as he came in, he bowed to Charles II, and then quickly said, "Your Majesty, London. There are patients with a Black Death in the port area of London." Charles II couldn't even understand what the Duke of Albemarle was saying for a while. "Paris?" he asked subconsciously. Weren't they still talking fiercely about the Black Death that was rampant in northern France? "No, London," said the Duke of Albemarle, completely contrary to the expectations of Charles II. His expression was too serious to seem like he was joking. "The port area, Your Majesty." The port area was the most chaotic area in London, even worse than the slums of Paris. There were all kinds of people there, and because it was filled with countless prostitutes, sailors and merchants always liked to go there. It was not surprising that the plague broke out there first, and it was even natural. But as soon as the news of the Black Death came, the British Navy cut off the Anglo-French route at sea. Even the ship carrying Princess Henrietta's envoy was almost sunk, not to mention ordinary merchant ships and fishing boats. The Black Death could not cross the sea. Block it. "No, no, no, please take the army immediately," Charles I said quickly. "No matter what the parliamentarians say, it doesn't matter, they won't live in the port area. Block it, Duke. I will personally issue an order, and anyone who wants to leave there will be executed. Wait, bring a pen and paper." He called his servants anxiously. "Take your time, Your Majesty," said the Duke of Albemarle. "My nephew has already taken the army there. Now, you should write a letter to the King of France. It is said that their doctors have developed a very effective medicine that can prevent the plague from invading the human body." Charles I put down the quill with a snap. "You are the one who rejected Louis XIV. he said. "Oh, it's nothing." The Duke of Albemarle finally showed his politicians' true colors. "We can pretend that nothing happened, or treat this problem as a typo. The key point is that they knew that the Black Death had invaded Britain a little late, and they knew that the French actually had a medicine that could resist the Black Death a little later." Charles stopped there, with a half-smile on his face. He had just said that he was a scapegoat, but he didn't expect to fulfill this statement so soon. "It's nothing," he said calmly. "I'm used to it anyway, but Duke, you have to tell them that I want Sir Morley to return to the court." Sir Morley was also a minister trusted by Charles II, but like Hyde, he became a thorn in the eyes of the Parliament. However, this man was extremely cautious and intelligent. He was expelled from the court a few days ago for a semi-fabricated charge, and now I'm afraid he hasn't left London yet. "This is your country." "Not exactly." The Duke of Albemarle looked at Charles II. He once supported Oliver Cromwell, but unfortunately Cromwell disappointed him. He then turned to support Charles II. However, the conflict between Charles II and Parliament became the biggest internal friction in Britain. However, he could not completely stand on the side of Charles II because he knew very well that if all the power was concentrated in one person's hands, that person would become a monster. However, as a king, even if he was regarded as a dandy, known as the Happy King and the Banquet King, Charles II was still a monster. especially since he had lived in Paris for a period of time. He saw with his own eyes how the French King Louis XIV took power back to his own hands step by step. And to this day, Louis has not stopped concentrating the royal power. It is not surprising that Charles II has such ambitions. Right, Your Majesty, he said finally, I will do my best to bring him back to you. When Charles II wrote the first letter on the parchment, the Duke of Orleans was also writing a letter. To be more precise, he was writing the last letter to his brother, which was also his dying wish. Although he believed that his brother would not give up on him, Louis was ultimately just a king, not God. He could not come down from the sky to save anyone, so the Duke of Orleans had already made plans for the worst. As soon as he looked up, he could see the red flames reflected on the glass windows. These people probably cut down all the trees around Nancy. He remembered some things his brother had complained to him, such as no tall trees should be left around the castle, lest the enemy use them as siege weapons. So from the Louvre to the castle of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, it was the same. Even for the new palace of Versailles, the first thing the designer proposed was to cut down all the dense forests around it. This made the king helpless and angry. Of course, he rejected this request. In Louis' words, if he had to rely on the castle to ensure his safety after he took power, he might as well be beheaded like Charles I. Philip found that he could understand what his brother meant. His brother would not allow him to end up like Charles II. Although the latter was also a king, the power enjoyed by this king was probably not as great as that of a member of parliament. The parliament despised the king and was also afraid of the king. These two emotions made them suppress their monarch by any means possible. As a vicious cycle, Charles II's hostile attitude became more and more obvious. Of course, this was a good thing for France, just like Dunkirk. If the king and his subjects of England could unite to face the outside world, its price would not be so cheap, and France might even need another battle to get it. I am really surprised. A voice suddenly sounded behind the Duke of Orleans. Your Highness, is there anything that can make you laugh now? The Duke of Orleans calmly put the quill back into the ink bottle, then stood up and turned to face the uninvited guest. Who are you? Theodoric of Anjou, the man said. You are not Theodoric, not even of Anjou, said the Duke of Orleans. I ask again, who are you and do you need my help? This sentence made the visitor, no, it should be said that the vampire who came laughed for a long time. No, he said, although I don't know why you think I shouldn't be Theodoric, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. Now you need my help, not me who needs your help. Then who are you? Sir, it is rude not to report your name or to lie in front of a duke. I am at Simich. Prince Amin. Alice, Amin said happily, you have never seen me, but you have heard of my name. Has His Majesty ever mentioned me to you? Yes, the Duke of Orleans said frankly, my brother said that if possible, when I see you, I will stay away from you as much as possible. If possible, it is best not to pay attention to you. So Amin burst into hysterical laughter again, and then he wiped away the non-existent tears, and looked at the Duke of Orleans through his fingers with his red eyes. To be honest, ever since he met Louis, his no longer beating heart has been completely focused on this Majesty, but who knew that his younger brother was so cute? He even regretted not meeting this prince earlier. I thought you were still a child, he said, and then he saw the Duke of Orleans proudly straighten his back, so the vampire laughed uncontrollably again. Indeed, compared with the current French, the height of these two brothers exceeded the average by a lot. How outstanding, he murmured, it seems that I will not return empty-handed this time. He turned his head, as if he wanted to say something to the Duke of Orleans, but what came towards him was a short crossbow arrow emitting a chilling cold air. In this era when the firing speed of muskets was still unsatisfactory, the defensive weapons of the king and the duke were still crossbows. It passed through Amin's left eye, and he grabbed the short crossbow arrow with blood from his thick black hair. It's a bit cold, he said softly. Your Highness, I need some blood. Can mine? Another voice answered. The fire outside the window suddenly disappeared, and Amin's mouth twitched. The glass was covered with small bats, and then with a click, the glass shattered, and bats rushed into the house, instantly occupying every corner of the room. Theodoric stood in front of Amin angrily. The territory of the Tsimici family is in the Carpathian Mountains, he said. If you continue to pester the King of France and his relatives, I will question whether you are deliberately provoking the Vanzo family. No way, Amin said, while removing the hand covering his left eye. The blood slowly disappeared from his skin. The eye blinked and was as intact as the previous one. John I. Casimir, Note 1, is a stupid and incompetent pig. He almost lost all the territory of Tsimisi. I just want to make him into ham." Although he knew it was wrong, Theodoric couldn't help but smile slightly. After he heard a loud laugh, he thought it was his mistake. Laughing at a king was really rude, but he then found that it was the Duke of Orleans, the prince's brother Philip, who was laughing. "Why?" Philip looked at them, a little puzzled. "Shouldn't I laugh?" He laughed once when he was sorting out the intelligence. Note 1. John II Casimir was the King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania. He was captured by the French for fighting against France in the 30 Years' War with the Habsburgs and was imprisoned for 2 years. After the death of his brother Władysław IV, he was elected King of Poland, 1648. During his reign, he faced an uprising by the Ukrainian Cossacks. In 1654, Russia rose up to support the Cossacks, and in 1667, he was forced to cede eastern Ukraine to Russia. In 1655, Sweden launched an attack on Poland, and Poland lost northern Livonia. Chapter 158 The Black Death, 7. The Duke of Orleans was a bold man, but he had to admit that he probably couldn't command a group of non-human creatures like his brother did. He sat behind the desk, vaguely on guard, because the room was now almost full of vampires. Both men and women had outstanding looks, but their overly pale faces made them look a little gloomy. What made the Vanzo blood clan a little agitated was that Prince Theodoric of Vanzo actually did as he said, rolled up his sleeves, cut his arm with his fingernails, and gave Amun a drop of blood. The value of the prince's blood is even higher than those of monks and wizards. This is naturally no secret among the blood clan. The Duke of Orleans can detect some clues from the vampire's no longer calm eyes, but Amun seems to be a little reluctant. Theodoric glared at him, walked over and said to Philip, if possible, he put down his sleeves. Don't owe dark creatures anything, especially blood clans. The Duke of Orleans knew Theodoric because the king described the appearance of Prince Vanzo to him. In addition, he also learned the name of Theodoric in history class. Prince Vanzo's favoritism towards the French royal family is not the first case. If some dark creatures transformed from humans are willing, they can protect their families for a long time, and even leave curses before they die. The king also mentioned Amun. This Prince of Tsimich is obviously much more unrestrained. Prince Condé also admitted that he and Duke of Longueville were able to leave the castle of Vincennes thanks to this vampire, so even if he claimed to come for the king, the Duke of Orleans would not believe it. Look at you, Amun sat on the chair his servants brought for him. Am I a person who always lies? I came for the king, not on his behalf. I just don't want my little Louis to be sad. He looked at the Duke of Orleans, but I didn't expect that there is also a person here who shines like a gem. Unfortunately, the Duke of Orleans is like a beautiful ruby, beautiful, but never as good as another larger and more perfect diamond. If he is asked to make a metaphor, Amun can only say that he is so pure, but as long as there is light, he can burst out with a brilliant fire that cannot be matched by any gem, no, anything. The best way to deal with Amun is probably to ignore him. You can leave here now. Your brother is eagerly waiting for your return in Paris, Your Highness. Theodoric said. The Duke of Orleans should have been overjoyed, but he obviously hesitated for a moment. Is there a problem? Theodoric said, is it General Schaumburg? Don't worry, we will take them away as well. The strength and speed of vampires are far greater than those of mortals. If they do not intentionally let people see them, humans cannot see how they attack them. They can also plunder their targets like wolves or falcons, like a hurricane sweeping by. The Duke of Orleans clenched his hands. May I know where this plague comes from? If you want to ask whether it is man-made, Amun said first, Your Highness, yes, I must answer you this way. Who is it? Although he had almost guessed the answer, the Duke of Orleans still wanted to get confirmation. I don't think there is any need to investigate this matter further, Theodoric said in a warning tone. That is something your brother must face. My brother is just a mortal, but now someone is using extraordinary means to attack him. After the shadow of death was no longer so imminent, the Duke of Orleans was filled with resentment and frustration. He could imagine that when they returned to Paris, everything his brother, himself, and a group of people had done in Lorraine and Alsace would come to nothing. Those lords and bishops with ulterior motives would certainly announce that they had been punished and struck by God and brought disaster here. A new order would be re-established during this blank period, and the price they would pay to return here would be greater than when they first arrived, because those people were already familiar with and understood their methods. Who else is in the castle? Wizards, craftsmen, officials here, and some vassals. The latter two are the greatest wealth that the Duke of Orleans has worked hard for 3 years to accumulate. They own the territories of Lorraine and Alsace, and are willing to be loyal to King Louis of France rather than Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. They are the nails that the Duke of Orleans has planted here, and he has tried every means to make them stronger so as to drive away those dangerous people who do not obey his rule. After discovering the seeds of the plague here, the Duke of Orleans immediately returned to the castle and sent messengers to inform these people. There are also some people who, out of fear of the plague, have changed from a neutral or wavering attitude to a firm pro-French person. The Duke of Orleans cannot drive them out of the above two, so the number of people in the castle has reached 3,000 now. Even if only the direct line is counted, there are more than 500 people. This number can only be taken away by the descendants of the Vanzo or Tsimich family in France. But in that case, the church will not just watch it. Also, such a large-scale action also violates the covenant of seclusion, right? Amin asked with a smile. Theodoric watched him drink the drop of blood just now, which made him regret that he couldn't do anything with it. He would be happy if he could make Theodoric feel embarrassed. The demon party can do whatever they want, but the secret party has to follow more regulations. They can appear in front of the king or the Duke of Orleans because there are always people who can be exempted from all the laws in the world, but most people here are not qualified. They may be able to see the true face of vampires, but the premise is that they are food or blood servants. But they are also puppets carefully cultivated by the Duke of Orleans. Without these people, the king's rule will surely fail. Thinking of the craftsmen and farmers who died or fled because of the spread of the Black Death, the Duke of Orleans' heart has tightened. Is he really going to leave Lorraine empty-handed like this? Like a defeated general? If Lorraine was just the original Lorraine with only forests and dairy products, it would be fine, but now there is glass, ceramics, coal, and steel. It is a place that the king is unwilling to give up no matter what. I do have an idea, Amin said, but our Prince Vanzo will definitely disagree. As long as it does not violate the covenant of seclusion. Theodoric said. But you also know that we are all quite happy to destroy them. I mean, dear Theo, all the restrictions, all the fixations, all the shackles, you follow the rules and follow the old ways. Amin shook his head, but what are we? We are blood races, we should not be bound by the so-called laws, the children of darkness are born free. He spread his hands and feet on the chair, and he did such an outrageous and rude action, which was surprisingly quite graceful and unrestrained. The vampires of Smithy laughed softly and cheered for their prince. However, Amin was always staring at the only mortal in the room, the Duke of Orleans. He seemed to be waiting for the Duke of Orleans to cast a pleading look at him. Of course, he would satisfy all the Duke's expectations like a doting father and use his powerful strength to make him surrender. Before he could get his brother, there is a saying that goes, something is better than nothing. I have roughly guessed what Mr. Amin meant. The Duke of Orleans suddenly said, his eyes swept across Amin and then stopped on Theodoric. My brother once taught me a lot of things, Mr. Theodoric. He said that there are many times when the fog will block your eyes and make you unable to see even things that are close at hand, but there is a simple way, that is to trace the roots, because everything must have a beginning and an end, and when a human, or a vampire, or a wizard does something, there must be a reason, so. He pointed to the fire outside. Without the obstruction of glass, their heat seemed to come with the evening breeze, and there was a creepy smell of barbecue. They were burning the dead, then why did those people come? Because someone told them that there are holy objects here, so the people here cannot get the plague, so if they want to survive, they must capture this castle. That's right. Theodoric also guessed. Then let them know that there are things here that are more terrible than the Black Death. What? Monsters, things that can take human lives in an instant. Your defense is also killing people. Theodoric said. They can understand these. Boiling oil and boiling water can scald people to death, stones can crush people to death, crossbows can pierce their bodies, and swords can separate their heads from their bodies. But monsters are different. They are death and fear. As the priests say, people killed by monsters cannot ascend to heaven without a solemn mass, and they cannot be forgiven in the last judgment. In addition, said the Duke of Orleans, how can there be holy objects in a castle full of monsters? Theodoric pondered for a while, then how do you explain the safety of you and these humans? Are we here? No, the Duke of Orleans said nonchalantly, did we run out of the underground passage a few days ago and run to Tal? Tal is not far from Nancy. The main thing is that the people there should have run away, and no one can prove when they appeared there. Well, Amin said, do you want to close your eyes, leader of the secret party, His Royal Highness the Prince of Anzo, Mr. Theodoric? In fact, Theodoric said, if you are talking about monsters, I know where they are. He looked at Amin. Although he had only heard that there might be a group of deformed untouchables in the Lorraine Plateau, he had never been able to spare the time to deal with them. Now might be a good opportunity. All right, Amin raised his hands, I surrender. The people besieging the castle were pleasantly surprised to find that the castle's defense was gradually weakening. The arrows were no longer so dense, the manure was lukewarm, and when they hit the city gate with a crude battering ram, a tree trunk cut from the dense forest, with no time to remove the branches, they felt it shaking weakly. They followed the priest's instructions and built a fire at the hinges of the city gate, burning the thick hinges until they were deformed. Finally, as dusk fell, the most vulnerable city gate collapsed amid the cheers of the people. They rushed forward in ecstasy, and some people were pushed down and trampled to death. So when they suddenly encountered obstacles in the dark corridor, some people waved flails and pitchforks, and screams, curses and insults intertwined to form a chaotic melody. The people at the back had no idea what was happening in the front and were still trying to squeeze in, while the people in the front, those who were lucky enough to be in the front, they were not trampled, nor killed by their companions, but what did they see? In the imagination of these people, the broken castle should be full of panicked people, running around like a group of sheep being chased by wolves. Maybe some people will resist stubbornly, but they can't hold on for long. Not only can they get the holy object, it is said that it is a ring of the Virgin Mary, and just touching it can remove high fever, pustules and black spots, and become strong and powerful. But they can also get the women in the castle, money and jewelry, clothes and any valuable things. But in the empty, dark square, there are indeed things wandering, but they look like upright dogs. Under the light of torches, their red eyes shine like jewels, their fur is smooth like silk, and the exposed white fangs are like the silver pearls of their imagination. They bend their legs and seem to move slowly, but with just one jump, they jump onto the humans who are still dozens of feet away from them. The people who finally reacted finally screamed hysterically and turned around and ran frantically. The people behind were still pushing forward, but those who saw the monsters didn't even waste time threatening or pushing them away. Instead, they climbed on them directly, then stepped on their knees, chests, shoulders and heads and crawled all the way up and down. Some succeeded, while others were pulled down, killed or trampled to death. These monsters were the untouchables created by Eminence Mitch's vampires. Vampires with bad natures sometimes did this as a prank. It was very simple to create untouchables. Only a small amount of blood was needed, not enough to transform them into vampires. These monsters not only looked weird, but also had stupid minds. They didn't even know what satiety was. As long as conditions allowed, they would keep killing and eating until their stomachs burst. Chapter 159 The Black Death, 8. In such chaos, it was impossible for the mob, who had not received any training and would not obey orders, to understand or comprehend what was happening. Of course, the Black Death posed a greater threat to them than arrows and swords, but the monster that should only appear under the intimidation of priests was a greater threat than the Black Death, just like some strong bandits are not afraid of sharp blades, but will tremble because of a mad dog with drooling mouth. However, in the dark corridor, the people behind could not see what was happening in front at all. All the people were crowded inside, and the torches fell to the ground and went out. In the darkness, the monsters feasted happily, and then suddenly there was a silvery white light, and people cheered with crying, and a monk came out proudly, holding a long arrow like a large cross, which was not only stained with the monster's black and smelly stains, but also with the bright red blood of humans. After all, in such a crowded place, it is impossible to avoid innocent people and kill the devil. However, at this time, no one would care whether the monks also hurt the devout believers. After all, according to the church, all those who contracted the Black Death were sinful. The survivors would only be thankful that they were not the ones who fell under the sword. They desperately retreated to both sides of the corridor to make way for the monks. Look, General Jaumeberg in the main building of the castle couldn't help but say, even I would be surprised. Intentionally releasing the plague is something that even the demons in hell can't do. Moreover, even if they are in high positions, they are still mortals. Aren't they afraid of the blow that may fall on their heads at any time? You can't say that, Amin said with a smile. The corrupted bracelet was originally one of the 13 holy artifacts of the blood race. It's nonsense to say that the devils in hell have never used it. It was just used to attack the believers, shake their faith, or take their lives. At least as far as I know, Naufel, who originally controlled it, has used it several times to threaten the church or attack other clans. Ah, don't look at me like that. It's mainly because the secret party cares about this. Although we can hunt as we please in the city where the plague is spreading, humans are to us like cattle and sheep are to humans. We treat humans as food and toys, but we also care about the fruits in the pastures and hope that they grow fat. Plagues that cause mass deaths are not our common means. General Schomberg paused. He had not expected that this vampire would be so frank in talking about these crazy things. His throat moved uneasily. In fact, as a Protestant, his vision of the church was not as high as that of the lambs in the church, but discussing things peacefully with many vampires in a small room was beyond his imagination. The Duke of Orleans remained silent, his face as cold as ice. If he still had a subtle hope before the incident, after all, he did not have another soul. Like Queen Mother Anne, he was a devout believer. Now, both his brother and the Roman Church had exposed too many things to him, even if he did not want to believe it. The appearance of the monk who could defeat the monsters here was already a solid proof. Everyone knows that when the Black Death was spreading, all the priests and bishops of the church could do for the people was to hold masses of penance and prayer. Although people today would certainly sneer at this, people at that time would inevitably throw themselves at the feet of the church when the crisis came. The priests of the church often said that only pain and danger can strengthen a person's faith, and this is not just for those ascetic monks. Therefore, in history, when famine, plague and war are rampant, it is an indisputable fact that the power of the church will also become stronger. But when it comes to dealing with and containing the plague, the more practical parts, like looking for the sick, sealing houses, burning and discarding corpses, etc., are all presided over by the king's officials, performed by bird-beak doctors, and completed by hired civilians. The priests never appear in places that may bring them danger, unless they have other intentions. Before, the Duke had heard that there were priests among the refugees, which was suspicious enough, and now there are monks and knights with extraordinary powers here. It can only be said that the church also thought that King Louis XIV would use those dark forces for the Duke of Orleans. Can you leave them all here? The Duke of Orleans looked down from the window. The monks had already stepped out of the corridor. The sacred white light kept lighting up in the darkness. The mob followed behind them, just like the monks following Moses. Their emotions were once again incited, even more enthusiastic than before. 6 monks, Amin said, 12 knights. The Roman Church is quite generous this time. Because the relationship between the monks of the Inquisition and the Roman Church has never been so harmonious, the Roman Church has always been stingy with its extraordinary power. But they probably know Theodoric, but they don't know that I will be here. The Prince of Tsimich continued. Indeed, in most people's impressions, his relationship with the king still remains with the Prince of Condé. The fact that Prince of Condé was able to launch the Second Fronde Rebellion had a lot to do with the fact that this prince brought him and several other loyal servants out of the castle of Vincennes. Then, Amin slowly lowered the curtain that had been lifted a crack. I have. Theodoric glanced at him. I don't know whether I should believe you. You should believe me, Theo, Amin said. I like little Louis very much. If he loses his most beloved brother, he will be very sad. Then don't play games, Theodoric said slowly. Amin laughed hoarsely, and when he pulled out a doll from under his cloak, no one present could react. The colorfully decorated, clown-like doll fell directly on the Duke of Orleans' neck, and then bit his neck fiercely. When Schomberg pulled out his pistol, it had completed its mission and fell back to its owner. With a spell, its body suddenly stretched and changed color, and in full view of everyone, it became the second Duke of Orleans. The real Duke of Orleans pressed the wound on his neck and looked at the non-existent mirror. The Duke of Orleans smiled at him, revealing his sharp teeth. The former's heart was beating violently. He was in Paris when his brother was assassinated in Dunkirk. Although he later heard that his brother had set up a puppet in Dunkirk, the Queen Mother and the bishop strictly forbade him to leave Paris at that time, so he could not see it with his own eyes. Just in case, Amin said, control it well. Theodoric said, and his slender cane, which was the sacred object of the Vanzo family and could stimulate extraordinary power in living things or human bodies, lightly touched the wall and turned into black mist, pouring out of the room through the gap in the window. Amin shook his head, and the servant beside him pulled up a black cloak to cover the puppet. The puppet could not turn into black mist or bats with the Blood Clan. 2 vampires from Smithy followed him out quickly. General Schomberg held the pistol and followed out with the gritted teeth. He returned to the room a few seconds later. They went to the side door. Then he panted uneasily. He was not a Frenchman before, and he was not a senior official in Austria, so he knew these things later than the Duke or the other marshals. The shock tonight was even greater, even though he knew that now was not the time to pay attention to faith or dark creatures. Philip saw his heightened panic and smiled comfortingly. Just think of them as another kind of mercenaries. I would like to think so, Schomberg said self-deprecatingly. Although he was called a general, he was also a mercenary. What should we do now, Your Highness? Wait? The Duke said, the next battle is not one we can intervene in. He leaned forward and blew out a candle on the desk. The room suddenly became dark. In the darkness, the Duke of Orleans grabbed the pistol in the drawer. Unlike General Schomberg, he held the pistol not to point at the enemy, but at himself. If the church won this battle, or if those dark creatures had other intentions, then he would have to kill himself first, even if ending his life would cause him to sink in purgatory for tens of thousands of years, he had to do so. He could not become a bargaining chip for others to threaten or slander the king. The priests here were only one step away from successfully expelling those monsters. Before the black fog or bats fell on the crowd and brought greater panic, they could even glimpse the lights pouring out of the windows of the main building. However, in just a gap of 100 steps, they failed because of the appearance of real vampires. The leading priest was none other than Barris's favorite student. When he realized this, he left the people behind him without hesitation. Anyway, these were sinners who were not pious enough and therefore suffered from a terrible disease. He flew over their heads and pounced directly on the group of people who were leaving the main building. The Duke of Orleans, transformed by Amon's puppet, had long light-colored hair and a black cloak, surrounded by officials and knights. When they met the priests smiled. Of course, they could not point fingers at the king, but everyone here could prove that dark creatures had crawled out of the castle. This castle, which was protected by the Virgin Mary, should have been as pure and flawless as any holy place, and indestructible. The appearance of these monsters could only prove that someone here must have colluded with the devil. They might not be able to directly judge a blood prince, referring to the person who has the right to inherit the throne, but they could shake the foundation of the monarchy, just like the riot 10 years ago, which made the arrogant Louis XIV suffer the pain of blasphemy. This made them lose their due caution. When they were hunting others, they did not realize that they had fallen into a trap. When the leading priest rushed over frantically and grabbed the neck of the Duke of Orleans, which was covered in a snow-white lace collar, the noble had turned 180 degrees and bit his throat. Amon showed a horrible look, of course not because of the scene, but because the puppet still used the face of the Duke of Orleans. The Orleans tool was very similar to Louis in some ways. This posture was extremely weird and naturally had nothing to do with elegance. He complained while restoring the puppet to its original appearance, and then took off the palm-high puppet from the neck of the priest, who could not close his eyes. "Why," he asked affectionately, "didn't your teacher mention this to you? I thought this was a homework you had to do." Barris did say that, after all, the vampires are one of the well-known dark creatures, and the 13 sacred relics are even more famous, but shouldn't the puppet be the property of Prince Simic? As a member of the demon party, even if the Prince of Simic is not in a life-and-death relationship with Prince Vanzo, they at least dislike each other. In addition, insiders have also said that the Prince of Simic once helped the king's enemy, Prince of Condé. How could he be here? The last thought was suddenly cut off. Amon straightened up and stuffed the puppet into his pocket, ignoring the puppet's caca's objections, and pressed its head to prevent it from coming out. In fact, he once wanted to leave it to the king, but was firmly rejected by Louis. This is a bit unfair. Why can the kitten stay with the king? It is not cuter than a puppet. Your Highness. A Chimish asked anxiously. Amon then looked at the crowd. After losing their leader, the monks seemed to have lost the courage to fight. The church must be poisonous, Amon muttered. If it were the Inquisition, they would fight them to death, but as long as they went to Rome and became vassals of the church, these originally powerful and determined people would slowly lose their original luster like pearls. They even wanted to escape. This is so disappointing, Amon said. Okay, you can do whatever you want today. His answer made the Chimish people shout excitedly. A Vanzo man was confronting a monk, but saw his opponent's face showing fear. Then, in a flash, the monk was thrown to the ground. His silver-crossed sword had pierced the vampire's waist and abdomen. The wound sizzled and expanded visibly, emitting terrible black smoke, but the vampire seemed to have not noticed it at all. He just bent down and ripped open the opponent's throat to suck his hot blood. The blood, which was more powerful than that of mortals, rushed into the vampire's throat and filled his broken body. The wound on one side was charred and shrunken like a slowly burning paper, and the other side was wriggling and growing like a breeding colony of bacteria. It was like an alternative competition. Just look at the end. Oh, it was the vampire of Tsimich who won the final victory. Before the monk became a shriveled shell, his wound was finally healed completely. Madman. The Vanjo said so. He looked away and found that almost all the surroundings were occupied by the jubilant Tsimishi people. Sorry, my computer crashed today and I just got it back. I will add another chapter tomorrow to express my apology. Chapter 160 The Black Death in London. The favorable advantage that the monks had previously gained was taken away by the vampires again. This time, the vampires did not even bother to hide it. After they were slightly satisfied, they turned those who were still moaning and crying into monsters in full view of everyone. They were stingy and only gave 1 or 2 drops of blood. Once the blood entered the human's mouth or wound, the person would immediately twitch violently, and his eyes would roll upwards ugly until the black eyeballs were almost invisible. The square was not like a corridor, and torches were lit everywhere. Therefore, black hair grew on their skin, their backs were hunched, their fingernails and toenails were extended to protrude from the sleeves and shoe uppers, and so on. A series of weird and terrifying changes were seen clearly by people. Their faces also changed under the catalysis, with their lips protruding forward and their noses wrinkled. They looked very much like mice or bats. As soon as they were able to stand up, they turned around and pounced on their former companions who were still in shock. This time, humans were smart enough not to block the corridor tightly, so some terrified people still rushed out, jumped into the moat, or ran onto the makeshift wooden bridge. When the priests and rebel leaders behind them saw this, they knew that their plan was likely to fail. Faith is a double-edged sword. When people firmly believe that there are holy objects in the castle that can cure diseases, they will attack the castle regardless of their lives. But when they find that they have to choose between the Black Death and death or corruption caused by dark creatures, they choose the plague without hesitation. After all, the priests said that those who died from dark creatures or corruption can never go to heaven unless they can buy an indulgence that is so expensive that they dare not even imagine the price. But to be honest, those who could afford indulgences had either left or were with the Duke of Orleans. These civilians were satisfied with a handful of bean soup, a handful because some of them did not have any tableware such as wooden bowls, provided by the rebels. Many of them were even naked. They feared death, but they were more afraid of going to hell and suffering forever, so they ignored the swords, arrows and bullets of the supervising soldiers and continued to run out of the castle. The rebel army suffered a considerable blow. Some soldiers were actually following these people. The rebel leader and the messenger of the Roman Church cursed angrily and shouted loudly, demanding that their officers recruit and gather the soldiers again. But at this moment, hundreds of soldiers appeared on the castle walls that they thought were out of ammunition and food. They used small catapults to throw clay pots as big as a baby's head at the enemy camp. Because the clay pots were small, they could be thrown very far away. The clay pots broke as soon as they hit the ground, and a greasy liquid with a pungent smell flowed out of them. The rebel leader was still confused, and the messenger of the church couldn't help but change his face. Go. Before he finished his words, a rocket came whistling, and the oil scattered everywhere immediately caught fire. The raging fire suddenly rose up like a high red wall, not only dividing the rebel army, but also surrounding them in small hells. Anywhere that was contaminated with a black liquid, even rocks and sand were burning, not to mention people. The people and horses on fire would inevitably run around frantically in search of a chance of survival, and the fire on their bodies spread in all directions like a plague. Calm down. The rebel leader shouted, they won't have too much kerosene. Humans began to use the naturally formed black oil underground as early as the ancient Greek period. The Greek fire that the king had asked scholars to study and could be used on warships was this kind of thing, but in France and the areas controlled by France, the output of underground oil is not high. But in Lorraine, there are abundant coal reserves, and coal tar is an essential raw material for dyes, medicines and some other references, so its extraction work has never stopped. Therefore, even in this era, the refining of coal tar cannot form factory production, But the coal tar brought by the wizards is enough for the Duke of Orleans to create a catastrophe, but the rebel leader and the king probably did not expect that the Duke would endure until now to use them. The rebel leader was right, there was not much black oil, but as soon as their camp was in chaos, General Schomberg's army attacked. General Schomberg was reluctant to confront the rebels because there were countless Black Death patients in front of the rebels. He learned from the king's scholars that the plague was mostly spread through exhaled gas, wounds or saliva, and on the battlefield, no matter which one, it was difficult to avoid, but now, the Black Death patients recruited by the rebels have become the blades facing them. When they lost order, their soldiers were also threatened by the Black Death, but these people had their backs to the king's army. The soldiers of the king's army wore expensive gloves, their faces covered with soft silk, and held muskets in their hands, which made them feel much more at ease. They stepped on the flames and corpses to launch the final attack. The battle lasted until the day was almost over. In the end, both sides were exhausted. When the dazzling sunlight shone on their faces, everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. Some people couldn't help but want to sit down or lie down, but they were immediately caught or reminded by their vigilant and tenacious companions. The bodies on the ground were not all soldiers. Most of them were those of the Black Death patients, or people who were unknown whether they were carrying the plague. It can be said that now any side can win as long as they have reinforcements, even if there are only 100 people. So when an army gradually appeared at the top with the sound of trumpets, they all looked over expectantly, and then the leader of the rebels looked ashen because he saw the color of royal blue. It was the king's army. Louis opened the letter under the anxious gaze of the Queen Mother and Madame Orleans. According to the king's intention, the Duke of Orleans should leave Lorraine and Alsace as soon as possible where the Black Death was spreading, but what made the king both relieved and worried was that the Duke insisted on staying in Nancy. General Schomberg, the king's reinforcements, and the lords of Lorraine who had surrendered to him tried to re-establish the order of France in the chaos. The king fully understood what his brother meant, because he did the same when he rebuilt Paris. Although riots and plagues would cause a large number of deaths, leading to social unrest and political instability, on the other hand, in places like Paris, Lorraine and Alsace, which did not fully obey the king, chaos was the best time for the king or the duke to gain absolute rule. Those who had openly or secretly opposed the king, if they died without an heir to inherit the territory and title, would certainly arouse suspicion, and some princes would even question their masters. But riots mean anything can happen, and the plague almost destroyed the entire Florence, and the 80% mortality rate can also be repeated in Lorraine or Alsace. Those who besieged the Fourville castle were strangled by the vampires and the royal army, and not many survived. The envoy of the Roman Church, a cardinal, was beheaded by General Schomberg before he could even say his name. His existence would be a trouble. At least, he would bring more problems than benefits. He and other nameless people were poured with black oil and burned. These were all supervised by the general himself, ensuring that no soldier could take the opportunity to move the body to leave the bishop's clothes or jewelry. The Queen Mother and the Duchess of Orleans certainly did not approve of the Duke of Orleans staying in Lorraine, but the attitude expressed by the Duke in his letter was very clear and firm. They went to plead with the king, and the king could only promise that he would send more medicines and doctors as soon as possible to minimize the chance of misfortune. He was certainly willing to let his brother return to Paris as soon as possible, but the letter that the Duke of Orleans wrote to the king alone was full of anger. He was unwilling to escape back to Paris in disgrace to those rebels, the Roman Church, and those vicious refugees. He wanted to use his own means to completely bring Lorraine and Alsace back into the hands of the French. In that case, Louis said in his reply, "I grant you the greatest power in Lorraine and Alsace." Soon after, everyone from the Queen Mother to the Duke of Orleans, Madame Lavalier, Colbert, Count d'Artagnan, even the king's hairdresser and lace supplier were harassed by an endless stream of visitors, because the Duke of Orleans committed atrocities in Lorraine and Alsace that even the devil would fear. Yes, Lorraine and Alsace are now completely covered by the shadow of the Black Death, and those princes, lords and lords may not be willing to surrender under the banner of the Golden Lily, and the power of the Church is stirring everywhere. At this time, the rumor that the Duke of Orleans has a holy object is still like a spark in a charcoal pile, rekindling from time to time, and the Duke of Orleans did not even spend a bit of energy on it, and did not seem to think that the incident at the castle of Fourville would happen again. But just when those villains with ulterior motives thought they had encountered an arrogant but stupid enemy, the Duke took action. He now had about 5,000 new troops and 8,000 from his vassals, a total of 13,000 troops, enough even for a battle between kings. However, he did not seem to care about winning the so-called victory, but instead pushed them out in a devastating manner, first from Nancy to Verdun, then from Verdun to Tours, and then from Tours to Alsace. Along the way, he did not see anyone, no matter how high the other party's status, or how prominent their background, or how great their reputation, because no one can compare to the king's brother. He said this, and then gave orders to the soldiers to drive away anyone they saw, villages, towns, castles and even monasteries, churches without exception. If anyone insisted on not leaving, his soldiers would set fire to the building and burn the people inside to death. This behavior is comparable to that of Vlad III, the former Grand Duke of Wallachia. However, that human being who was fabricated to be a vampire prince only executed thousands of Turkish prisoners by stake on his way hundreds of miles back to his territory from the battlefield. However, the Duke of Orleans's behavior has caused a death toll no less than that of the Black Death. Not to mention how shocked the Roman Church was, even some compassionate scholars or lords would persuade him to stop this terrible behavior. Some even claimed that the Duke had been possessed by the devil. But they only dared to talk about it, just like Vlad II in the past. Before he died, people said he was a kind and good man, and the Duke also had his own high-sounding reasons for doing so. Now it has been proved that fire is indeed the best way to deal with the Black Death. The flames will burn the seeds of the plague. The fact that he and his army are still safe and sound and have not shown any symptoms is the best proof. Moreover, while the people of Lorraine and Alsace hated him with a vengeance, the French from Verdun Tours onwards regarded the Duke as a half-saint, because the Black Death they feared melted away without a trace like frost in the fire after the Duke did this. In addition, the Duke of Orleans was not without measure. He did not massacre wantonly, but only forced the people of Lorraine and Alsace to flee and relocate. As for where they went, he did not care as long as it was not in France. But if you look at the map, you will know that the closest places to Lorraine and Alsace are the Netherlands, the Holy Roman Empire, Switzerland and the Kingdom of Sardinia. There is no doubt that these countries would not allow refugees who might carry the seeds of the plague to enter the country, so one massacre after another began. Interestingly, by this time, the Duke of Orleans's vicious reputation had faded and was no longer so loud. In the spring of the second year, the Duke of Orleans led the king's army back to Paris. Upon hearing the news, King Charles II of England laughed. Since his coronation, he lifted many of Cromwell's bans, allowing people to drink, dance and gamble. He also liked to hold various banquets and dances, or go hunting with his ministers, so he was called the King of Joy by the people. But no one could say the word joy when seeing this smile. His servants all lowered their heads, not daring to look at their king. Hidden under the cheerful skin of Charles II was a hideous face. Compared with Louis XIV, he was just a puppet, a prince, an elder, and a minister. Now the Roman Church dared to threaten him. Since the Roman Church was driven out of England by Henry VIII, it has lost control of this huge diocese for nearly 100 years. Now, the rift between Charles II and Parliament seemed to have made these flies smell the fishy smell. They buzzed around and tried to suck blood from this wound-covered body. Chapter 161 The Black Death in London, 2. If it must be said, the Roman Church had no good feelings towards the King of France and the King of England. The former had attacked and plundered Rome during the reign of Philip IV, kidnapped the Holy Father at the time and imprisoned him for a long time, then moved the church to Avignon and controlled the church for nearly 100 years, and later caused the ridiculous scene of the three popes. As for the latter, during the reign of Henry VIII, a church reform was carried out. To put it bluntly, behind a series of parliamentary bills led and supported by the king was the king's disrespect and arrogance towards the church. Although people said that Henry VIII had to do so in order to ensure that he could have a legitimate and orthodox heir, anyone with a little bit of brains knew that Henry VIII's move at the time was more of a rehash of the old tune, that is, the war between royal power and religious power. The Act of Supremacy in the United Kingdom stipulated that Britain would no longer pay a considerable annual pension to the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church. The King of England, that is, the Pope of the state religion, had the right to designate church laws and regulations, appoint bishops, and obtain the highest judicial power. Of course, the devotion of the bishops and priests to the church was naturally transferred to the hands of the king. Not only that, the large assets and lands owned by the churches and monasteries at that time were naturally put into Henry VIII's pocket. Therefore, when people in later generations talked about the king's romantic affairs with relish, behind these rosy clouds were vulgar struggles for money and power. So this time when King Louis of France heard that the Black Death had also broken out in London, he was not surprised. Since the Church dared to do this to France, it could certainly do the same to Britain, which had almost completely escaped their control. He just didn't know how Charles II would deal with it. The young king was in a worse situation than Louis at the beginning. Even though the government was controlled by Bishop Mazarin when Louis was a child, even if Bishop Mazarin did not give up his power in the end, the king had only one enemy to face, while Charles II had to face enemies throughout the House of Lords. Although the Royalists accounted for half of the people in the House of Lords, there were many people like George Monk and the Duke of Amalfi who wanted the monarch to end the chaos in Britain, but also wanted the monarch to stay quietly in the palace as a puppet. Not to mention that there were still some people who believed that the monarchy should not continue to survive in England. Charles II was like a man stuck in a quagmire, and every step he took a lot of effort. Not to mention, there were many people who were against him. Louis often thought, if he were Charles II, how should he take back power? He might turn his attention to the House of Commons. Charles II might also do this, because his reputation among the people was better than his reputation among the nobles, but traditionally, the King of England could not even appear in the House of Commons. But it was too difficult to win the support of the nobles. Louis knew very well that it was difficult to gain actual benefits with empty promises or exaggerated names for such people. However, the stupid behavior of the Church might be an opportunity for Charles II. The Church of England had been established for hundreds of years, and there were a large number of Protestants in the House of Parliament and the army. They did not recognize the Pope and the Roman Church, and would never allow them to make a comeback. So in this catastrophe, they would stand on the same side as Charles II. However, there were still many devout Catholics in the UK. It was said that some pamphlets had begun to circulate around London. Rumors spread faster than the plague, and people were panicking. Was this God's punishment for England? What is particularly worrying is that the Black Death epidemic in France did not appear in Paris and surrounding areas, but in Lorraine and Alsace. Although Lorraine is not far from Paris, under the crazy suppression of the Duke of Orleans, there is indeed a solid and unshakable iron wall between Paris and death. But the epidemic in Britain appeared in London, the capital of the country. The Duke of York will not do the same as Philip. Louis half-jokingly said to Count d'Artagnan that the Duke of York was Charles II's younger brother. In the early years of the Battle of Dunkirk, he had fought against the Anglo-French coalition forces together with the Spaniards. However, he was a smart man. As soon as he realized that the situation was not right, he immediately jumped on the ship and escaped, so his name was not among the prisoners. How is that possible? Count d'Artagnan shook his head. There are about 600,000 residents in London now, and 200,000 to 300,000 floating population. Even when the plague broke out, starting with the King of England, all the powerful and wealthy people moved from London to Oxford or the nearby countryside, but there are still hundreds of thousands of people who did not leave. Even though more and more houses were marked with crosses with chalk, there are always some fools who regard their houses, their meager properties or their jobs as more important than their own lives and the lives of their families. Moreover, fire has never been a place that can be controlled by humans. London is different from Alsace and Lorraine. The latter two are vast and sparsely populated, and the distances between towns and villages are quite considerable. London is a huge city, just like Paris. People are proud to live in the capital and are rarely willing to move away. In some remote places, the houses are as densely packed and dilapidated as the residential areas next to the Red Children Market in Paris, and the building materials are mainly rotten wood. Well, even if these people are not worthy of the nobles' concern, the royal palaces, cathedrals and royal tombs in London are like shining medals hanging on the chest of every British person. Anyone who dares to set fire to London will be sentenced to death by the judge without hesitation, and before he is beaten to death by the survivors. Count d'Artagnan's words were slapped back in his face a few days later. Just when Charles II and the Protestants seemed to be helpless, and the crowds incited by the church began to take to the streets, publicly holding mass and parading, holding holy relics and icons, and loudly confessing for the king, the Duke of York, and a group of prominent figures, a fire fell on London like real thunder. Horizontal ellipsis. The fire broke out late at night. According to later recollections, it first flashed in Pudding Lane. A stupid baker, Ferlino, forgot to turn off the oven for baking bread. Because Pudding Lane is located in the most crowded place in the old city of London, it is also a dumping ground for waste from the nearby market, and the sheds of the poor are even more connected there, so the fire was out of control. The mayor of London received the fire notice in the early morning, but unfortunately that day was Sunday, a day God had ordained for people to rest, so he actually delayed the matter until the afternoon of that day. The fire burned to the banks of the Thames River, and even people far away in Oxford could see the black smoke that connected the sky and the earth. But under such obvious symptoms, King Charles II of Oxford seemed to be blinded by the claws of the devil. Together with the ministers in the court, the members of the House of Representatives, the king's lover, the Queen and the Queen Mother, in short, everyone watched London burn until Wednesday. The fire lasted for 72 hours, causing 13,000 houses to be burned down, 87 parish churches to be burned down, including St. Paul's Cathedral, and even the cemetery was not spared. The corpses inside were like charcoal. But on Louis' desk, this fire was full of strange things. First, in 65, just a few months ago, Charles II had warned the mayor of London, telling him to be careful of the gas lamps hanging in the streets and houses, and requiring the night watchman to constantly remind people to extinguish candles, fireplaces and lights while patrolling. Although Charles II's edict may not leave London, it would be crazy to say that the mayor of London dared to disobey it. Since the members of the House of Representatives and the generals in the army were willing to show their loyalty to the king, not to mention the intrigues hidden under the glorious surface, they also asked people to respect the king. A small mayor has not despised the king's power. It is possible that he really neglected it, but when people reported to him about the London fire, he could still tell them that it was his day off, and he leisurely lifted his hat to take a walk in the park near his residence. That was quite interesting. Wasn't he worried that the ministers or the king would hold him accountable? That was London. But he did it, with a clear conscience. If this is not enough evidence, then the following statistics are even more telling. The fire swept through the entire London, but the death toll was only 5. In such a fire, hundreds of thousands of people were able to calmly, under the guidance of some vague guidance, take their children, the elderly, push carts full of their belongings, and gradually withdraw from London and disperse in all directions. To put it bluntly, even if Charles II forcibly demanded the relocation of all the citizens of London, the number of people who died in the conflict and entanglement would probably exceed the total number. Of course, the King and the House of Commons also suffered great losses this time. London could be said to have ceased to exist, and tens of thousands of people were left homeless. It was initially estimated that the fire caused a loss of £10 million, while London's annual income at the time was £12,000. In other words, it would take 800 years to recover these losses. People were lamenting that God was too cruel, but at this time Charles II stood up. He donated a considerable sum of money in the name of the king, and allowed people to temporarily enter the royal forests, rivers and lakes to hunt and fish, as well as build huts on the king's territory to live in. In this way, he attracted at least 30,000 people at once, and the nobles and ministers around him followed suit, from the Duke of York to the humblest baron. Even if they could not come up with money, they could open their territories for refugees to temporarily live in. So the people in London suddenly became more stable, even more than when the Black Death was still rampant. Yes, the Black Death was almost gone. When people fled London, they would not take the rats in the cellars and sewers with them. Even if these rats had deep underground, they would still be suffocated by the high temperature and thick smoke. When they died, the germs attached to them naturally had nowhere to go. Even those who died from the Black Death disappeared in the fire and no longer posed a threat to healthy people. Charles II wrote to Louis again, asking him to buy cement houses to rebuild London. He also saw those houses made of cement bricks and stones, knowing that they were not afraid of rain or fire. In the letter, he promised to try his best to persuade Parliament to exchange this technology and raw materials with the latest warship drawings. Is it only Charles II who is so shameless, or is every king like this? Duke Philip of Orleans said jokingly. Louis glared at him. Although Philip returned to the king intact, the marks left by Lorraine and Alsace on him were so deep that no one could erase them. When he left Paris, he was still a carefree and ambitious young man. When he came back, although he was always smiling, when people couldn't see him, the gloom between his brows was deeper than that of a mature conspirator. After all, signing a name on a death sentence is one thing, and sending thousands of people to death with your own eyes and hands is another thing. Charles II is not only shameless. Louis extended his hand to Philip, motioning him to sit next to him. This disaster, in addition to allowing the French king to completely own Lorraine and Alsace, was a blessing in disguise. The relationship between him and Philip became closer. He could now safely hand over the army to Prince Philip of Orleans, but Philip might need to recuperate for a few months. In addition, the king was also busy relocating some people from Burgundy and Orleans to Lorraine and Alsace. Since those people did not know how to be grateful, the king thought, then he would take back his reward. Charles II was also quite cruel, the king said. The Great Fire of London only caused the deaths of 5 people, but that was only the most direct cause, because they were burned to death and suffocated, he said soothingly, and some people did not make the statistical list. Who? The Black Death? The plague had been going on in London for a year, and 1/10 of the people died in 3 months. London was not as clean and tidy as Paris is now. The lower class had to drink water from the Thames, which was filled with feces and corpses. There would be more people infected with a Black Death. It was not necessarily the case that these people disappeared mysteriously when the fire broke out. It could only be said that those who could not escape were burned to death in their rooms and sheds, but no one would remember or care about them. Even their relatives and friends would not dare to admit that they had contact with a Black Death patients after escaping from London. Thinking of the letter Charles I had written to him before, those refugees must have been thoroughly screened before being accepted. Fortunately, the Black Death broke out quickly and the mortality rate was high, so it only took a week of isolation to get the results. You mean? The Duke of Orleans held the king's hand tightly. Yes, he is imitating you. But that's different. Lorraine and Alsace, before this, could not be said to truly belong to the King of France. To be harsh, it is not an exaggeration to say that they were enemies, so Philip did not have much mercy when he burned villages and towns, but London. It is the capital of England, where kings of all generations grew up, were crowned and lived. Don't forget, Louis said casually, it was those people who eagerly watched Charles I being beheaded. Although Charles I was asked by the parliamentarians not to pursue the matter, his heart must be full of resentment. Just like he used to be. Chapter 162 The Black Death in London, 3. Louis temporarily put aside how Charles II, who was far away in Oxford, cleverly competed for prestige with his ministers, generals, and elders, and how he mocked the Roman Church. He even had to put aside the matter of revenge against the Roman Church. Although, according to the current military strength, it is not impossible for Louis to repeat the story of the handsome Philip IV. But first of all, just as he had besieged Rome but failed to capture the Castel Sant'Angelo, the European countries led by the Holy Roman Empire would not allow France to control the Church for another 100 years. He could do so, but the gains would not outweigh the losses. After Philip, Duke of Orleans, returned to Paris, he also invited Cardinal Riviere to his room and asked if it was possible to push a pro-French or French bishop to the throne of the Pope. But Cardinal Riviere said with regret that since the Holy See returned to Rome from Avignon, after Gregory XI, the good thing that had been served by French cardinals for several consecutive popes was gone. Not only that, the subsequent popes were either Italian or Spanish. Now the majority of the cardinals are still Italian bishops. It is impossible for them to push a pope who is obviously unfavorable to them to the throne, even if they use the whole of France to bribe them. As he said this, he also glanced at His Majesty the King, with a meaningful look, as if to say, Your Majesty, don't forget that you were still attacking Rome not long ago. To the Pope, you are just a little more pious than the King of England. Then you know, the King said jokingly, have I also thought about peeling off this layer of skin? This sentence immediately made Bishop Riviere break out in a cold sweat, because he heard from the king's words that this sentence was not just a threat, although the ecclesiastical power in France was almost entirely in the hands of the king, but on the surface, they still belonged to the Roman Church, and Bishop Riviere was different from Bishop Richelieu and Bishop Mazarin who held real power. It can be said that although he supported the king with all his strength and was loyal to the king, he also hoped to gain benefits from the church, so, while wondering if his contact with the envoys of the Roman Church had revealed anything, or if he had attracted the attention of the king's spies on some matters, or if he had unconsciously sided with the church on some issues, he wisely shut his mouth. This idea was half true and half false to Louis. For an atheist, even if there were werewolves, witches and demons here, he would not establish true faith. The current church was indeed not worthy of people's trust. Moreover, the church had been declining and weakening since the glory of Canossa Castle. This was why he did not repeat the mistakes of his ancestors. Because it was useless to take the Pope in his hands now. The Church of England had already occupied an unshakable position. The princes of the Holy Roman Empire were mostly Protestants. The only devout Catholic power now was France except Spain. Spain and the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire were both from the Habsburg Empire. A French pope's decree would only be used by them to wipe their butts. Moreover, France was about to go to war with Spain. In this way, the Roman Church is really useless, and their hostility towards Louis has directly threatened the king and the people he cares about, as well as the king's people. Although Philippe nodded his head as king in Lorraine, if there had been no plague, Louis would have been confident that he could slowly bring these people into the pocket of France. After all, who doesn't want to live a better life? When Lorraine's steel, coal, glass and porcelain industries develop to a certain extent, these two territories will become prosperous, and the people in the territories will be able to live a comfortable life. At that time, if someone instigates them to rebel, they may turn hostile to those fools. But just when Lorraine and Alsace were beginning to stabilize, the plague spread by the church destroyed all the efforts made by Philippe, Duke of Orleans, and Louis. Louis knew very well what the priests and monks of the church would describe the Duke of Orleans who refused to allow refugees to enter the castle, and the French governor who went there later would inevitably have a hard time because of this. In this case, they could leave the territory and drive those people who hated them out of the French territory, because you may be able to guard against the enemy, but you can never guard against those disguised good people. After all, they could not guarantee that there were only French people around them. For example, the assassination of Louis in Dunkirk was apparently the act of Huguenots, and the Duke of Orleans, and the subsequent Lorraine officials, could not always be on guard against a glass of water, a needle in the saddle, or a bullet or crossbow from behind. It was just that such behavior greatly affected the development of Lorraine and Alsace. According to Louis' plan, this territory would give him several times the benefits within 3 years, but now this time may be delayed to 10 years later. Fortunately, with the help of Colbert, France's finances have improved significantly in the past few years. Louis also brought in goods from another world, as well as new technologies from the other world, led by wizards. These goods continuously filled the treasury, so that the king's subsequent arrangements would not be completely in vain. But thinking of the church, Louis couldn't help but feel annoyed. He now envied Charles II because he had a bold ancestor, Henry VIII. But, brother. Louis looked up and saw Philip, Duke of Orleans, standing in front of the desk. He was wearing a huge and fancy hat with ostrich tail feathers that could almost hang from his arms to the ground. The entire hat could cover the upper body of the Duke. When he was in Lorraine, Philip suffered a lot. When he came back, he was so thin and dark. Although the Queen Mother wanted to hold a triumphal banquet for him immediately, he still refused firmly. Not only did he refuse, but he also declined all invitations with the support of his brother and stayed in his room to keep white and fat. It looks like Vattel is doing a good job. Louis reached out and squeezed Philip's arm. Come and sit down, he said. I'll be done soon here. You can have lunch with me today. Vattel is afraid of you. Philip handed his hat to the attendant beside him and said with a smile. He does his best to follow every one of your orders and dares not disobey in the slightest. Although I am very happy that he has such awareness, Louis opened a document and said as he read it, but to be honest, what do I have to be afraid of? I don't consider myself a tyrant who will drag people out and behead them at any time. Because this royal chef was unfortunately Fouquet's chef, or rather, he was personally invited by Fouquet to Paris, and the first banquet he prepared was to entertain you. Then, while he was still expecting your reward, your guards and musketeers surrounded the place, starting with the once prominent Mr. Fouquet and the servants in the stables. All of them were thrown into the newly opened Bastille. Although, as a hired chef, Vattel did not suffer much, because no one would torture him for his obedience, he was still scared. Even if no one was executed in the Fouquet case, he still decided to flee to England. Unfortunately, his savings were lost in the chaos, and the bounty he was expecting was nowhere to be found. So when he finally raised enough money, the king was assassinated in Dunkirk, and the situation in Paris became tense. Watteau tried to leave several times but failed, and was almost arrested again. Fortunately, Prince Conti at the time tasted his craftsmanship and couldn't forget it, so he invited him to work in his home. Then, according to the tradition of the French court, the nobles always recommended the best things and people they thought to the king. After many twists and turns, Watteau actually became the king's servant. But Vattel was indeed gifted in cooking, and what he was good at was in line with the king's preferences, and his timidity also ensured that he was difficult to bribe. The king's generosity towards him also ensured that he would not easily take risks, so after several twists and turns, he actually climbed to the position of royal chef, which made many people feel indignant, because Vattel's status was really low. Not only was he not a noble, he was also an illegitimate child of an unknown father who grew up in the Bois de Boulogne. However, Louis now had less and less to consider for others. Vattel was loyal, obedient, and skilled, so he was willing to use him, just like any person with no background but ability. The king's lunch was always more sumptuous, and unlike in the past, whether it was a regular meal or a banquet, not all the dishes were placed on the table at once. According to the king's requirements, the dishes were served one by one, from soup to appetizers, from appetizers to main courses, from main courses to desserts, from desserts to coffee or tea. The dishes in winter must be hot, and in summer there were only wine or drinks. The appetizers would be chilled, and the soup and meat dishes must be warm. To do this was even more difficult than ensuring the freshness of the dishes. The solution that Wattel racked his brains to come up with was to use a dining cart with a small charcoal stove. The dishes that needed to be kept warm were placed on the small stove to keep them warm until they were taken down and poured into the same heated large silver plate when they were ready to eat. Louis asked Philip to taste the latest curry pork. Paris had become a little cold since autumn, and eating some curry could help people maintain body temperature better. He nodded approvingly to Wattel. Poultry and lamb occupied the main position on the king's table. Few people had been able to cook pork deliciously before, and curry was also a new condiment. Wattel's talents should not be underestimated as he could quickly apply curry and pork together. Vattel, who was serving on the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. People said that Louis was a gentle and tolerant monarch, but for a chef, this master was not easy to serve. First, he did not like cream, at least not in every dish. Second, he did not like mixed flavors, and each dish must have a clear main body, just like there must be only one general in an army. Third, he liked the ingredients of each meal to be as complex as possible, from all kinds of meat to all kinds of vegetables, and all kinds of spices, but his appetite was very small, so small that he only tasted 2 or 3 bites of each, and he was never like the nobles of today, who would eat a hearty meal as long as they tasted delicious food. Finally, His Majesty seldom expressed his opinions on the meals, and they had to observe carefully to determine what dishes His Majesty liked and what he did not like. It was rare to express approval so clearly like today. Even though Vattel was still afraid of His Majesty, he couldn't help but feel happy. His fingers kept moving behind him, imagining that he could make something else with pork and curry. No wait, given the king's habits, there was curry pork today, but these 2 ingredients could not appear tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Until the blueberry pie was served and the servants withdrew at the king's signal, Vattel was still planning tomorrow's menu in his mind, while the king's mind had left curry pork and returned to government affairs. He had told the Duke of Orleans before that when he returned from Lorraine, he would be involved in the first real war since the king took power, which was the war between France and Flanders. Flanders, in fact, was the southern part of Belgium today, and it still belonged to Spain. Above it was the Netherlands, below it was France, on the left was the Strait of Dover, and on the right was the Holy Roman Empire and Luxembourg. If you remember, the current Duke of Luxembourg was Prince Condé's good friend and sworn brother. The opportunity to start a war had become very mature, but some preparations were needed in the early stage. This is what Louis wanted to say to Philip, because the conspiracy of the Church this time was aimed at France and Britain, but the biggest victim was none other than Philip, who should seek the help of the king to avenge his enemies. Of course, it was the Duke of Orleans. Whether it was to repay his most loyal brother or to repay his most trusted general, Louis would not refuse. However, the revenge on the Church had to be postponed for the upcoming war in Flanders. "Philip," Louis said with some apology, "I just gave Mr. Bishop La Riviere a task," he said, while picking up the small silver pot filled with honey and pouring a thick layer on Philip's blueberry pie. He didn't like things that were too sweet, so he could taste the sweetness hidden in the sour taste of blueberries, but Philip was like the Queen Mother, who loved sweets. In order to cater to his taste, only a little sugar was added to the blueberry pie. The Duke must have tasted sour and astringent, so he must have added a lot of honey. But it was another rare reward for the king to serve him. Philip accepted it and guessed that his brother must have his reasons for doing so. Thinking of the upcoming war of Flanders. Is it related to the king's wife's dowry? After the king put down the silver pot, Duke Philip also politely poured some on the pie for the king. The shiny gold thread sparkled in the sun, as if connecting the minds of the two brothers together. Yes. In the first few years of Louis's reign, money was needed almost every day and everywhere, and compared with the cost of armaments and construction, personal enjoyment, no matter how luxurious, was just a drop in the bucket. In those days, the king even forced himself to look at the request for money handed to him by Colbert. It must be said that he always doubted whether he would become the second Charles I. Compared with Charles I, the money he spent on both may have increased countless times. The reason he did not become bald or mad was entirely because Louis had a healthy, young body and a tenacious soul. Oh, and Colbert. Colbert's eldest daughter and second daughter had married two dukes respectively, and the third daughter, who was still a toddler, must also have the title of duchess. But if the king were to say, he was absolutely worthy of this reward. Poor Colbert, when he first met the king in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, he was still a young man with thick hair, and now it is said that he has become the most popular customer in the wig shop. In such a crisis, the king did not ask Philip I of Spain for Queen Teresa's dowry. Was it really for love? Of course not. Even the most naive queen mother did not think so. The French ministers, who always chattered about the king's respect for the queen, rarely mentioned this matter. Sister-in-law. I asked her to stay in Fontainebleau for a while. Louis cut a pie and watched the purple-red filling slowly flow out. She will leave today. As a princess of Spain and queen of France, Teresa's situation was of course very embarrassing, not to mention that Louis still used her dowry as an excuse to go to war with Flanders. She was indeed better in Fontainebleau than in the Louvre. At least there she would not meet people she didn't want to see, and the environment in Fontainebleau was better than the Louvre in the center of Paris. So the reason you asked Monsieur Bishop La Riviere to go to Rome is, well, we need the support of the Roman Church for this request. Today's High Court is almost equivalent to Louis's personal tool, and the Privy Council is also obedient to the king. Now all the king needs is the support of theology for this war. Of course, it is for France. The failure of the Church's conspiracy is also a blow to the Church. If they can think that as long as they support the French king on this matter, they can be forgiven, the problem can be solved. But in contrast, Philippe, Duke of Orleans, was almost left in Nancy forever. Louis also admitted that he was very shameless and asked him not to speak for himself and pretend that nothing had happened. What about the Holy Roman Empire? Philip, like every time before, did not disappoint his brother. He smiled and asked, I'm afraid Leopold I will not allow us to oppress this family and expand our territory in Flanders. Louis sighed with relief. Yes, we must also consider Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire. He just married Teresa's sister Margaret, and unlike Teresa, Margaret and her descendants still retain the right of inheritance to Spain, only after the current king of Spain. So, we are not without a chance, Philip. Compared to having the right of inheritance, Leopold I certainly hopes to have Spain as soon as possible. If we inform the Emperor of Carlos II's physical condition and promise that as long as we get Flanders, Brabant and Franche-Comté, we will no longer pursue the right of inheritance to the Spanish throne, do you think he will agree? It's very likely, Philip said, having forgotten the cold pie, but do you really want to give up? A bird in the hand is worth 1,000 in the forest. Louis said, Leopold I was born in 2 years younger than me. No one would believe that he has no ambitions. And compared with the whole of Spain, Flanders is nothing. As you said, he will agree. Then have you chosen the envoy? Well, I plan to let Prince Conti do this. Although I have no intention of interfering with your thoughts, Philip said, but I must say that Prince Conti is indecisive and weak-willed, or to be more precise, a coward, and not a good person to do this. If possible, my brother, I would rather do this for you, to meet with the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and win his neutrality or bias for you. I believe you will do better than anyone else. Louis shook his brother's hand soothingly. I also know Conde, but what I need is an envoy like Conde, because only such a person can make Leopold I despise us in France, and think that even if we get Flanders, it will not pose a threat to him and sign the agreement. But you are different, my brother, he said affectionately. Your enemies fear you and understand you. As soon as Leopold I sees you, he will immediately become alert. I will disguise myself as a useless villain, Philip said, or a woman. Even though his enemies now say that he is a devilish general, he still maintains his preference for little skirts. Nothing can be more confusing than this. No. Louis said without thinking, if it's just because you like, you can dress yourself however you want, but if it's for me, for France, I would rather you bleed and get hurt than have your reputation damaged. I would rather see people fear you than see them despise you. Don't even think about it, I will never allow it, and I have more important things to ask you to do than Leopold I. Can you tell me, Your Majesty? Of course. Louis fiddled with the pies on the plate and found that they were all cold, so he asked the servant to take them away to heat them up, and then, with a wide variety and quantity of tableware, he discussed with the Duke of Orleans an event that would affect the whole of Europe and even the whole world. Louis and Philip were living in harmony, and Charles I, who was far away on the other side of the channel, could finally put down the heavy burden on his shoulders. In order to take advantage of this opportunity to gain the support of the people and ministers, he spent all his money and even sold the Queen Mother's jewelry and clothes. Even the banquet had not been held for several months. However, these efforts were not fruitless. The Black Death in London had disappeared, and the reconstruction work was proceeding in an orderly manner. Support from France was arriving at the port one after another. Although these cement and craftsmen needed to be exchanged for the latest warship drawings, they also greatly alleviated London's urgent needs. The Parliament and the Senate had nothing to say about this. At the same time, Louis also vaguely mentions something about the Roman Church in his letter to Charles II. Charles II did not dare to believe it. How dare they do such a thing? Forget about Britain, spreading the plague in Lorraine. Doesn't the Roman Church fear the Black Death? At that time, the Black Death swept across Europe. But not long after, he got a message that the plague spread by refugees from Lorraine and Alsace miraculously disappeared after entering the Rhine River basin. People praised it as a gift from God, and the church received a large donation. But maybe this is why they were so confident in planting the seeds of the plague. This chapter is a combination of 2 chapters, and the compensation chapter promised to everyone is included in it. The extra words are free. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Prince Conti and Leopold I. The name of Prince Conti is Armand, and he is exactly 36 years old this year. Unlike his brother, he is not a brave and resolute person, or rather, he is the exact opposite of Prince Condé. Although Prince Condé has great military talent and ambition, he is gentle by nature or has a fear of politics. It can be said that Prince Condé's rebellion was entirely instigated by his sister and wife, but Prince Conti is not like that. He has no ability, but is always like a clown who desperately needs to get loud applause from the audience. He can't wait to rush onto the stage as soon as he gets the chance. During the first Paris riot, he happily took on the position of Grand Marshal of the Fronde. At that time Prince Condé was a royalist, but Madame Longueville and Prince Conti stood on the opposite side of him. When the second Paris riot broke out, he even regarded himself as a blood prince. As mentioned before, he regarded himself as a noble person who could inherit the throne of France. It can only be said that he was fortunate to be born in France, where the nobles would not necessarily be executed even if they rebelled, and because Prince of Condé was forgiven and still valued by the king, he was treated with great respect and ease. Moreover, Bishop Mazarin was still alive at that time, and he hastily married one of Bishop Mazarin's nieces and became her son-in-law. Therefore, the bishop also found him a position as governor of Guyenne province. After that, he was successively sent by the bishop to fight in Catalonia and Italy. After the death of Bishop Mazarin, he was transferred to Languedoc by the king. Languedoc is located in the south of France, close to Spain. It is sunny and rich in wine. But the king transferred him there for a reason. Compared with Guyenne, which once belonged to the King of England, there is a place named there that you must be very familiar with, which is the well-known Bordeaux. At this time when Spain is becoming increasingly weak, Languedoc is obviously much more peaceful and orderly. Moreover, it faces the Mediterranean Sea, and the king intends to build shipyards and docks there. This job is not something that not everyone can access or understand. On the king's behalf, Prince Condé sternly warned his brother before he left. Now it seems that even if this warning failed to make Prince Condé a better person, at least it ensured that he did not become worse. What made Louis say was that maybe Prince Condé was just a mediocre man, especially compared with his brother, but to be honest, he was much luckier than everyone else, because not long after Prince Condé left Languedoc, the new governor of Languedoc was assassinated. Fortunately, the new governor was a brave and skilled general, so he only suffered minor injuries. Later, they discovered that the assassins had dug a secret passage outside the official residence, leading directly to the governor's bedroom. If Prince Conti had stayed in Languedoc, with his mediocre skills, I am afraid the king would have to find someone else to go to the Holy Roman Empire. Some Huguenots sneaked into the governor's palace. Of course, the king remembered them in his heart. The feud between the Huguenots and the French royal family began in the early morning of August 24, 1572. On that day, tens of thousands of Catholics in Paris, together with the soldiers of the king and the Queen Mother, launched a massacre against the Huguenots, including higher-ranking officials below the rank of general. Even the King of Navarre at the time, the Queen Mother, gathered the Huguenots together in the name of presiding over his wedding with Princess Margaret, was forced to convert to another religion in order to survive. The massacre spread from Paris to Toulouse, Bordeaux, Lyon, Rouen, and Orleans. 100,000 people died, and the Seine River in Paris was piled with corpses. The residents did not dare to eat the fish in it. Atrocities followed one after another until 1598, when Charles IX's brother-in-law Henry IV, King of Navarre, obtained the right to rule France and finally stopped it by issuing the Edict of Nantes. Neither the king, nor the ministers in the palace or the outer court were surprised or angry about this. They had too many things to deal with and had no time to take care of the Huguenots in the country for the time being. But as long as the king and the ministers could free up their hands, these pagans would inevitably be struck like a thunderbolt. The Catholics were certain of this. Louis did not care much about the issue of faith at first, but as the Huguenots repeatedly challenged their patience and tolerance, they should have no complaints about what he would do in the future. In short, this lucky gentleman, Prince Conti, finally arrived at the Louvre in one piece. At this time, the pursuit of fair skin was temporarily limited to noble ladies, so under the caress of the bright sunshine, Prince Conti had a dark and shiny complexion like a Spanish fisherman. Duke Philip of Orleans mocked him mercilessly, saying that if there was a masquerade in the court, Prince Conti could easily dress up as a black chief. Prince Conti was not angry about this, but laughed and assured the Duke that if there was such a banquet, he would definitely dress up like this according to his brother's instructions. This answer made the Duke of Orleans helpless. He finally understood why his brother insisted on letting Prince Conti go on a secret mission to the Holy Roman Empire. At least, he or Prince Condé could never do this. But think about it, this gentleman was willing to condescend to marry the niece of Bishop Mazarin, the daughter of a merchant, and of course he could be so humble in front of his brother who held real power and was deeply trusted by the king. Regardless of the Duke of Orleans' ridicule of Prince Conde, Prince Conde's appearance is still worth mentioning. He is the younger brother of the great Conde, but in appearance, Prince Conde is more masculine, rough and strong, while even if Prince Conde's skin is tanned and he applies mirabilis powder, his face can be as beautiful and round as a lady's. His facial features are quite delicate, even too small. According to the physiognomy advocated by Europeans at that time, this kind of appearance would make the person appear narrow-minded and timid, and his actions seem to illustrate this point. He saluted the king respectfully. When the king looked at him, he also paid attention to the king without being noticed. The king was born in 1938 and was already 28 years old this year. His eldest son was already 6 years old. He also had a little prince and a little princess. He was at a good age to be promising. From the perspective of Prince Condé, the king was open-minded, but that didn't mean he didn't have the qualities of a monarch. Prince Condé knew very well that Louis was tolerant of others in many cases, not because he was really a kind person, but because his reason always took precedence over his emotions, so he would use Tyrann, the Grand Condé, and even himself. But if you disappoint him, just like Fouquet once did, the Bastille would be your best destination. Of course, there are worse things. Prince Condé also received a letter of help from Fouquet in prison, but the king acted as if there had never been a person named Nicolas Fouquet. No matter how he struggled or begged, it was the same. Prince Condé felt that if he also disappointed the king, then his ending would not be much better. "How much do you know about Leopold I, the Holy Roman Emperor?" Louis asked. "Not much, Your Majesty," Prince Conti said honestly, "and I know him as an enemy." "Not much is better than nothing," Louis said, "and as enemies, we can often see other people's every move more clearly, and thus peek into their hearts and minds." He raised his hand, and Bonhomme and Philippe worked together to bring a huge portrait. After lifting the curtain covering the portrait, Prince Conti saw the portrait of Leopold I. Then Bonhomme and another servant brought a map of Europe, which was resurveyed by Louis and was more detailed and careful than the previous map. "He doesn't look as majestic and elegant as you, Your Majesty," Prince Conti said sincerely. It was true. Leopold I's father had a mother who was not a Habsburg, but Leopold's grandparents were still cousins. When Leopold I's father, Ferdinand II, got married, his wife was a Spanish princess, a noblewoman of the Habsburgs. The close bloodline doomed the children to early death and inheritance of diseases, which was specifically reflected in the big chin of the Habsburg bloodline. Leopold also had such a big chin. In the portrait, he was half sideways according to tradition, so his chin was particularly protruding, making his face look like a mirrored C. And although the emperor was 2 years younger than Louis, he looked older than Louis XIV when he died, perhaps because of his bulging eyes and drooping eye bags, as well as the lingering sadness. Although this young emperor could be said to have become the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire through various means, including bribery, deals and threats, the torture he suffered was no less than that of the Archduke of Austria. Not long after he ascended the throne, King Charles X of Sweden and Prince Transylvania of Hungary formed an alliance to oppose the emperor. Upon hearing this, Prince Conti subconsciously glanced at the king. Others might not know, but he knew very well that the war that had caused Leopold I to suffer a serious setback was the war that their Majesty had tried to promote in order to prevent the Holy Roman Empire from intervening in the war between France and Rome. The king pretended he saw nothing. Later, Leopold I repelled the alliance between Sweden and Hungary with the help of King John II Casimir of Poland. The problem was that this war not only threatened the rule of Leopold I, but also caused a serious consequence. It was precisely to support Leopold I that King John II lost the power to resist when facing the Ukrainian uprising and ceded eastern Ukraine to Russia behind the Ukrainians. Later, he was rude in the war between Sweden and Poland and ceded northern Livonia to Sweden. Now Poland exists in name only. His Majesty the King is said to be about to abdicate and become a priest. The territory of Cimahi is in Poland, which is why Aman was so angry that he almost made John II into ham. If he is not careful, that Cimahi family will be like the pitiful Naufel family. After losing their inherent territory, they can only wander around and become the laughingstock of the blood clan. Of course, Prince Conti could not know this secret for the time being, but he knew that the Austrians had been facing the threat of the Ottoman Empire. Although this behemoth slowed down the expansion of its territory in the late 16th century and even lost some important strongholds, it was still a terrible threat and the #1 enemy of Leopold I. And because of the alliance between Sweden and the Principality of Transylvania, it was obvious that Charles X of Sweden was manipulated by the French, and the Principality of Transylvania was a puppet of the Ottoman Empire. So Leopold I, after getting a chance to breathe, declared war on the Ottoman Empire. They fought from 63 to 64, and the Holy Roman Empire was defeated first and then won. The offensive momentum of the Turks was curbed, so on August 10, they signed a peace treaty with Austria. Here we have to hear about the Roman Church again. There is no doubt that the Roman Church, at least on the surface, hates pagans and has no possibility of compromise or appeasement. Therefore, the priests have been trying to unite the whole of Europe from 1096 to 1291 for 200 years, forming the Crusades and carrying out the Eastern expeditions, the so-called religious wars. But in the final analysis, this is just a delusion and fiction made by the Roman Church to expand its power and influence in the secular world. Just look at the results and you can see it at a glance. The power of the Church has indeed gone a step further in these 9 Eastern expeditions. When the Church began to weaken, the Crusades were also left unfinished. Leopold I's victory over the Ottoman Turks can be said to have greatly encouraged the Europeans. Just a few days ago, Louis heard that the Pope intended to organize another crusade, although people said that the hope was slim. But even if it was slim, Louis did not want the Church to succeed. Now the priests can drive the sword against the pagans, and in the future they can also drive the sword against France or themselves. Especially the latter. When Louis was a teenager, Bishop Mazarin said that the king's enemies were all over France, and it was still the case now. So, Prince Conti said cautiously, "Should I still inquire about this?" "No need to inquire," Louis leaned back in his chair, "maybe someone will come and tell you in person." This sentence really made Prince Conti sweat. He knew what the king meant. After all, he had played an important role in 2 riots against the king, the first as the Grand Marshal and the second as Your Highness the King's brother. He also instigated the Duke of Orleans to take over the title of Regent King when the king was assassinated. If the king wanted to investigate, he could stay in the Bastille until his hair and beard turned white. But on the bright side, those big fish swimming in the shadows would be eager to swim over and bite the hook when they saw such a delicious bait. "I'll write down everyone's name in case you ask," he said quickly. Chapter 164 The calm before the war. Prince Condé admitted that he was a villain who changed his stance according to the situation, but as the saying goes, villains also have their uses. He also knew that the king did not send him to Austria to make him an upright and good man. When it comes to sowing discord and deceit, his brother Prince Condé, his brother's close friends the Duke of Luxembourg, and the Viscount of Turin could not surpass him in this regard. But if he had a choice, he would definitely not take this deal. Of course, others don't know, but to say that Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I knew nothing about France's full support for the Ottoman Turkish attack on Austria is something only an idiot would say. Leopold I might not detain or execute Prince Conti, but just like the Marquis of Craigie, as the king's envoy in Rome, was still besieged by a group of despicable villains, no one knew whether the nobles of Vienna would challenge Prince Conti to a duel or directly murder him for an extremely trivial reason. Prince Conti therefore complained to the king openly and asked for a team of musketeers equipped with the latest armaments and 2 monks. These 2 monks were specially hired by the king from Mauritius. If you have not forgotten, the Duke of Orleans, Gaston, had the traces of summoning the devil, Louis XIV falling off his horse and almost drowning. The puddle was actually only up to his knees, and his subsequent bedridden illness can all be said to be the former's fault, and the strange tempera paintings that Duke Gaston bought from Flanders were still displayed in his room until his death. Although his confessor and bishop insisted that he had confessed, the Duchess of Montpensier said that her half-sister had let the cat out of the bag to her lover, and that Duke Gaston not only did not confess, but was cursing the king, both father and son, at the last moment of his death. Now France is seeking Flanders again, which makes the king have to be vigilant. The preparations for the war are already in full swing. Once this huge vehicle starts, it will be impossible to stop. He is determined to win Flanders, but the Flemish and Spanish people are sure to hold different opinions. If Prince Conti is assassinated, it will undoubtedly be the best counterattack and humiliation to the King of France. Louis will certainly not allow this to happen. He originally had some wizards in his hands, but these wizards from Italy were temporarily sent to other places by him. In order to resist foreign aggression, one must maintain domestic stability. This saying is actually not wrong, especially in a place like France where rebellions are frequent. This time, Louis plans to lead the army in person. Before he leaves Paris, all heretics and hidden dangers must be eliminated. Even if they are not eliminated, it must be ensured that they dare not do anything reckless in the next 1 or 2 years. However, before Prince Conti leaves Paris, the king must first hold a grand banquet to send him off happily. This banquet was magnificent. All the famous dignitaries tried their best to crowd into the Louvre. From the terrace to the stairs, it was crowded with people. If someone wanted to salute the king, they had to walk through a narrow path of several hundred feet, between the gold and silver coats and the increasingly wide skirts. Then the people around the king would have to look at the person's status before giving up their seats, or just look at the king's attitude, tilting their heads or to the side. Those who were not prominent enough could only get a quick glimpse of the king's face, and then they could only look at the ladies' backs or, not so polite buttocks. Prince Conti was of course a special honor. He sat below the king, second only to his brother Philippe, and his elder brother Condé was even lower than him, because the king needed to talk to him in the noisy crowd. From the bottom of my heart, Prince Conti pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Louvre is really too small. The king also deliberately chose the Grand Gallery in the Louvre. This huge and spacious corridor can be said to be the most spectacular building in the Louvre. Even so, people here are still shoulder to shoulder. The candles hanging from the dome and the heat brought by the breath even make this place feel hazy like a Turkish bath, and suffocating. But as long as the king is here, no one will leave first, no matter how unbearable it is. The king's younger brother Philip was also dressed up today. The years in Lorraine gave him a military physique. He was tall and strong, and could carry dozens of pounds of lace and fabrics without being moved. When he brought the king a glass of iced lemonade, his hand was steady, and you couldn't tell at all that he was wearing several heavy rings. This situation will soon be improved. Louis took a sip of lemonade and said to them during the audience, "The main building of Versailles is almost completed. I plan to spend 3 to 5 years to decorate and furnish it. By then, we won't have to be so crowded." "Oh," Prince Conti said casually, Are those buildings I have seen? It is indeed very large, Your Majesty. People say that you are going to build a new city there. You can say that. Louis said that the most important thing is that he still wanted to move the political center of France to another place. The Louvre is not bad, but it is located in the center of Paris. Although it was originally a military castle, judging from the two Fronde riots, its defense is not even as good as the Bastille. Louis's future road is still very long and rugged, and his enemies will only increase in number. He cannot pin his hopes entirely on, the people. The new palace in Versailles has 1,000 rooms, surrounded by a newly opened moat and magnificent gardens, but Louis' ambition does not stop there. He also plans to drive the development of all the surrounding areas of Versailles. The people he brought back from exile have settled in Versailles for more than 10 years, and their children have grown up. They are either farming and working for the king or building a new palace for the king. They are also receiving training and education. They are trustworthy to Louis, and Louis is trustworthy to them. It can be said that even when the French treasury has never been full, the people of Versailles can still get the greatest treatment, the cheapest rent, the most meager taxes, the most tolerant masters. In contrast, there are also the most stringent laws and the most rigorous audits, not only for outsiders, but also for the people of Versailles themselves. After all, Louis does not want to see a second Paris. When the main building of the Palace of Versailles was initially completed, while decorating it, the king also planned to create a huge commercial area, with countless rich goods, food, and various novel entertainments, a place where people would forget to return from spending money. His experiment on the Duke of Lorraine had a satisfactory result, and all he paid was a bathroom, a heating facility, and some exquisite but impractical things. Oh, and maybe some delicious food. As for gambling, singing and dancing, and beautiful women, these were all things that Paris originally had. Louis did not have such great expectations that he could paralyze those cunning princes with pleasure, but the Duke of Lorraine also made him see another possibility. Yes, he might not be able to convince those old people, but compared to them, Louis was so young, and so were their heirs. The old people might be willing to repeat the same life and stick to their castles until they died, but it was needless to say what choice those lively young people would make. Even those lords and lords would hope that their heirs and other children could find a place by the king's side. Everyone knew that the king liked young people and was willing to reuse them. While planning for the future, the king calmly looked at the people around him, starting with Philippe, Duke of Orleans, to Prince of Condé, Duke of Luxembourg, Viscount of Turin, and some old ministers from the Louis XIV period, then Colbert and some of his friends, and then the noble ladies gathered around the Queen Mother, headed by the Duchess of Orleans and the Duchess of Montpensier, and a group of people centered on Madame Lavalier. The king does not have many positions now, but after this war is over, the king will need a large number of officials, governors, priests and clerks, the new palace will need servants, and Versailles will need more merchants and craftsmen. In addition, with a formally established navy and the expanded army, by then, the king will have thousands of vacancies waiting for people to fill them. The king's request is not excessive, after all, there must be gains and losses, he only needs them to give a little bit of what originally belonged to the king. A complete France. So people saw the king suddenly sigh deeply, and they speculated in their hearts what this was for, but probably no one would guess that the king was just worried that such a project might take 10 or 20 years. Stop, 20 years is the final deadline, and he still has more things to do. He glanced at the eager Prince of Conti and guessed his intention. Of course there will be a room for you. The king said, you can even choose from several rooms, for example, you can live in the same corridor with the Prince of Condé. Don't. Prince of Conti said almost reflexively, in return for a stern look from his brother. He immediately lowered his head, but he was absolutely unwilling to live with Condé. Before the Second Fronde, Prince Condé could be said to be romantic, unrestrained and uninhibited. He even deliberately pursued the Duchess of Montpensier in order to displease the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin. But during those days in Spain and after being captured in the Battle of Dunkirk, he suddenly became more stable or rigid. Perhaps it was because he knew very well that he was still a sinner in the king's heart, so he was extremely vigilant and cautious. He expected his brother to do a good job in the work assigned to Prince Condé by the king, but he was also worried that Prince Condé would fail or even lose his life because of his usual frivolity. In addition, as a general of France, he certainly hoped to reach an alliance with Leopold I. Good times always seemed to be fleeting. On the morning of bidding farewell to Prince Conti, Paris was shrouded in a rare thick fog. It was wet everywhere, and even the light of the torches was no longer so dazzling. Instead, the king's kerosene lamps emitted their usual yellow light in the streets and alleys. Prince Condé handed over one of his team of guards to Prince Conti, and endured the ominous words of at least being able to run back, watching his brother's carriage rolling over the blue-gray concrete road and disappearing at the end of the street. When Prince Conti was in Paris, he also lived a life of day and night reversal, only going to the Louvre, the Bois de Boulogne and a few salons. Today, as he was leaving Paris alone, he was interested in looking through the car window at this ancient city that had been destroyed twice and had regained its vitality at the hands of the king. Although the fog was thick, to the prince, the fog was like layers of curtains covering his eyes, and when the curtains were opened, there was a new scene that made him feel very happy. The road that stretched out from under the wheels to the distance, no longer muddy or dirty, the slate, cement, covering the roadside gutters had simple patterns, but with a blessing of quantity, it actually had a special beauty. Those houses that had been devoured by flames, smashed by hammers, and pulled down by ropes were now it has become a neat 3-story building. Generally speaking, there will be several families living in this kind of building, but under the king's decree, the appearance of these houses is no longer messy because of debris or poles. Some windows are inlaid with glass. This is also because Lorraine's glass industry has developed greatly in recent years. There are road signs at street turns or intersections, pointing north and south. There are numbers in front of the houses and even the names of the people living in them. It is said that in order to achieve the king's requirement, the king's brother Philip and his subordinates who were in charge of this matter have put in a lot of effort, and even dealt with a group of disobedient mobs for this purpose, but the benefits are obvious. It is unlikely that thieves, vagrants and villains will be able to escape by relying on the maze-like streets and chaotic living environment. In addition, Prince Conti opened the car window and breathed in the air that was a little cool but no longer smelly. The king moved the fish, livestock market and leather workshops to the outskirts of Paris, and laid sewer pipes in the new district, so now the Seine is no longer always full of white foam and floating feces. Although the residents complained that they had to walk a long way to buy food, they were also happy to see fish in the Seine or jump in to swim. The water drawn from the Seine by the canal can be drunk after a little filtering, and it will not cause plague. They passed a reservoir before. Like other houses, the reservoir was hung with a kerosene lamp according to the king's request. The light illuminated the water waves below, and layers of golden scales were looming in the mist, which was indescribably beautiful. How wonderful it would be! Prince Conti said to himself, I am a little anxious now. If Paris, which is suffering from many problems, can become so good, then what about the Palace of Versailles, which was built completely according to the king's wishes? It is said that its foundation and water supply and drainage projects took 4 or 5 years to complete. I believe it will be more perfect and more comfortable. Chapter 165 Hofburg. Because of this idea, after leaving Paris, Prince Conti boldly disobeyed the instructions of Prince Condé and secretly ran to Versailles. However, to his disappointment, Versailles now looks more like a military fortress, because the whole structure is made of cement concrete, and it looks gray. There is no marble, no gold foil, no exquisite carvings and elegant curtains, but the gardens and courtyards have taken shape. The main reason is that the king has a great demand for water resources, so almost since 1952, when he was a young man who had just reached adulthood, the refugees who followed the king here began to dig canals and reservoirs for the king, which became their first job to make a living. The nearest water source to Versailles is the Seine River, and the distance between Versailles and the Seine River is even greater than that of Paris. Fortunately, the Paris area was originally a basin, and Versailles is full of swamps, so there is no need to build aerial canals like Toledo and Spain to divert water. But the Grand Canal that Prince Conti saw is enough to be jaw-dropping. This river is almost no different from the one given by God to mankind. There have always been rumors in the court that the king made a deal with the devil and hired hundreds of wizards to work for him. Now it seems possible. A boat with a white sail glided past Prince Conti leisurely. The people on board had no time to take off their hats to salute the prince. Gray seabirds, which may have come from the distant Strait of Armanches or the Strait of Calais, followed the small boat, perched on the top of the mast, or soared around the boat. Prince Conti did not understand why at first. The officials of Versailles told them that these ships were set up by the king for this canal and came from the port of Le Havre. Since Le Havre has been a huge port city since the early 16th century, Many goods can be transported directly to Versailles, including a large amount of fish, which the king specially allocated funds to reward the craftsmen here. As for why there were so many seabirds following the boat, it was because a merchant once sent rotten sea fish. Although this practice was not uncommon in this era, after dozens of people vomited and had diarrhea because of the rotten fish, Mr. Colbert immediately investigated the matter thoroughly. The merchant and the official in charge were arrested, and then the king personally signed the death sentence. So from then on, merchants would rather throw away even half-dead fish than to ensure that the fish sent to Versailles are clean and fresh. Aren't they afraid? In this era, it is not uncommon to see people using inferior products as good ones, but it is the first time that Prince Conti has heard of people losing their lives because the food ingredients are not fresh. After all, these foods are for the lower class, not for the palace. The king paid a large écu per barrel, and these fish are almost free at the seaside. Oh, Prince Conti couldn't help but shout, even so, the king is too good to these craftsmen. Isn't it? The official said. Of course he would not tell Prince Conti that these craftsmen also have to train morning and night like soldiers. They can not only eat fish, but also chicken and fish. Their bodies have become extremely strong, smart and loyal in sufficient nutrition and regular life, and in constant exercise. They are the real foundation of Versailles, but now they are just hidden by the king in the huge project. How many people are there here? The prince asked, looking at the dense crowd on the platform. 50,000 people, the official said in his heart, about 27,000. He said that he was not worried at all about being exposed by Prince Conti because the craftsmen here worked in shifts. A great project, said Prince Conti. The Versailles area was also located in the Paris basin, and was actually lower than Paris. It used to be forests and swamps, but now he saw a high platform where one had to look up to see the whole view. He couldn't help asking, I remember that this should have been a moss field. The king asked to build this place, said the official, and all this oil dug out when the canal was dug was piled here. Although the building itself was still very rough, with smoke and dust everywhere, and the places where one could walk were all paths for craftsmen to walk on or low bridges built with wooden boards, Prince Conti's irresistible curiosity drove him up. The king's new palace was actually located on an artificial hill. Looking down from above, it was a gradual step terrace. The main body of the palace was on the top floor, without a doubt, but there were square buildings on the second and third floors. Prince Conti looked around and guessed about his room. Oh, of course it should be on the top floor. If not, he would rather stay in Paris or return to his fiefdom, and would never come to Versailles. But the rooms on the top floor are undoubtedly the fewest, maybe only 300 rooms or less. Prince Conti calculated again and again in his mind. Because the main body is supported by concrete columns with amazing diameters, the space here is extremely huge. Prince Conti even feels that it is larger than the hall of a church or monastery. He stood between a dozen gray-black cement columns and looked down. He saw a courtyard extending from the foot of the base, which was thousands of feet long. The border of the courtyard was the shimmering moat. In the center of his vision, there was a lush holly maze. On both sides of the maze were roads. One end of the road closed in front of the suspension bridge in front of the moat, and the other end was divided into 3 branches, leading to the palace on the bottom floor and the stairs in the middle. From the bottom to the top, there are more than 300 steps in total. Prince Conti was a little out of breath after climbing up, but the scenery at the top is indeed incomparable. I just don't know how many people will work hard to climb up in the future. As he thought about this, he went to see the garden at the back. The back garden was larger than the courtyard in front, especially a square lake connected to the Grand Canal. If it was really necessary to defend here, the prince estimated that the enemy would not be able to wait until they ran out of water, and even less likely to run out of food. He had already seen the ripples left by the fish swimming by in the lake. If it was said that when Prince Conti asked the king for a room when he left Paris just to prove that he was still in favor, now he really wanted to live here. The officials respectfully sent Prince Conti away. That night, the records of Prince Conti's stay in Versailles were sorted out and placed on the king's desk. The king's ideal was exactly the same as Prince Conti's guess. The designer he recruited, Louis XIV, initially just followed the convention and expanded and rebuilt the hunting palace left by Louis XIV, but Louis had different ideas. He did not intend to touch Louis XIV's legacy, both to commemorate his father and to prevent his new palace from having too many historical remnants. He wanted more than just a new palace. He wanted a holy site, An unforgettable Garden of Eden, a paradise on earth, although it was a bit presumptuous to say so. With this idea in mind, and referring to some rumors from the Far East, the new palace that the king expected eventually became what Prince Conti saw. The project that Louis originally expected to take 20 years to complete was shortened by nearly 2/3 with the help of cement and wizards. Now, the king asked him to shorten the time for interior and exterior decoration to 2 years. I really hope that I can hold a celebration in the new palace on my 30th birthday. If it weren't for the king, Louis and another designer, Daub, would have something to say, but now they could only argue, "This is impossible, Your Majesty." Louis said, "Even a marble statue placed in a niche will take several months to complete." "Alice," the king said naively, "can't we make a mold with plaster and then cast it with cement? Not only does it save time, but it also saves money." Louis was obviously stuck, and looked for help at Lebrun, the king's official painter. Lebrun was used to the king's extraordinarily frugal in some aspects, or rather, His Majesty sometimes felt that it was meaningless to waste a lot of money for people's praise, because, "I am the king." When His Majesty refused to customize luxurious jewelry for him, he said, "They always praise me." If a king has a strong army and navy, not only his ministers and generals, but also monarchs and popes of other countries will come to flatter him. Louis saw this very clearly. Moreover, the king said shamelessly that if he needed to show the honor of the King of France in front of the envoys, he could also borrow jewelry and clothes from his brother Philip. Anyway, their body shapes were similar, and as the king's brother, His Highness, Philip's clothing had nothing to be shy about. His clothes were usually the same as the king's, frequently using royal blue, gold and silver threads and lily patterns. In order to defend their dignity as architects and artists, Louis, d'Albert, and Lebrun took great pains to persuade His Majesty the King to agree not to use cement to cast the statues and to use prints to fill the frames in the corridors. The latter Lebrun vowed that he would return to Italy immediately to find painters for the king and create paintings while the project was in progress, so as not to delay time. He also promised that he would strive to get the lowest price. As for the statues, the king told d'Albert, who was mainly responsible for the decoration, that he could also find a group of suitable statues from other places. From there, of course, from Gala Island, the Mancini family, or the territory of the Duke of Colonna. Prince Conti knew nothing about the verbal dispute between the king and the architect and designer of the Palace of Versailles. He got on the carriage with great anticipation and finally arrived at the Hofburg in Vienna, Austria after more than 10 days of bumpy ride. He was heading eastwards. As mentioned before, he had been the governor of Guyenne and later the governor of Languedoc. Although these two places were a little chaotic at times, they were still quite rich because they produced a lot of wine and wheat. But when passing through Charolais, Lyon and Avignon, there were more places where potatoes were grown. The scenery outside the car window gradually became monotonous, and the colors on people's bodies and faces became much less. Even so, the accompanying official said that this was thanks to the potatoes and sweet potatoes given by God and the king, otherwise he would not see so many people now. This situation became clear when Prince Conti was about to cross the border between Switzerland and France. It seemed that in an instant, the fields became dry, the rivers became dirty, the population became sparse, and bandits were rampant. Fortunately, these guys, who were more like refugees than bandits, did not even need musketeers. Prince Conti's own guards could easily chop them down. The prince mercifully hanged the injured and surrendered people on trees. Their final fate would be just like this anyway. However, what Prince Conti found most uncomfortable was not the wilderness but the towns. Although it was only a few years, the prince had already gotten used to the clean streets, the floors without traces of feces and urine, the warm, private and clean toilets, and the always sufficient hot water and comfortable bathtubs. These were already very popular in France. Although some princes still criticized the king, thinking that being too concerned about these things was unbecoming of a monarch or not pious enough, they said so, but they meticulously rebuilt their homes and castles in accordance with the Parisian style. In some more prosperous places, even the hotels had corresponding bathroom facilities, so even if they were simple, it was not a problem to use the toilet and take a bath. When Prince Conti left France and entered Switzerland, he could still tolerate it, because the Swiss had fought with France but had reconciled. However, it was not until the signing of the Treaty of Westphalia that it got rid of Austrian rule. Therefore, compared with the two, Switzerland was obviously more accepting of the French and willing to learn some good things from France. But when Prince Conti crossed Switzerland and entered Austria, his test came. The Austrians hated the French as a matter of course, from top to bottom, without exception, but Prince Conti, who almost brought a small army into Austria, was still somewhat assured of his safety. What bothered him was that because Leopold and his court declared that they would never accept anything from France, there was no trace of French fashion in Austria: muddy and smelly streets, crowded and messy houses, ragged and dirty people, and urine buckets and toilets everywhere. If people were unwilling to spend money to solve the problem under someone else's cloak, then any wall was their toilet. Even though Prince Conti chose the best hotel on the way, he was still bitten by bed bugs and fleas all over his body. No matter how much perfume he applied, it was of no use. He prayed fearfully that he would not encounter a little vampire jumping off a mouse, and he arrived in Vienna, the location of the Hofburg, in such a miserable way. Chapter 166 Hofburg, 2. Chapter 164, Hofburg, 2. Apart from how Prince Conti complained about the sanitary conditions of Austrian hotels, the hospitality he received after arriving in Vienna was also within his expectations. To put it simply, the Austrians were unwilling to entertain a Frenchman sincerely, nor did they have the conditions to make the prince feel at home. Their court still maintained the habit of dumping dry flowers and plants on the ground to hide traces of feces and urine. Although the curtains were embroidered with the gold and silver silk emblems, that is, a black double-headed eagle against a golden background, a closer look revealed that the tassels were covered with dust. There were no bathrooms in the palace rooms, only crude prayer rooms. Upon seeing this, Prince Conti immediately felt a chill on his butt. According to convention and tradition, French envoys would always be delayed for a few days before they could meet the Archduke of Austria and the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. But this time Prince Conti had a special mission, and Leopold I knew this very well. He was unwilling to agree to Louis XIV's request just like that, because it also meant that he was tacitly approving France to divide up Spain's territory, but he was also very clear that the Pope's theologians had determined that King Philip IV of Spain did not fulfill his agreement in his marriage contract with Princess Teresa of Spain, and the Queen's dowry worth 500,000 livres was never delivered to Louis. But it is nonsense to say that Leopold I had no plans to annex Spain. After all, it was he who insisted that his wife Margaret not give up her inheritance rights before fulfilling the marriage contract. Now he and King Louis of France each have the daughters of King Philip IV of Spain, that is, the two sisters of the current Carlos II. One has never given up her inheritance rights, while the other is demanding a return with a clear conscience because the contract was first broken by Philip IV. He and Louis can be described as two jackals, it's just a matter of who is more ferocious and cunning. In addition, Leopold I and Louis were of the same generation and only 2 years apart in age. In a sense, they were relatives. It was impossible for young people not to compare themselves with each other. Therefore, although Leopold I allowed Prince Conti to live in the Hofburg, it was not because he valued the envoy so much, but because he intended to show his strength to the French prince and envoy, just like an eagle proudly spreading its wings in front of the enemy. Not only that, when Prince Conti came to meet Leopold I at the agreed time, he was told that the king suddenly felt like hunting and went hunting with a group of ministers. If it was Prince Condé standing here, he would definitely turn around and leave, but Prince Conti just smiled and said that he was willing to wait for the king here, so the king's chief attendant arranged 2 servants to serve him, and he was allowed to walk in the square in front of the audience hall. This place, proudly called the Emperor's Square by the Viennese, Hofburg, just like the Louvre, has also been rebuilt and expanded many times. In front of the square, surrounded by the arc-shaped building complex, is a vast cross garden, and behind it is a continuous dense forest. If Prince Conti had not seen Versailles under construction before coming, he might have thought that this palace complex was indeed magnificent. Unfortunately, after seeing Versailles, the Hofburg was inevitably eclipsed. However, it is said that Leopold I also planned to build a new palace on the left side of the old palace, and then connect the two into one, and divide them into inner and outer palaces. The inner palace is used for accommodation in daily life, and the outer palace is used to receive envoys, meet with the governor to handle state affairs, etc. But as soon as he saw the location of the new palace, Prince Conti laughed from the bottom of his heart. Even if the new palace was completed, it would not be as magnificent and spacious as Versailles. Now Prince Conti understood the intention of His Majesty the King. Rebuilding and expanding the old palace could indeed save a lot of costs and troubles, but the old atmosphere of the old palace would inevitably spread to the new palace. It was really not as comfortable and happy as a complete, brand new and bright new palace. Moreover, compared with expanding the new palace, Prince Conti wanted to suggest that Leopold I renovate the original rooms of the Hofburg. He had previously thought that the room he was assigned was completely a prank by the Austrians on the French, who knew that when he walked through the corridor, he found that the other rooms were not much better. There were no niches or domes on the stairs and corridors, and there was no place to place statues. The wall lamps were dim, the room was narrow, and the color of the carpet in the corner was completely different from the center point. The corner was bright, and the center was dim. It was obvious that it had not been changed for a long time. Except for the cross garden in front of the square, a cross-shaped road was reserved between the vegetation. The dense forest behind the palace had not been carefully maintained. The flowers were messy, the branches were twisted, and the creepers were everywhere. He also saw surprising thorns. Poor Prince Conti did not realize that he was just spoiled by his king, who was both clean and obsessive. In fact, in this era, people did not have such a clear or important concept of enjoyment, or in other words, they did not have this awareness in many places, and of course they would not do it. Not to mention Austria, even the French people did not popularize knives and forks until the daughter of the Medici family married into the French royal family. In order to fill the empty treasury, Louis consciously spread the idea of enjoying life in the moment from Paris to everywhere, and the promotion of various places once again promoted the progress of Paris. All the changes came quickly and violently. Even if the Austrians were willing to accept the fashion from France, they could not have everything that the Parisians had so quickly. Prince Conti's demands would not reach the eyes and ears of the Austrians. To be honest, they would rather think that the French envoys' occasional ignorance was just because they were intimidated by the height and magnificence of the Hofburg. They raised their heads unconsciously and smiled proudly. At this time, they heard the trombone outside the door and the piccolo. "Ah, His Majesty is back," they said, so Prince Conti went out with them to greet them. The visitors were indeed Leopold I and his ministers. They were all dressed in Spanish costumes, mainly black coats, trousers and leather boots, white tights, and only lace on the edges of the coats and collars. The wide-brimmed hats they wore were also gray and black, with only eagle feathers inserted in one corner. Leopold was dressed like a triumphant general, with golden shoulder straps, the only color on his body, a dagger and a short-handled musket hanging from his belt. Two young men, who were obviously the king's servants, were riding a horse and leading a horse. Both horses were loaded with prey, from colorful pheasants to furry hares, and a fat stag. When he saw Prince Conti, Leopold I jumped off the horse and landed steadily. "Welcome." He had met Prince Conti before. After the Second Fronde, Condé and Conte both served in the Spanish army, and Conte came to see him specially, but the Conte at that time was completely different from the Conte now. Speaking of the Leopold I that Conti met at that time, he was just a crown prince, a child, and even weaker and more humble than today's Leopold I. Today's Leopold I seems particularly excited, strong, and even a little arrogant. He raised his hand to Prince Conti and said in a pretentious manner, "Hey, please come here, my dear friend," he said as he led Conti inside. "I may hate all French people, but you may be an exception, and your brother, because you once stood beside my cousin and fought against the French with him." This sentence really made Prince Conti laugh and cry, and he could not help but be alert. It seemed that this Majesty was not an easy person to get along with. He took the opportunity of bowing to distance himself from Leopold I, and looked at this Majesty calmly with a corner of his eye. This Majesty was 2 years younger than his good king, but from the face, Leopold I had completely lost the youthfulness of a teenager and was a thorough adult. In comparison, Louis sometimes showed some childishness. His face, especially his chin, and a bit of hunchback also showed some clues of Habsburg's genetic disease. After Colbert established the French Academy, in order to be able to talk to the king, Prince Conti also participated in several bachelors' salons, but he could understand very little. The only thing he remembered very clearly was the harm of inbreeding to offspring. After all, the examples of stillbirth, deformity and genetic diseases were really shocking. As a king, it goes without saying how important offspring are. Now his king and Leopold I are so anxious that they don't even bother to lift the masks on their faces. Isn't it because the envoys saw the new king of Spain, Carlos II, at the coronation ceremony? When the king ascended the throne, He was almost the same age as Louis XIV, but he looked no different from a baby cursed by the devil. He couldn't walk, couldn't sit steadily, and couldn't speak clearly. Such a fragile young animal, with only a shallow mother and an ambitious illegitimate brother around him. The end of the Spanish Habsburg dynasty is just around the corner. Oh, by the way, Prince Conti said in his heart, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire has no offspring yet. Prince Conti had no illusions that Leopold I would happily agree to his intentions after hearing his letter from the king. Louis XIV's proposal was to divide Spain with Austria, but if possible, Prince Conti could guarantee that his good king would definitely intend to swallow up the whole of Spain and its territories. Would Leopold I think so? But obviously, his judgment of Leopold I was correct, but not correct enough. At the meeting attended by only a few people, Leopold I rejected his brother-in-law's proposal without hesitation, and severely reprimanded the King of France, because according to his words, according to God's will, they should have protected Carlos II, a weak relative, instead of robbing him. The King of France's issue obviously exceeded the moral boundaries that a king should have and the moral code that a knight should have. Prince Conti had to leave in dismay. His request for an audience was repeatedly rejected. For a week, he began to doubt whether he or his king had made a huge mistake, such as whether Leopold I was really a living saint or something. Of course, this prince, who was never better at observing people's words and expressions, realized that Leopold I was not as upright as he said, even if it was only once. But he was French, and the Austrians generally hated the French, so there were almost no spies here that he could use. He was not sure whether Leopold I had already made an alliance with Spain, or was interested in joining forces with other countries? Or was he standing with the Roman Church again? He didn't know these, so he didn't dare to act rashly, lest he push things to a irreversible direction. At this time, his servant said that a lady wanted to see him. That lady? Prince Conti asked. That lady, his servant replied, an answer that could easily have caused his master to whip him, but the servant's deliberately emphasized pronunciation immediately reminded Prince Conti of someone. Yes, lady, and in French it is pronounced milady. Welcome. Prince Conti led her into a secret room, and then put her hand to his lips. What brings you here? Prince Conti had heard of this lady. She was of humble status and had been in prison, so she could not gain people's recognition and become an officially recognized royal lady, but she was indeed a lady very favored by the king. Regardless of other things, she had the right to meet the king at any time, which was similar to Madame Lavalier and his brother Philippe. However, Prince Conti also heard that this lady was originally the head of Bishop Mazarin's spies. After the death of Bishop Mazarin, she and the entire spy network were inherited by the king. Milady just smiled and let His Royal Highness kiss her hand. She could never have imagined what she was like today. She knew very well who gave her all this. She might have been discovered by the bishop, but no one could match the power given to her by the respected Majesty. Your Majesty knows that you have encountered some minor problems, she said with a smile, holding Prince Conti's hand. So let me come. Prince Conti was not happy, but felt a chill. A week seemed long, but with a long journey and the two countries being hostile to each other, such a quick reaction could only mean that the king was probably watching him all the time. Chapter 167 Hofburg, 3. The slight unhappiness was wiped off Prince Conti's face in an instant, and Milady seemed not to notice it. Although it's rude, Prince Conti asked, if you are here on the king's orders, do you have any information that even I don't know? I can only say that I may have heard some rumors that I don't know whether they are true or not. Milady said, I hope they can be helpful to you. Please tell me. To be honest, the Austrians are really full of hatred for the French. It's no exaggeration to say, Milady waved her hand gently, I am here as a widow from Rome, Italy. Even your charm can't convince those Austrians. Prince Conti said, leaning over to pour a full glass of spiced wine for the lady, although I know that they reject almost everything in France. Except for wigs. Milady said, and then the two looked at each other and laughed. Indeed, from their King Louis to his brother Philip, they all had thick and fluffy beautiful hair. After the king's barber not only made extraordinary use of his aesthetics on ladies, men also began to grow long hair and curly hair. However, at the beginning, the Austrians were extremely disdainful and contemptuous of this fashion. They said that this hairstyle was obviously unmanly. After all, at that time, the Austrians' aesthetic still remained in Spain. But the only one who first accepted this fashion was Leopold I because of a genetic disease. His Majesty's hair volume was quite worrying since childhood. When he grew up, he often wore a hat to cover his increasingly shiny forehead. His barber was always very careful to carefully fix all the hair on the entire skull with hair oil in turn, trying not to have blank areas. With curly hair, the coverage of the hair suddenly became larger, not only looking much denser, but also making people look particularly young. Moreover, according to the current physiognomy, a beautiful head of hair can not only add color to the appearance, but also show vigorous vitality. But there is also a problem with curly hair, that is, damage to the hair is inevitable, especially when there were no chemical products and only tongs could be used to curl the hair. Soon Leopold discovered that this was also a conspiracy of the French. Fortunately, his barber quickly found a solution, which was wigs. Therefore, although there were almost no French things in the court of Leopold, only wigs were indispensable. Then do you know who first gave this suggestion to His Majesty Leopold? Milady asked. Who? Olympia Mancini. Oh, Prince Conti couldn't help but jump up when he heard this. How is it possible? He shouted, that's the Countess of Soissons. Well, that's why she is qualified to be the royal wife of Leopold. But isn't that His Majesty's royal wife? Prince Conti said angrily, because he had been courting that lady more than once and sent her expensive gifts, hoping to open a gap with her. That one too, said Madame Milady, but only that one is truly favored. It was only because Leopold was worried that someone would use the Countess of Soissons' sister, Marie Mancini, the well-known royal wife of Louis XIV, to attack him, and he did not want to have such an ambiguous relationship with Louis XIV, so the Countess of Soissons was also a secret. It was the wig and curls that gave her away. Milady understood the court and the psychology of men better than those noble ladies or even famous beauties. As a king or emperor, if he held great power, then as long as he showed a little, who could intentionally or unintentionally mention those unpleasant things in front of him? But after Leopold curled his hair, he also wore a wig. Milady would never believe that there was no eloquent person to thread the needle. And the royal lady started curling her hair later than the emperor, so it was impossible. So Milady arranged a spy next to the emperor's groom. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find out that the emperor often went to a royal estate not far from Baden. This practice was familiar to Milady, because this behavior was not so stable and frequent 3 years ago, but it has become more and more regular in the past 2 years. They did not explore when the emperor went to the manor, but after he left, they used the excuse of being lost to explore the situation inside. Then something surprising happened. Milady not only found the Countess of Soissons, but also a child. The child was quite healthy and lively, with a very distinctive Habsburg feature on his face, that is, a square chin, but this chin was not as deformed as Leopold and other Habsburg members, it was just a little hard, which was nothing wrong for a boy. Thinking of the fact that another Miss Mancini also had the king's eldest son, Lady Milady couldn't help but feel horrified. She could also understand Leopold's thoughts. After all, the worrying health of the Habsburg members was known to all Europeans, and the child was healthy and smart, so it was no wonder that he was unwilling to give up this gift from God easily, but he was always unwilling to publicly acknowledge the child and his mother, probably because of his long-standing knot in his heart. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt guilty and was quite tolerant of Countess Olympia Mancini of Soissons. Countess of Soissons was wiser and calmer than her sister Mary. She knew very well what attitude she should maintain towards the emperor himself, so she was much happier than Mary Mancini. But Milady would never tell Prince Conti about the child. Although an illegitimate child would never be eligible to inherit the throne, as long as he is used properly, look at the Duc Don Juan, the illegitimate son of King Philip IV of Spain. Didn't he become a dagger of the countries, causing chaos to a country that was once extremely powerful? It's really a bit outrageous, Prince Conti said. I guess Ms. Mancini is always a little aggrieved. To be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with her. Milady saw through his plan at a glance. She is not a stupid person, Your Highness, or, if she is really that stupid, she would never become the emperor's sweetheart. Oh, you seem to admire that emperor very much? Because that Majesty has many similarities with our Majesty. Milady adjusted the silk tassels of the fan, especially in terms of treating women. Gentle and polite. On the contrary. Milady smiled and said, gentleness is only on the surface. In fact, they may be the coldest men I have ever seen. In their eyes, men and women may be the same. There is nothing that cannot be used, and the things and people that they like must be beyond the reach of others. You may be right about this. Prince Conti agreed. During his time in Vienna, he also thought of every way to get to know His Majesty the Emperor. As far as he knew, His Majesty the Emperor was even more ascetic than their king. Apart from the Queen, there was only one royal lady. In addition to being a necessary decoration, this royal lady also had the important task of connecting with his subjects and winning over the princes. Some things that the emperor or his ministers could not do could also be entrusted to her to do. Now they knew that there was also a Countess of Soissons. Here we also have to mention the complicated origins of the Countess of Soissons, because this title originally belonged to the cousin of Louis XIV. She married the second son of the Duke of Savoy, and her son Eugene Maurice inherited her title and became the Count of Soissons, although according to the French pronunciation, he should now be Eugene Maurice. Eugene Maurice is a natural soldier. He is now serving in the king's new army. He is away from the territory for a long time and rarely cares about his wife. The Countess of Soissons, who is better at dealing with love between men and women than her sisters, not only boldly became the lover of Leopold I, but also gave birth to his eldest son. Although this eldest son is still the recognized heir to the Earl, when Milady sent the news back to Paris through Raven, she knew about this child. Unless Leopold I is willing to recognize him in the future, he will be in a dilemma. In Europe at that time, girls had to remain chaste until they gave birth to their first child for their husbands. This was to uphold the unshakable system of primogeniture. However, there were people who dared to cross this bottom line. Madame Longueville was one of them. But this was not only the misfortune of their husbands, but also the misfortune of their children. Just a few days ago, Milady heard that Anne Genevieve's eldest son, Jean-Louis Charles d'Orléans, gave up his title and property, and became a Jesuit under the name of Abbé d'Orléans. Poor Jean made the decision only after hearing and confirming that he was not the child of his father, the Duke of Longueville, but the illegitimate son of his mother and her lover, the Duke of La Rochefoucauld. He became a priest and left the title and property to his younger brother. His younger brother, Charles, was a good young man and was now working under the king. However, this unexpected gift would not make this upright man very happy. The Duchess of Longueville was even more grief-stricken. Fortunately, she had obtained the king's forgiveness a long time ago, so Jean soon became a professor of theology at the French Academy, so that he would not be too far away from his mother and would not have to suffer too much hardship. However, before Milady left, it was said that he still refused to see his mother and was unwilling to see the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, his real biological father. And what about this child who was also named Eugene Maurice? What should he do in the future? Leopold I had a fatherly love for him, but also an emperor's scheme. His father was said to be quite valued by the king. In the subsequent Battle of Flanders, he also assumed an important responsibility. Milady shook her head imperceptibly behind the fan she opened. These were not what she wanted to think about for the time being. The most important thing now was to win Austria's neutrality for the king. "I want to ask you something," Prince Conti asked. "I heard that you are an extraordinary lady." Milady glanced at him and said, "I am extraordinary in many ways." This sentence really involves many aspects. Prince Conti leaned forward to make the atmosphere in the room more heated. "I mean, do you have any way to make it easier to convince His Majesty the Emperor?" "If you mean those evil means," Milady said, "the king has us, and of course the Emperor will have them as well. Otherwise, Europe would have been in chaos long ago, and the wizards and dark creatures in the other world would not be so embarrassed. The Emperor also has monks, bishops and wizards around him. Wizards often use other identities to cover up, but Milady knew at a glance that those astrologers and alchemists were all wizards, and they were older and more loyal than those around the King of France. She dared not act rashly. "So now we know there is such a lady," Prince Conti said somewhat disappointedly. "So how can we influence Leopold I through her?" "You have met Leopold I," Milady asked back. "What kind of person do you think he is?" "Our king once said something," Prince Conti said after a pause. "If a person lacks something, he will try to show that he does not lack that thing." After a pause, he continued, "When I first met him, His Majesty deliberately pretended to go hunting and won a great victory, but from what I heard, this emperor is not very good at or likes hunting. To be precise, he may be stronger than Carlos II, but definitely not as healthy as our king. But he still did it on purpose." Milady said, "He is about the same age as our king, and he also rules a powerful kingdom. He is also a defender of God, and he even married a king's daughter. Their lovers also have the same surname. We can fully guess that he has a strong competitive spirit, especially with our king. But he is cautious about Flanders and Spain," said the Prince of Conti. because this will first strengthen France, and then Austria. Milady said, and he is probably less concerned about reputation than our king. You mean they should have been the protectors of Charles II? Forget it, said the Prince of Conti frivolously and sarcastically. The reputation of a monarch does not lie in this. Henry VIII was once excommunicated by the Roman Church because of his marriage, but no one can deny that he was a great king. Our king may not care, Milady said, but what I saw from the Countess of Soissons is that Her Majesty is a person who desires glory and perfection. Oh, said the Prince of Conti, and then thought about it. Chapter 168 Hofburg, 4. What kind of person is Leopold I? If Prince Conti was still hesitant before, now, with the help of Milady, especially the exposure of the Countess of Soissons, he can finally piece together the young emperor bit by bit. It is said that after the Archduke of Austria began to seize the throne of the Holy Roman Emperor in 1273, although this period lasted less than 20 years, from 1438 to the present, whether it is bribery or force, the head of this family has always firmly held this precious throne. Now, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire is still a minority, and it can even be said that it is the only monarch who went to Rome to be crowned by the Pope. This can't help but make Leopold I full of pride for his ancestors and himself. But in contrast, he had to face a corrupt situation since he ascended the throne, or in other words, after his father ascended the throne. The position of Holy Roman Emperor did not bring much benefit to the Habsburg family. In order to connect with allies and reach agreements, the Habsburgs' continuous inbreeding caused nightmare consequences, that is, genetic diseases. Although he tried his best to show bravery in front of envoys and outsiders, Leopold I knew very well that in terms of health, he could never compare with the current French King Louis XIV. He was frail, his hands and feet were weak, and he was not so handy behind the bed curtains. When he heard that Louis had his first son, he also wanted a child, but unfortunately, neither the noble lady nor the peasant woman could make his wish come true. The question of whether he could have a healthy descendant had been plaguing the emperor for a long time. It was for this reason that he took a fancy to Olympia Mancini at first sight. Although this woman from Italy was of ordinary origin, she was healthy and strong, with a bright glow on her skin. At first glance, you could tell that she was an extremely fertile land. What really made him pay attention to Mancini was that Mancini had a child after a few months of dating him, a healthy boy. He was so happy when he heard the news. He knew that Olympia was an ambitious woman, but it was also because of this that he could use her with peace of mind. He had what she wanted, and she would definitely obey him for this reason, although he could not publicly acknowledge the child and his mother for the time being. Olympia complained about this many times, but Leopold was always able to appease her. And what did the Countess of Soissons want? It should be said that it was Marie Mancini who set a bad example for her. Marie Mancini was certainly the prettiest and smartest of the Mancini sisters, but the other Miss Mancinis were not much worse, and so was Olympia. But perhaps it was fate that made her the worst married one among all the Mancinis. For example, although the wedding between the king and Marie Mancini was not recognized by the outer world, her title of Duchess of Colonna was recognized by both worlds. Her son became the king of Gagello Island in the inner world when he was still a toddler, and it was said that the king was still trying to seek the position of King of Naples for him. Another example was Hortense Mancini, another sister. She was married by Bishop Mazarin to a duke who was said to be the richest in the whole of Europe. The duke was so obsessed with his little wife that he was even willing to move to Lyon to avoid the swarms of flirts in Paris. And Prince Conti's wife was one of her sisters. Although the Count of Soissons had a mother who was a princess, his father was the second son without a title or property, and all he could get was his mother's earldom and a small piece of land. For Olympia, this marriage was simply a humiliation. She was no worse than Marie Mancini. She had tried to seduce King Louis of France, but of course, she failed. The Mancini family and the king would not reveal the true inside story of the marriage in the other world. Naturally, she would not know that His Majesty the King was almost left in the other world forever. The reason why he could return to Paris was, first, because he expressed his determination to choose death, and second, because he had a loyal brother and minister. So even if Louis went crazy, he would never have anything to do with the second Mancini. Olympia Mancini eventually became the Countess of Soissons. The funny thing was that she was not satisfied with the Count of Soissons, and the Count of Soissons was not very satisfied with her. The Count of Soissons was a strict and serious person. If he had to face his unwilling wife, he would rather live in the barracks, In fact, he did so. He didn't care about this wife at all, and didn't love her. This might be a good thing for both of them. Olympia Mancini once wanted to return to Paris, but no one welcomed her. Later, it was heard that the Count of Soissons had found a lover who suited his heart near the station. Although the other party was born in a humble family, they got along quite harmoniously. The Count and her lived in a small building, living like a couple. According to rumors, the Countess of Soissons had returned to Italy. She may have indeed returned to Italy, but she didn't stay silent as people imagined. Do you know that Her Majesty the Queen is pregnant? Milady said. Olympia, who was sitting opposite her and had always held her neck high, suddenly changed her expression. Although it only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, she returned to her original calm demeanor. After all, she knew from the beginning that it was impossible for her to become queen. It should be said that no lady of the Mancini family was qualified to be queen. Marie was the same as her. Hortense was once proposed to by Charles II, but Charles II was still an exiled king who was not favored by others at that time, so Bishop Mazarin rejected him. When Charles II returned to England, it was Bishop Mazarin's turn to be willing, but Charles II refused. What she wanted to fight for was nothing more than a status like Mary Mancini, but things did not develop as she expected. Although Leopold I really loved this firstborn son, he was unwilling to publicly acknowledge this child, and her. The emperor had many reasons, not personal or personal, but Olympia knew that it was just that she was not worth the emperor's efforts. She tried to ask Leopold I for the rights to the inner world, but the result was the same. The Holy Roman Empire, or just Austria, the Habsburg family, the long history and origin not only proved how noble their bloodline was, but also meant that everyone was connected to countless threads of fate. Even the emperor could not ignore the opinions of others, and the inner world here had already had an owner. Later, she also understood that the King of France was also a bastard no less than Leopold I. He gave Mary the status of ruling Gala on his behalf, but did Gala belong to him? Bah, Gala Island should have belonged to Mancini. He gave Mancini something that originally belonged to the Mancini family, and they should be grateful. But if Leopold I was willing to give Gala Island to Olympia, Olympia would also be grateful to him. Unfortunately, the wizards around Leopold I did not approve of this behavior. They were older and more conservative than the Mancini family. As long as the other party did not come to harass them, they were unwilling to become the enemy of the other party. Moreover, how could they do such a stupid thing that they suffered losses while the emperor and his lover benefited? Furthermore, those wizards were not fools. They guessed that Olympia was trying to get involved in their territory, so they told the emperor that Olympia was a witch after all. According to the laws of the inner and outer worlds, her son and she herself should not be recognized to avoid confusion. After all, it was too easy for a wizard to quietly take someone's life. And if the rumors were true, then King Louis of France would have recognized his firstborn son and his witch mother, right? This was really speechless, not to mention the emperor who didn't want to disclose the identities of Olympia and her son. How long do you want to stay in Vienna? Milady asked again. Little Eugene, Olympia gave the child this name out of anger, is already 3 years old. He will soon understand what an illegitimate child is. Moreover, he cannot even obtain the identity of an illegitimate child. If he is not recognized, he will have no title, no territory, and people will not even call him Mr. He has no future here. I will try to convince the emperor. Olympia insisted. She had paid too much and had to recover some of the costs. She no longer expected Leopold to recognize them, but she hoped that the emperor could try to confer the title of duke on her husband. Although Count Soissons would be very embarrassed at that time, she no longer cared about so much. I once said you were a clever woman, said Milady, but now it seems that you are just greedy. Did you know that Madame Longueville's eldest son has become a Jesuit monk? Do you think your little Eugene will grow up knowing nothing about it or being indifferent to it? If so, he will either be shameless or as stupid as a pig, and both the Austrians and the French will laugh at him. He will be miserable and confused, and his marriage will become extremely difficult. There is another person, said Olympia, Don Juan, the illegitimate son of King Philip IV of Spain. He is now a duke and regent. Yes, not long ago, the war between Don Juan and the Queen Mother of Spain came to an end. The Queen Mother was expelled, and Don Juan became the regent with great power. That's because some people hope that Spain will continue to weaken. In fact, many people, but do you think Habsburg of Austria, Leopold I, and his Queen Margaret of Spain will agree? Even if they are crazy, don't forget that there are 7 electors who are always eyeing the throne. The Habsburg family has occupied the throne of the emperor for nearly 300 years. Do you think they will let go of this great opportunity? If your little organ can become regent as an illegitimate child, then others will be more legitimate. By then, let alone Austria and Galia, there may be no place for you in the whole of Europe. I know who you are for. You are Marie Mancini's man. You are totally wrong, Mom. I am the king's person, Milady said, and then she lowered her eyes slightly. Why bother here just for a duke's title? Your husband, Count Soissons, is highly regarded by the king, and has been determined to lead an army in the upcoming War of Flanders. When he returns triumphantly, my dear, the king will not be stingy with the title of duke or marshal. By then, you will still be a duchess, and your son will still be a future duke. It has to be said that no words could move Olympia more than these, but she would not be unaware of the harm she had caused to her husband. But little Eugene is not his child. That Jean is not the child of the Duke of Longueville either, Milady said, and the Duke, you know, doesn't he now have 3 recognized daughters? As long as you can make him fall in love with you, he will naturally be willing to do everything for you. That's exactly what bothers me. Olympia frowned and said, he's a cold and insensitive person. When she was newly married, although she was dissatisfied with the marriage, she also had expectations for her husband, but he would only demand her as harshly as he treated soldiers. Maybe it's just because I'm too young and don't know how to appreciate your charm. Milady persuaded again. This time Olympia was silent for a little longer. Since she became Leopold's lover, she has done a lot for Leopold. In addition to the outer world, there is also the inner world. After all, Leopold, like Louis, would also be troubled by the rudeness of the inner world. She even almost got injured or lost her life several times, but her achievements did not bring equal rewards. She couldn't even appear in some important occasions. She could only occasionally enter and leave the court as the Countess of Soissons and endure people's ridicule and contempt. Leopold compensated her by giving her jewelry and money, but Olympia was not satisfied with this. So does she really want to go back? To face the dissatisfied husband, or she could go back first to see if he was really valued by the king as Milady said, and then make plans. What do you want me to do? Olympia asked. She was not so dull that she didn't understand why they went to such trouble. A small favor will not hinder you at all, Milady said. It depends on what you are willing to pay. Olympia curled her lips. No matter what it was, she would squeeze them hard. A prince of Conti, a woman who is not a royal lady but was deeply favored by the king, it would be a pity not to get a final hand from them, but she would never get involved in the war between the two countries. If they asked her to assist in murder or other important matters, don't blame her for taking the money and selling them to Leopold. And maybe with this credit, she can still try to get what she has not been able to get. Milady seemed to have not noticed her evil intentions at all. I need you to try to recommend someone to me. No, not you, but another, the recognized lady. Who? A Frenchman. Recommending a Frenchman to the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire is not a big deal. After all, in this era, it is common for each king to serve his own master. Sometimes a king may be a vassal of another king, or the lord of another king. But this Frenchman is a little special because he can be said to be a heretic. He was born in a humble family and was robbed by Ottoman Turkish pirates when he was a teenager. Later, he was sold to a Turkish merchant in the slave market and converted to another religion from him. After several twists and turns, he came to the hands of the governor of Bosnia. In the war with Slovenia, he seized a good opportunity and saved his master, so his master released him and promoted him to an officer. Why do Austrians hate the French so much? In order to avoid being obstructed by the Holy Roman Empire in many things, the French often shamelessly contacted their pagan ally, the Sultan of Ottoman Turkey, to attack the Catholic countries that should be their natural allies. Since the Austrians hated France so much, they were even more resentful of the real culprit. So this officer, who was once French and now Ottoman, changed his Ottoman robe and turban and put on tight trousers and a black coat before entering the country. However, people still felt that there were many incongruities at first glance, mainly because he still had a shiny and hard brown red beard. Europeans of this era did not like to grow beards, especially such an amazing beard. Even with the recommendation of the Countess of Soissons, he could not be brought before the emperor. A trusted minister of Leopold went to see this pagan Frenchman. About half an hour later, he walked in with an incredible energy and almost forgot to wait for the servants to inform him. Fortunately, The emperor forgave his rashness very tolerantly. What makes you so panic, my dear Roland? Could it be that the emperor of the Ottoman Turks suddenly went to see his true God, and this messenger came to report to us? Alice, your majesty. The minister first bowed to the emperor to express his apology and gratitude, and then said, Your majesty, even if it is not, it is almost the same. Leopold nodded to the lady beside him. Although she was reluctant, she still left the room. Now you can speak. Leopold, I said. He said. The minister took a breath and said as if in a dream, the governor of the Ottoman Turkey intends to sell Bosnia to us. Perhaps some adults cannot understand, so let us open the map. From the modern map, we can see that Austria is a landlocked country, that is, it is wrapped in other countries, with no ports, no islands, and no coastline. However, this situation changed greatly after 1500. The Habsburg family successfully controlled Slovenia, and Styria, Carniola, Istria and Transguritile were merged into Inner Austria. In the first 50 years, the local Surti family competed with the Habsburg family for rule, but 50 years later, the Surti family finally lost the possibility of confronting the Habsburg family because of the extinction of the heir. Later, in the 10 Years' War, Austria and Hungary, part of the territory was taken away by Hungary, while the Bosnia region was still controlled by the Ottoman Turks. Bosnia was a place that the Archduke of Austria had coveted for a long time. For Austria, it was the only way for Austrians to compete for maritime hegemony, and for the Ottoman Turks, it was an important gateway for the Ottoman Turks to conquer the European continent. Therefore, the governor of Bosnia was always either the son of the Sultan or the Grand Vizier, who was trusted by the Sultan. Such a person would never be bribed or easily betrayed. Now, a man suddenly appeared, saying that he was the attendant officer of the governor of Bosnia, and came to convey the governor's wishes to the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, wanting to sell Bosnia to Austria. This matter was not only bizarre and unbelievable, but even absurd. Leopold paused, and he told himself that this was unbelievable, but he couldn't help but press his chest, and his heart was beating wildly. Do you think he could be a liar? I'm not sure, said the minister. Your Majesty, we need to interrogate him in detail, we need to investigate every word he says. That's for sure, Roland, said Leopold. By the way, don't put him in jail, send him to the royal estate. Yes, treat him like a guest, don't let him be too frightened or suspicious until the truth is out. But the royal estate is now. It doesn't matter, let Olympia take the child to your estate. Leopold grabbed the wine glass and poured all the remaining wine into his mouth. He thought, this must be a liar. This kind of thing has happened before. There are always some daring people who think they can cheat money from noble people, but they will always be exposed. He must be careful. No, he should leave this matter to the ministers to avoid damaging his reputation, etc. Not only that, they should be more careful to prevent leaks. If Austria could obtain Bosnia, then after merging with Inner Austria, it would have posed a threat to Hungary's territory in Slovenia. With only 5,000 or 10,000 troops, Austria would be able to own the whole of Slovenia. Chapter 169 Hofburg, 5. To the surprise of the emperor's chief chamberlain, Olympia Mancini, the Countess of Soissons, did not even utter a word, nor did she say that little organ should at least stay in the royal estate. She meekly accepted the order, but she could not help but bid farewell to the emperor. Leopold also promised that as soon as the matter was done, he would take her back immediately and immediately give her a set of precious sapphire jewelry as a consolation and reward. But when the curtain of the carriage was drawn, a face of doubt was hidden behind the veil. The Countess of Soissons initially thought that the French just wanted to send a well-spoken lobbyist to Leopold's court, but now it seems that a lobbyist will never be treated so carefully and politely. So who did they arrange through her hands? Vaguely feeling that she might have been deceived, the Countess of Soissons began to carefully consider Milady's advice to her. Should she return to France? Although Leopold seemed to have some genuine feelings for her, if she wanted jewelry and fine clothes, she could get them in France and Italy without having to go to Austria. At the same time, she also had to thank Leopold for his unwillingness to publicly acknowledge their mother-son relationship. As long as she returned to France, all the rumors would disappear due to time and distance. The French did not ask her to recommend him directly, but asked her to try to hand him over to her enemies through some less bright means, because she should not be known to people, especially foreigners. The Countess of Soissons also had to thank her enemy. Perhaps because of her unique advantage and status, The lady was not smart. In order to fight for the emperor's favor, the Countess of Soissons had already arranged countless nails around her. If there was really a problem, then the first person to be investigated would be the royal lady, not the Count of Soissons. Although, if the emperor insisted, it might fall on her in the end, but at that time, it was hard to say whether she was still in Austria. But what on earth do you want to do? Countess of Soissons murmured to herself, hugging her son tightly in her arms. What on earth do you want to do? Prince Conti shouted angrily, and Madame Milady just raised her hand, opened the fan, covered the lower half of her face, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, my good man, it's just a necessary procedure." Prince Conti just stared at her. "Does the king know what you did?" "His Majesty asked me to come here because he knew what I would do," Milady said. "Then he is crazy too." Prince Conti said, "I want you to stop all your actions immediately and leave Austria right away." "Oh, maybe I have to go too." "Your panic is unreasonable," Milady said. "Your mission is about to be completed. You are deceiving a monarch." "Oh, isn't this a common thing? Kings and emperors are always deceived by their lovers, ministers and priests. You open every book and it says so." But you are not Leopold I's lover, minister or priest. You are just a inferior person with no background." As soon as Milady saw the look on Prince Conti's face, she knew that the words she swallowed would definitely not be good words, but she didn't care. The king's royal wife was also a hot position. Those ministers always murmured because His Majesty's two wives were either foreigners or a woman who had been in prison. But if she cared about people's rumors, Milady should have entered the monastery to be a nun long ago. How could she stand here on an equal footing with a prince? She smiled and closed her fan, gently pressing it on Prince Conti's shoulder. "Then you should also know that His Majesty the King never cares about the origin of his ministers. He only cares about two things, one is loyalty and the other is ability. I would say that I have both." "What about you?" Prince Conti blushed involuntarily. In terms of loyalty, he and his brother were still charged with treason. In terms of ability, his brother was still valued by the king due to his military talent, but this was the first major matter the king had given him, and even his brother could hardly be optimistic about him. If he admitted defeat and returned to Paris in disgrace, then his future days would either be spent dancing and hunting in his fiefdom, or he would be chatting and flattering like a noble lady under the skirt of the Queen Mother. The problem was that, looking at the king's methods, he would not be willing to let a duke or prince who controlled such a large territory go on doing nothing. At the very least, his territory could not be idle. In the end, he could only accept the same result as the Duke of Lorraine, handing over his territory and becoming a parasite with no future in Paris. The problem is that the Duke of Lorraine is running out of time. What he can accept, Prince Conti cannot accept. He stood there, his expression changing unpredictably for a while, and finally clenched his fists. "What should we do now?" he said. "Leopold, I will definitely verify the truth of this matter as soon as possible. I have sent people to spread rumors in Bosnia," Milady said. "You know, about the inheritance law of the Ottoman Turks." "Oh, yes, he has two brothers." Prince Conti said that because the current Sultan Mehmed IV was only 6 years old when he ascended the throne, the government was first controlled by his grandmother and then by his mother. The two weak women did not become the second female Sultan of Hiram as people expected. They were weak by nature and indecisive. Originally, the two brothers of Mehmed IV should have been executed after the Sultan ascended the throne, but under the repeated persuasion of those who were interested, they just imprisoned the two brothers in the prison of the palace and only ensured that no one could see them. "So what's so strange about one of them escaping?" Milady said. "That governor. It's not difficult to forge a private letter with a concubine in the palace." Milady returned to the desk and opened the drawer, "and we don't need it to be true enough to hide it from the Sultan and the Great Vichy. We just need to make sure that the rumor sounds mysterious and interesting enough." As she said that, the lady actually sighed softly. "The more difficult thing is that we have to let the envoy of the governor of Bosnia die." Hearing this, Prince Conti could no longer understand Milady's intentions. "Why, it took us a lot of effort to find this person. This person is indeed the son of a French fisherman. He was indeed abducted by pirates. He was indeed the governor's slave and later became a soldier, but he had hardly ever seen the governor, let alone become the governor's confidant. But if the Austrians check, they will find that this person's origin and past are true. As for whether he is the governor's confidant, it is difficult to verify. Leopold I should not be stupid enough to send an envoy to politely ask the governor of Bosnia whether he wants to sell Bosnia to them. I have known since I was very young. Milady yawned and waved her fingers to sprinkle sand so that the ink on the letter paper would dry as quickly as possible. Stolen bread is the sweetest. When I grew up, I knew that other people's lovers would be more attractive. Your Highness, please think about it. Such a great thing has fallen in front of you. Would you be suspicious? You would, and of course Leopold I would too. And without competitors, he could of course plan and calculate calmly and steadily. She turned around in her chair, so we can't give him time to think slowly and weigh it over and over again. What do you want to do? Prince Conti found that his voice was so weak. Nothing, Your Highness, Milady said. We have to find a few opponents for Leopold I, not many, our king, and His Excellency the Grand Duke of Transylvania of Hungary. Well, let me see, maybe there is also the Grand Duke of Tuscany, he may also be interested. Oh my God, Prince Conti would never have thought even in his nightmares that someone would dare to fool 4 monarchs at the same time. No, it should be said that there are 5, including Muhammad IV. His Majesty the King will not allow you to do this. Whether it is allowed or not, Milady said, we will know by seeing if the king takes any action. If the sudden death of the envoy sent by the governor of Bosnia in the royal manner only surprised Leopold I, then the news that the French caravan was not only heading north but also south made him even more uneasy. Everyone knew that supplies and armaments were the 2 pillars of the army. For Flanders, French merchants began to transfer horse grass, wheat, dried meat, etc. to the Aisne River basin before Lent, but to Provence? Provence was indeed not a peaceful area, but it was not to the point where the King of France had to take it seriously. Then in Paris, Austrian spies in Transylvania and Italy all received news of the Ottoman Turks, and Istanbul was also turbulent recently. It was said that one of the Sultan's 2 brothers, or both of them, had escaped from the palace and set up flags against the Sultan in other places. The Sultan was mobilizing troops to prepare to encircle and suppress the rebels, and the governor of Bosnia seemed to have refused the summons from Istanbul. Perhaps he also knew that if he returned to Istanbul, he would be strangled to death immediately. So, if he wanted to exchange Bosnia for a large sum of money, a title and territory, it was not impossible. Prince Conti was stunned. As the initiator, no one except Milady knew how this huge vortex quickly expanded, overflowed, and even raised the gravel at the bottom. At first, he was still doubting whether Leopold I would believe such an incredible thing. He looked at the piles of letters under Milady, all delivered by ravens. Since the king began to use wizards without scruples, the French intelligence network has become much faster and more complete. Interestingly, there are spies who reported seriously that they intercepted a group of assassins from Austria. It is said that they came to assassinate the Turkish envoys going to Paris to prevent France from taking the opportunity to seize Bosnia. If there was one thing Leopold was most worried about, it was probably that France would take Bosnia. If France took Bosnia, they would not just stop there. They would most likely attack in Austria, either alone, or in conjunction with their Turkish allies, or the Grand Duke of Transylvania. In this way, Austria would really only be able to exist as an inland country. With Spain, the Netherlands, and Britain in front, it would take idiots for these monarchs to pretend not to see the benefits of maritime hegemony and colonies. Prince Conti was reading the letter, sighing at the tension that was unconsciously revealed in the letter. They had almost deceived half of Europe, and Leopold I would only be more anxious and uneasy. When will we let a second envoy appear? Prince Conti asked. Let him show up in Vienna? No, the governor of Bosnia will never send a second envoy. He can only wait quietly in Bosnia. Leopold I can only send a few people, and I have a list here. This list was also obtained from the Countess of Soissons. She has already expressed her intention to return to Paris. This is mentioned in the letter Milady is writing to the king. Then what should we do? As soon as he sees the governor of Bosnia, he will know that they have been deceived. Prince Conti asked. Fortunately, with the previous lesson, he knew Milady must have made arrangements, but Milady just smiled. Eugen Maurice, Count of Soissons is a man of handsome appearance and calm manners. If there is any shortcoming, it is probably that he is not tall enough, but he has a broad chest and shoulders, and walks with great grace. He also made his mark in several battles in Lorraine and Alsace. He was one of the people the king later sent to assist the Duke of Orleans. Some people may say that it is impossible to tell whether a person truly possesses military talent in such a crushing battle between countries and regions, but the fact is quite the opposite. It is not difficult to destroy everything in one fell swoop. The rare thing is that they have to preserve the vitality of this place while conquering and ruling. He was wearing a coat given by the king today. Starting from the Viscount of Turin, it became a custom to reward proud subjects with royal blue or coats decorated with golden lilies. If the subject was really favored by the king, he would also be given a bright red king's shoulder strap and a diamond pin. The latter was passed down from General Schomberg. Anyway, when they were going to see the king or attend important occasions, they would definitely dress like this. However, such gifts rarely appeared. After the Duke of Orleans, Viscount Turin, General Schomberg, and Prince of Condé, only a few people have received such an honor. Before the Count of Soissons was Louvois, a robed nobleman who had once been the regent of Lyon. However, he received the reward not only because of his loyalty to the king, but also because he had recently presented a musket equipped with a dagger. This type of musket can immediately replace the spear to take effect when the gunpowder is empty or when close combat begins. In this way, the French army no longer has to mix spearmen and musketeers as it did in the past and in other countries. Although it still requires training, the results are quite gratifying after a little trial. The reason why Count Soissons received the king's reward was that after suppressing the riots in Lorraine and Alsace, he and the Duke of Orleans, who admired him very much, jointly integrated and determined the military rank system under the king's will. After repeated deliberation and careful consideration, this system has been issued as a trial regulation to the king's new army. Compared with what Count Soissons had seen before, where the soldiers were always uninterested in the upcoming war or full of fear, and only fought reluctantly for a living and a fortune, the king's new army was like a pot of boiling grease, seemingly calm, but underneath the calm was a fiery rage that no one could imagine. Hot, military ranks correspond to salaries, real estates and titles, and the ranks are promoted one by one. Although Count Soissons knew that it would be difficult to reach the highest level, that is, marshal, among a million people, he could not help but feel his blood boiling. Even though his mother was the Countess of Soissons, a princess, because his father was only the second son of a duke without inheritance rights, his future was also quite difficult, but compared with those commoners, he still had a great advantage, not to mention that his marriage to the niece of Bishop Mazarin helped him a lot. He was able to appear in front of the king because of the bishop's recommendation. But Count Soissons was indeed one of the few people who looked at commoners with a calm gaze. Sometimes when he saw an outstanding young man and wanted to promote him but had to hesitate because of his background, he would feel a sour sense of guilt in his heart. When the Duke of Orleans told him that the king intended to establish a military rank system and prepare corresponding treatment and status, he agreed without hesitation. However, he was also very clear that this could almost be regarded as a betrayal of his class, the oldest sword-wielding aristocracy. From now on, it would not only be the aristocrats who could become officers, generals and marshals in the French army. A large number of talented civilians would rush forward under the encouragement of military ranks and shed their last drop of blood for the king and the country, and the king would also get his army instead of being a vassal of the aristocracy. For more than 1,000 years, the inherent military system of France was being ruthlessly broken. This change was beneficial to the civilians and the king, but it was only beneficial to those stubborn old men. The door to the king's reception room opened gently, and Count Soissons collected his thoughts, straightened his coat, and then walked into the room. Please sit down, Count," the king said. Anyone who has had the honor of meeting the king knows that there are always countless documents piled up on the king's desk. He occasionally continues to correct documents in front of people who have been granted an audience or summoned. This is not contempt, but an intimate attitude, indicating that the king will not pretend in front of you. Sometimes, the king will read the documents while instructing the summoned person to read the materials related to the next topic first, just like now. After Bontemps served 2 glasses of mead, the king asked Bontemps to put an opened letter in front of Eugen. After that, Bontemps walked out. Count Soissons read the letter at the king's signal. He couldn't help but trembled in his hands after reading a few lines. He had no love for Olympia Mancini, and his marriage to her was a transaction like most marriages at that time, but Mancini's ambition still surprised him, especially when he saw that Olympia had been secretly communicating with the Archduke of Austria, Leopold I, the Holy Roman Emperor, and had a 3-year-old child. This behavior that was infinitely close to treason made the count angry, but when he read on, He found it ridiculous. How could Olympia think that he would be a fool? The title of Count of Soissons certainly cannot be compared with that of Prince of Condé or the King, but Count of Soissons was once the cousin of Louis XIV. However, he once conspired with the Duke of Sedan to overthrow Bishop Richelieu, and later died in the war. The Duke of Sedan was deprived of his territory, and the Count of Soissons also left the court. The title was also transferred to the female heir who married into the Savoy royal family, that is, the youngest son of the Duke of Savoy. She is Eugenie, the mother of Maurice, the Countess of Soissons. Count of Soissons did not care how absurd Olympia was. Although his wife had an illegitimate child, he already had 2 daughters with his de facto wife. In this game, he could even be called a winner, but she really should not be in love with the enemy of France. And thinking that if he knew nothing about it and continued to live with her as a couple, Count of Soissons could not help but be a little frightened. After all, in a family, the rights of the hostess were not much less than those of the host. Your Majesty, thinking of this, Count Soissons asked, "Can I ask your opinion first?" "My opinion," Louis said. To be honest, ever since he was considered to be able to accept some education behind the bed curtains, he found that his original concepts and principles on love and marriage were constantly being destroyed. The matter of Olympia Mancini was nothing new in the court. Similar to Count Soissons' anger at her blind date with France's enemy, the king was also angry because she betrayed a general he valued. But he had to know, did Eugen Maurice, Count Soissons really have no affection for his wife, or was he disappointed with her indifference to him? After all, the Mancini family was a famous family of beauties, and almost no one could escape their charm, otherwise Felipe Mancini would not have dared to act so recklessly. "Are you saying what I thought you meant?" Count Soissons said cheerfully. "No, Your Majesty, I have never been attracted to her. I have a pair of sharp eyes, and as soon as I saw her I knew that she had no love or gratitude for me in her heart, or the virtues of a wife. She doesn't care about me, and I don't care about her." "Then, that child," the king said, "I will find a suitable family to adopt him." "Adopt?" "No, Your Majesty, there is no need at all," Count Soissons said simply, "let him be my son. After all, he is still the heir of a king." "But then he will be your eldest son," Louis reminded. "In France, where the law of primogeniture is implemented, this means that the Count of Soissons' territory and title will be inherited by his wife's illegitimate son. I only have 2 daughters now. If I have a son in the future, Your Majesty, I hope to get your permission to let him join the army to serve you." With a military rank system, the Count of Soissons did not think that his son would not be able to fight for a place in the world with his own ability. "Also, Your Majesty, I also hope to get your permission through this." "Go ahead. I hope to be able to formally marry my current wife and get your permission so that she can enter and leave the court, and our children, whether before or after marriage, can also get your blessing." "I will." Louis also gave his promise straightforwardly. When the severe winter was about to come, a carriage rushed into Paris. There was only a terrified boy and his maid, a wet nurse in the carriage. He was little Eugen Maurice, the future Count of Soissons. Unfortunately, on the way back to Paris with his mother, he encountered a group of cruel mobs. In the chaos, his mother, the Countess of Soissons, was killed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Hofburg, 5. The person Leopold I sent to Bosnia to continue possible negotiations and to judge the authenticity of the deal was Count Francis Eusebius, whom the emperor had always trusted. This count served as the negotiation ambassador of the Holy Roman Empire in the marriage of Leopold I and Princess Margaret of Spain. Now he has become the emperor's secret envoy. Milady read the information about him carefully and tried to contact this adult. She found that this count might be one of the most rigid and boring people she had ever met. He didn't like dancing, drinking, never gambling, and had a moderate diet. Although he always claimed to be a Catholic, he looked more like a Protestant. He might not be the smartest and most resourceful minister in Leopold I's hands, but he was good at keeping secrets. His simple and austere life ensured that there were no close people around him. His lack of hobbies also prevented people from taking advantage of the situation. He was taciturn and his temperament could even be said to be a bit gloomy. Such a person, even if he finally knew that the previous events were just a farce, would probably keep the secret until he went to see God, or if it was true, he would be able to perform his duties well, but no one probably thought that someone would be so bold, or treat state affairs as a game. Milady felt that this was simply a gift from God. Although Count Eusebius was reliable and trustworthy in every aspect, he never played games and lost many opportunities to see the dark side. He would not even think about how he would be deceived. "You are simply a," Prince Conti said with difficulty after hearing Milady's plan. "Madman." "No, even the ravings of a madman in his nightmares would not be so absurd," said Prince Conti. "You will fail, and so will I." "What does it matter?" Milady said. "Leopold, I will soon find out that he has just met a group of liars, and the loss of the King of France is greater than his. He will be happy. But how can we make him agree to remain neutral in the affairs of Flanders?" Milady listened and sighed. "If things really develop to that point, I have a very bad idea, Your Highness. I hope I won't use it." Prince Conti's face stiffened. "Whatever you want to do," he said, "don't do it, and don't tell me. I don't want to know anything." Milady looked at him, slapped her thigh and laughed. This was not the first time that Count Francis Eusebius had set foot in Mostar, the capital of Bosnia. When he was very young, he had come here disguised as a businessman and had even been to Istanbul, the capital of Ottoman Turkey, where religious conflicts were not so intense because the Sultan wanted to show his generosity. But in other areas ruled by the Ottoman Turks, Catholics were not treated so well. Starting from the farmers, those who were unwilling to convert had to pay more taxes, and merchants would be exploited more heavily. Neither the army nor the government would allow Catholics to appear. Then, Catholics were driven to live on the east side of the Mostar River, and the Ottoman Turks and converts stayed on the west side of the river, separated by a turbulent river, and people living on the east side would be called beasts. They wanted to enter Mostar, and they couldn't reveal their Catholic identity, otherwise they would be monitored. Fortunately, the Ottoman Turks here didn't make it difficult for merchants, especially those who could bring them important supplies. Count Eusebius hid in the caravan, and the leader of the caravan said that they were selling muskets and cannons while selling spices and silk, which was exactly what the current Ottoman Turkish Sultan and the Great Vichy needed most. So after some negotiations, Count Eusebius and his party were able to stay on the west side of the river. Unlike the east side of the river, the buildings here were much taller and neater, and temples were everywhere. The golden domes and walls decorated with small blue tiles made them look particularly magnificent and colorful. The streets were crowded with people and cattle and horses. When the soldiers of the Great Vichy came over with their huge beards, everyone had to make way for them and salute them, unless they met more distinguished people, officials or officers. They also had the obligation and power to maintain order on the streets. Whether they were going to the market to buy or sell, the caravan had to pay them a considerable fee. And these people can only live in the most remote areas, right by the Mostar River. The room is a little damp, and the sound of the rushing river is right next to your ears, rumbling and making it difficult to sleep. Count Eusebius tossed and turned on the carpet whose color and pattern could not be seen. The war between Ottoman Turkey and Austria ended less than 3 years ago. Once he exposed his identity, the Great Vichy here could execute him without even a trial. And even if the Great Vichy did have the idea of betraying Bosnia, would his reckless appearance make him retreat and bring about an equally quick death? If Prince Conti were here, he would definitely gloat over the fact that someone was more unlucky than him. Count Eusebius's current situation is exactly the same as his previous one, and the latter's situation is even more difficult than his. Eusebius cannot start with the Great Vichy's wife or lover, because Ottoman Turkish women are not allowed to leave the back house, nor are they allowed to contact men outside, otherwise they can only die. However, this time the Count brought a bribe of about 30,000 livres just to meet the governor of Bosnia. He decided that once he met the governor, he would tell him what a ridiculous scam they had encountered before, and how a French slave of an Ottoman Turk claimed that Grand Vichy intended to betray the Sultan. Grand Vichy might be furious and execute him, but if this was true, then Grand Vichy should treat the envoy of the Holy Roman Empire with caution, and the Count was undoubtedly inclined to the latter guess, because, how could it be possible? How could someone set up such a crazy scam? And if those people came for money, then they should have taken the emperor's reward and ran away, but in fact, the envoy died, and the unusual behavior of the King of France seemed to confirm that Grand Vichy had found more than one buyer, and the spies from the Grand Duke of Transylvania did hear that a mysterious envoy from afar was honored to live in Bran Castle. Although it had been decided by the Transylvanian Parliament to be handed over to the city of Brasov, sometimes some important guests would still be warmly received there. Count Eusebius fell asleep with such an anxious mood. On the next day, Austrian spies helped them find an officer. From the officer, they confirmed that there was indeed a French slave with the governor, and he had disappeared not long ago. His name and appearance were consistent with that of the messenger. This news made them very excited. Then, they got the name of a confidant of David Vicky from the officer. They managed to knock on the other side's door with boxes of gold coins, and then the count asked to meet with David Vicky alone as a foreign businessman. "Tell your master," the count said, "the goods I brought are worth a fortune." The confidant did not seem to believe them and showed contempt, but still let them go. After that, there was no movement. Some people suggested that the count go to the confidant again or give more bribes, but the count did not. He did not really want to see the great Vichy in this way, but just wanted to let the great Vichy know that someone wanted to see him. The great Vichy would definitely order people to investigate them, and then they would naturally know that they were the envoys of Leopold I. Sure enough, just when Count Eusebius began to get anxious, his door was knocked, and he was taken out of the room by several strangers. Soft black silk covered his eyes and bound his hands. He was taken to a carriage, and then he did not know how long the carriage had been gone. He was taken off the carriage again and walked along the winding corridor for a long time before he was finally led to sit on a chair. The silk covering his eyes and binding his hands had been removed. A dozen candles were lit around him, making him look blinding. However, at the other end of the room, a man half lying and half sitting on a wide chair was almost completely hidden in the darkness. Only a thick gray beard could be seen. He was wearing a jacquard silk robe and slippers on his feet. His posture seemed very calm and leisurely, but his finger that was always tapping the scimitar lightly revealed his anxiety and hesitation. "Good evening," the man said. His voice was deep and powerful, but not loud. It was the voice of a person who often gave orders and people always had to hold their breath to listen. "But I don't know if I am saying this to a friend or an enemy." As soon as he opened his mouth, the Italian with a strange accent made the count feel relieved. He stood up and bowed to the governor of Bosnia. This was not cowardice, but proper courtesy. "If you like, we are friends, sir," the count said, neither servilely nor arrogantly. "The Austrians and the Ottomans have been enemies for hundreds of years," the other party said, "but we are not on the battlefield now, so sit down and we can be friends for one night." He seemed to make a gesture, and the room suddenly became completely bright. The graceful maids holding heavy brass lamps scattered in the corners. When they moved, they were like fish swimming in the water, and when they stopped, they were like sculptures. Their faces were covered with soft gauze. The count only took a glance and turned his head away. But this was just the beginning. Soon, more maids came in with silver plates and gold cups. They placed countless huge flowers, fresh peaches, grapes and honeydew melons on the huge table between the governor and the count. Then there were extremely rich dishes: swans and peacocks with feathers preserved, roasted wild boars, fried quails, stewed chickens, eel soup, and piles of cakes and candied fruits, as well as many foods that the count could not recognize, almost occupying his entire field of vision. Only then did he notice that the maid's footsteps were light and silent, not only because they had extremely good manners, but also because the floor was covered with long wool blankets that could bury their feet. His chair was casually covered with mink and squirrel fur, and the walls were covered with wall cloths that shone with the golden light. The suddenly opened curtain startled the count, but there were no ferocious soldiers behind the curtains, only a small hall with golden splendor, and then a girl dressed luxuriously appeared in front of them like a petal falling on the water, and another maid held the oud to accompany her. When the girl danced, the count even hesitated a little, because he didn't know whether he should mention that matter at this time. Before this matter was accomplished, neither the governor of Bosnia, nor he, nor Leopold I wanted the Sultan to know about it. The problem was that the governor of Bosnia seemed not to have thought about this problem. He was like a host entertaining an ordinary guest, quietly enjoying the dance, occasionally eating some grapes and drinking some coffee. The count endured until the end of the dance, when the girl suddenly came to him, knelt down, put her hands behind her, and raised her face and chest to him. "Unveil her veil," the governor said, "and then she will be yours." The girl's body was in a more graceful pose than any portrait or sculpture the count had ever seen before, but he simply turned his head away and said, "Thank you very much for your kindness, sir, but I just want to talk to you alone." "I know what you are worried about," said the governor. "These people can neither listen nor speak. The Count took a deep breath. "If I insist." "Okay," said the governor, and then these people retreated as quietly as they had appeared. "Now you can speak." "First of all, I have to inform you of a piece of unfortunate news," said the Count. "Although your envoy arrived in Vienna and conveyed your intentions, he still died at the hands of an unknown assassin." The governor said something, and the Count did not hear it clearly, but it was probably something like they said God bless him. Of course, they have their God, but he only told us this, sir, nothing else. "Then I can tell you, since you are here for this," said the governor, "I want 1,000,000 livres worth of gold or silver, a duke's title, and a fiefdom of no less than 30 knights. Although the Count guessed that the other party would definitely ask for a high price, he still couldn't help but be shocked. The governor waved his hand, not allowing him to speak. "I know what you are going to say, but there is no bargaining. This price is not worth mentioning for Bosnia. Besides, you also have Styria, Carniola, Istria and other places. If you get Bosnia, it is equivalent to getting Transylvania, and then the whole of Slovenia. I know very well what Bosnia means to you, and I have sent more than one envoy. I don't have much time, sir, and you have even less time." Chapter 171 Hofburg, 6. After receiving the summons from Leopold I, Prince Conti went to see Milady with mixed feelings. This beautiful lady sat by the window with needlework on her knees. She was no different from any other woman he had seen before, but she played with nearly a handful of monarchs and designed an unprecedented scam, involving hundreds of thousands of people. "You shouldn't come to see me again," Milady said, "but it doesn't matter, I will leave Austria soon." Prince Conti sat down in front of her and nodded respectfully. "I know this is indeed a bit reckless, but I have too many questions in my heart. If I don't get answers, I will be as restless as King Louis of Thebes, who couldn't solve the mystery of the Sphinx." "Okay," Milady smiled, "ask whatever you want to ask, and I will definitely answer everything. What did Count Eusebius encounter in Mostar?" "I met a group of liars," Milady said bluntly. Prince Conti's pupils obviously dilated for a moment. "How is it possible?" He blurted out, "He is not an ignorant man, nor a frivolous and dissolute young man, nor a fool who would neglect his trust and neglect his duties. If he had arrived in Mostar, he should have known how to find the governor of Bosnia and get the real information from him. As the saying goes, 100 lies or 100 truths are not as good as one lie among 99 truths," Milady said. "Except for the governor of Bosnia he met, your highness, everything else is true. Although those Ottoman Turks only know that they are playing a foolish Austrian, they don't know why the Count came, but his identity is enough to make them willing to cooperate with the scammers to perform a good show on the stage. Of course, the jingling of gold coins is also necessary. Maybe someone will report to the governor of Bosnia, but whether he is aware of the news or is indifferent to it, the best thing to do is to allow this scam to end perfectly." Prince Conti put himself in the shoes of the Bosnian governor. When facing the questioning of the Sultan's envoy, the stupid mistakes and jokes made by an Austrian would be better than any excuse. Who are those liars? Little people who are unknown, I must say. They often play monarchs and ministers on the stage. You let a group of criminals do this. Not only criminals. In fact, the main actor is Mr. Molière, who is now famous in Paris, and the dancing girl is his lover Julie Baird. Half of the other performers are from prisons, and most of them are from theater troupes. Prince Conti shook his head. "How can you be so confident that you can hide it from a close minister of the emperor? As an envoy, Count Eusebius has been to Rome, Florence, the Netherlands and Spain. His ability is unquestionable, but in this matter," Milady explained patiently, "he has a fatal weakness. To be more specific, he is a rare person among the Austrian courtiers who does not know much about the Ottoman Turks. In other words, his knowledge of the Ottoman Turks is limited to books and intelligence. Like many people, in his mind, there is a fixed image of the Ottoman Turkish governor, greedy, arrogant, gluttonous, barbaric. Just like in the preaching of priests, the whispers of court ladies, and the tacit ridicule and envy of men, a beast wrapped in countless luxuries. If you put the real governor of Bosnia in front of him and let him see a good man who is no less than any monarch, he would be suspicious. He didn't even verify it." "How to verify it?" Milady said. "Through the mouth of the governor's confidant, he has learned that the governor's wife is the senior maid sent out of the palace by the Ottoman Turkish Sultan Mehmed IV. This is an honor, but it also means eyes and ears. This secret cannot be kept for long, and he may make a decision in a few days. Alice, you are forcing Leopold I to make a decision as soon as possible." It is difficult for people to think rationally when time is tight. They can only act according to their instincts. No monarch can refuse the possibility of expanding territory. Our king cannot, and the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire certainly cannot. Milady put away her needle and thread. Then it depends on you. Before, His Majesty the King only used the Spanish inheritance rights in exchange for Leopold I's neutrality towards Flanders. Now Bosnia, or even the whole of Slovenia, must be added. If handled properly, Austria will no longer have only one or two pitiful ports. In the subsequent battle for sea power, it can also have a place. Then the decision I can make is that His Majesty the King should give in on the Bosnia issue. Not only that, the price offered by the governor is the territory of 30 knights, the title of a duke, and gold and silver worth 1 million livres. Leopold I can give you both the territory and the title, but for this money, when he became the Holy Roman Emperor, his father bribed all the electors for it. He just married the Spanish Princess Margaret not long ago, and because Margaret did not swear to give up her inheritance rights, her dowry was not generous, so now he is penniless. Milady looked at Prince Conti sharply. Now the only place where he can get a large income right away is France. 1 million livres. Prince Conti hesitated. Oh, Milady's smile suddenly blossomed completely, and even Prince Conti was startled. My lovely prince, Milady said, we just need to get a document signed and sealed by the emperor. As long as we have this document, the emperor will never dare to interfere in the affairs of Flanders, nor will he dare to ask our king to fulfill any of the contents of this document, once it is leaked out. She did not continue. Prince Conti trembled slightly, because he suddenly realized that his danger might not be before the signing of the document, but after the signing of the document. Well, Milady said finally, I'm leaving, and your mission is at a critical juncture, everything depends on you. The wide silk skirt gently brushed Prince Conti's knees, and when the prince turned his head, he could no longer find Milady's shadow. Which? Prince Conti cursed angrily. He is now on the run. As Milady expected, although the possibility of Bosnia being taken into the pocket of Austria made Leopold I lose his calm judgment, so that the Austrians and Prince Conti switched positions in the negotiations. Originally the French were at a disadvantage, now the Austrians are at a disadvantage, or in other words, who is at a disadvantage depends on who needs help. Leopold I was not willing to reach an agreement with Louis XIV to divide Spain and its territories, at least it should not be on paper, but Louis was also a king. In politics, deception or betrayal was commonplace, not to mention that Leopold I was also the brother-in-law of King Carlos of Spain. It was not without reason that he wanted to intervene in the affairs of Flanders. The secret negotiations between Prince Conti and the emperor's close ministers lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. They did not sleep or rest, and the smell of coffee and tobacco always lingered in the curtained room. In the end, everyone had red eyes and pale skin, like zombies who had just crawled out of the grave. Prince Conti's heart was always hanging high. He had no doubt that if Leopold knew that the so-called governor of Bosnia's intention to sell the territory was just a scam, he might immediately have someone drag him out and hang him. Even his bloodline and identity could not save him. But when the document signed by Leopold I and stamped with a royal seal was sent out, he almost wanted to laugh. If it were not for Milady's reminder, he might relax immediately, but he knew that this was the most dangerous time. According to the results of the negotiations, Austria had to remain neutral and silent on the matter of Flanders, and would not pursue the ownership of Flanders because of the inheritance rights held by Princess Margaret. As a price, France would pay gold and silver worth 500,000 livres and give up the right to inherit the Spanish throne. The Bosnia incident was not reflected in this document. After all, it had nothing to do with this matter. Although Leopold signed this document, he was still a little hesitant. He stipulated in the document that this document should be kept as a permanent secret, and only the monarchs of the 2 countries and related persons had the right to know it. Moreover, this document would not be kept in Austria or France. It would be placed in a reliquary and handed over to the Grand Duke of Tuscany for safekeeping. To open the box safely and ensure that the contents were not damaged, 2 keys were needed, one in the hands of Leopold I and the other in the hands of Louis XIV. Now this small box is in the arms of Prince Conti. As soon as he left the Hofburg, he saw torches lit in the dark night behind him. Perhaps Leopold regretted it, or perhaps he realized that this was just a scam. In any case, the emperor obviously wanted to recover the document, and it would be best if the French who knew about it would not suffer any accident. The result is now like this. Prince Conti and his guards are being chased by a group of people who first rode on horses, and when they left Vienna and entered the Innsbruck area, they began to jump off their horses and chase them on 4 legs. To be more precise, they were chased by werewolves. Prince Conti remembered that during the First Fronde riot, because of the conflict between Bishop Mazarin and the French royal family and the Roman Church, the Church deliberately withdrew the Grand Inquisitor of the Paris Inquisition. The king, who was still very young at the time, almost died in the mouth of a werewolf. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing. While cursing Milady's cruel mouth, he nervously watched the situation behind the carriage. Those soldiers he hired either ran away or lost their lives. The loss of his guards given to him by the king and Prince Condé was also heartbreaking. Prince Conti stretched out his hand and pressed his chest, mumbling a prayer, "May God send down thunder to kill these dark creatures." He had previously thought about whether he could bribe these werewolves, but the monk next to him resolutely dismissed his foolish idea. The monk took a look at the werewolves for color and appearance from a distance and said that they were most likely werewolves from Innsbruck. Innsbruck is the place where the Habsburg royal family has lived for generations. It is said that there are several portraits of werewolves hanging in Amber's castle. As devout believers, they did this, and the church did not pursue it. The only possibility is that werewolves did appear in their family, but they did not know whether it was foreign blood or the suddenly manifested ancestral bloodline. In any case, it is impossible to bribe these werewolves. I still prefer Europe 10 years ago. To be disrespectful, Prince Conti always felt that since their king returned to Paris, they had seen more and more non-human creatures, wizards, werewolves, and vampires. The king was fiddling with these monsters that should be cursed to hell for 10,000 years or more like chess pieces, and put them in the places he thought were appropriate. Unexpectedly, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire also opened the taboo door. Thinking of this, Prince Conti couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to have seen that the high wall between the inner world and the outer world was gradually collapsing, and the momentum was unstoppable. Yes, this was a vicious cycle. As long as one monarch used dark creatures, monarchs in other places would be forced to use them, just like the wizards and monks around the king. Originally, the church might have been able to contain it, but as Rome became increasingly corrupt and decadent, the authority and power of the church were rapidly decreasing like frost under the sun. Now the church had difficulty protecting itself, let alone intervening in the affairs of various countries. "We are about to reach the Brenner Pass." A musketeer rode up to the carriage and shouted. The Brenner Pass is the lowest and most important pass from Austria to Italy. As long as they pass through here, they will be in Italy. In other words, they will at least not be assassinated so blatantly. "Great," Prince Conti said, "but what about those assassins?" Yes, at some point, those werewolves suddenly disappeared, but Prince Conti did not think that they would stop like this. The monks around him remained vigilant. At this moment, a smelly wind blew over, and the musketeer's head, still with a hint of confusion, suddenly flew off his neck, and blood flew into the air and the prince's face. The prince screamed, and the monks in the carriage immediately grabbed him and dragged him into the carriage, but the werewolves had already surrounded him from the dense forests on both sides. "Maybe I should say a prayer or confess," the prince panted. "Do it, your highness," the monk said. "It's not good." "I hope to hear a rebuttal," Prince Conti said. "Brother monk." The monk did not answer, and he did not have the energy or time to answer. He and his other brother fought against werewolves that were almost 3 times their number, and more werewolves were attacking the musketeers. If they were equipped with the previous muskets, the musketeers would not be able to pose a threat to the werewolves, but now they are equipped with almost all new guns developed by scholars and craftsmen. They do not need to be ignited and can be fired continuously. Especially the continuous firing, the special holy silver, made from silver crosses or silver holy vessels, bullets continuously hit the werewolves' bodies. Not only can they lift the fur, but also can make the flesh and blood splash, revealing the bones and the soft internal organs under the bones. Even if the werewolves have a strong recovery ability, it is useless for a dead werewolf to have a strong recovery ability. In this way, these musketeers held back the most werewolves. After the monk retreated to the prince again, "We left first," he said. Prince Conti was about to object when the carriage started galloping away. However, it may have only opened up a distance of a few hundred feet before the narrow road was blocked by a fallen giant tree. The gray-black beast revealed its figure, and Prince Conti sighed. Although the king had reminded him that these monks might look down on mortals because of their extraordinary qualities, he did not expect that he, as a prince, would not even have the chance to say no. Now, he glanced at the monks' faces and found that they did not show much fear, but he did not want to see God so soon. Then, as if God had finally heard the prayers of this believer who was in fact not so devout, wait, maybe it was the devil who responded to him. The werewolf that suddenly appeared was actually fighting with other werewolves, and even the monks could not help but be stunned. But then the prince saw the person in black riding uniform. Madame de la Valliere. He asked in surprise. Although he knew that this royal lady was not just the king's lover, it was really shocking to see her suddenly appear in such a remote place. Even if Milady appeared here, Prince Conti would not care too much. After all, she was originally a spy. Madame de la Valliere was originally a maid beside Princess Henrietta, and later became a lady-in-waiting to the Queen Mother. Although she became a royal lady later, her face was not worthy of praise. Although the prince could not speculate too much about the king's preferences, in terms of appearance, this lady was indeed unremarkable. The impression she left on the prince was a gloomy and indifferent shadow. Now the shadow suddenly became thicker, almost devouring people alive. The deep and oppressive feeling made Prince Conti afraid to talk to her for a while. Fortunately, he didn't, because the royal lady suddenly jumped off her horse, tore open her collar while in midair, and turned into a silver-white wolf when her pearl necklace fell to the ground, running towards the battlefield full of blood and flesh. Prince Conti turned his head back to look at the two monks, but the two monks just made a disgusted expression, and did not intend to stop or kill the giant wolf that La Valliere had transformed into. Prince Conti suddenly felt weak. "Oh God," he complained, "can you tell me these terrible things one by one?" There was a werewolf beside the king. And it was a female werewolf. She was actually a royal lady. Now he finally understood why Madame La Valliere had been rumored to be pregnant for all these years but had never given birth to a child. The king would never allow himself to have a werewolf descendant, but as a royal lady, she would become a laughingstock or be blamed if she never got pregnant, because people at that time believed that a man who could not make a woman pregnant, and a woman who could not get pregnant were both guilty of an unforgivable sin. Louis already had 2 sons, and he was the king, so if Madame La Valliere did not want people to doubt her, she could only keep getting pregnant and then lose the fetus. I said, but Prince Conti couldn't help asking, "Don't you know that too? We have advised." The king has also held a confession mass. The monk said this, and Prince Conti could only make a face, and at the same time he slowly relaxed his finger on the trigger. The short-handled musket given to him by the king was smaller and more powerful than the guns equipped by the musketeers. The distance between him and the monks, its bullets were enough to penetrate the steel plate. The bodies of these monks should not be as hard as steel plates. He can confirm this, because the werewolf's claws can only twist swords, but cannot destroy steel, but he has tried it, and the bullets of this gun can. Well, but thinking back, their king would not leave such a big loophole for him, or for these monks. Prince Conti sighed. He leaned against the carriage, listened to the sounds outside, and the monks' gradually relaxed bodies. He knew that he had survived another fatal crisis. After a while, he saw Madame La Valliere walking back slowly, holding a huge werewolf head in her hand. It was obvious that the werewolves on Madame La Valliere's side had won a great victory. Just looking at Madame La Valliere, who had changed into simple casual clothes and looked a little haggard, and the strong smell of blood that followed, Prince Conti secretly complained that his king was not a true knight. Even if Madame La Valliere was more like a handsome man than a woman, she was still her, and the king's posture was simply treating her as a vulgar mercenary. Prince Conti's divergent thoughts came to an abrupt end when the lady suddenly opened the car door. "It seems that the king is not wrong," he said in his heart, while looking at the royal lady. "Give me the document," said Madame La Valliere. "I will take it to the Grand Duke of Tuscany." The prince looked at her for a long time, then suddenly smiled. "Who asked you to come to me to get the document?" He asked, not His Majesty the King, but Milady. Madame La Valliere frowned. It was Madame Milady. "Oh, then unfortunately, your news was delayed a little," said Prince Conti. "When I left Vienna, the Duchess of Colonna, Marie Mancini, had obtained the king's permission to take the document from me. Now she is probably in Florence." He watched as Madame La Valliere's expression became dangerous. In recent years, everyone knew that the king's new and old loves had been fighting for the king's love, but he didn't expect that women would not only show their charm between the curtains of the bed, but also draw their swords on the battlefield to win the king's favor. The king really raised the standards and requirements of the royal wives a lot. At least Leopold I didn't have a royal wife who was a witch or a werewolf. Should he say that his king was really bold? Fortunately, Madame la Valliere only stopped for a while, threw the werewolf's head at the prince's feet as if she was angry, and turned away. Prince Condé has arrived in Florence, Louis said. A few steps away from him sat the generals who would show their talents in the upcoming Flanders campaign: Prince Condé, Viscount Turenne, Captain Vauban, and Duke of Orleans. The Duke of Orleans sat closest to the king, almost knee to knee, while Prince Condé was the farthest from the king. Since he received the king's pardon and forgiveness, he seemed to be unable to decide how to face the king. He rarely spent time alone with the king. Even if he did, it was to report official business and leave after that. If the king invited him to dinner with him, he would definitely feel uncomfortable for several nights after returning. It was said that he had a stomachache, so the king no longer made such an invitation. He didn't mean to torture Prince Condé. After the king said this, of course, Prince Condé was the first to relax. Although this younger brother also made him very upset, a younger brother was a younger brother. It was impossible for Prince Condé to be indifferent to his safety. The biggest problem has been solved, said the king, so the next thing is. He looked at everyone with a smile. War. Free 2,500 words, to be continued tomorrow. Chapter 172, Flanders Raiders. What Louis had to discuss with these nobles and ministers was the most important part of the Flanders campaign. After spending nearly 10 years sharpening his own sword, Louis never felt that Flanders' crushing military power would be an obstacle to him. The main thing was how France should treat Flanders after regaining the Flanders region to ensure that Flanders continued to be the mule and horse of the French treasury, rather than a mad hyena. First of all, France's demands for Flanders were reasonable from a legal and theological point of view. The history of Flanders is also quite old. The first people to live here were the Celts. In the 1st century BC, the Romans stepped into this place. In the next 200 years, the Frisians and the Franks gradually moved here. The Franks were the predecessors of France. In the 5th century, this place began to be called Flanders, which means plain. In the 9th century, Flanders officially became a vassal and minister of the King of France, belonging to one of the 6 major nobles in France. The other 5 were Normandy, Champagne, Toulouse, Burgundy and Aquitaine. When the Count of Flanders ruled Flanders, the Count and his descendants did not care much for the people in the territory, and were even very cruel. As a result, riots in Flanders occurred one after another, and it seemed that there would never be a lull. However, as the person to whom the Count of Flanders was loyal, the King of France would not favor those civilians. Every time Flanders asked for help, it would always bring French troops. It is ironic that what was originally just a resistance movement against a lord eventually became the reason for the Flemish people to hate France. In the 14th century, the marriage between the Duke of Burgundy and the daughter of the Count of Flanders merged Flanders into the Duchy of Burgundy, or the French royal family, because the Duke of Burgundy at the time was the 4th son of the King of France. After being incorporated into Burgundy, the Flemish people did not get much comfort. On the contrary, 3 consecutive Burgundian monarchs imposed heavy taxes on Flanders because they wanted to separate the Duchy of Burgundy from France, or because of the Crusades and the war against the Holy Roman Empire. For the Flemish people, they could not clearly distinguish the Duke of Burgundy from the French royal family, so they nailed the French king and the Duke of Burgundy to the cross of hatred. In contrast, the relationship between the Flemish people in Britain and the Holy Roman Empire was quite harmonious, because the Flemish people had to import wool from Britain to continue their textile production, and the merchants of the Holy Roman Empire had to import woolen cloth from Flanders and sell it to all parts of Europe. The Flemish people either tended to Britain or the Holy Roman Empire, which was also quite a headache. It can even be said that the resistance of Flanders may be more fierce than that of Lorraine or Alsace. Louis could instruct the Duke of Orleans to ruthlessly drive out the undocile people of Lorraine and Alsace, because the previous animal husbandry, logging, mining, etc. did not require much technical content, and even a novice who knew nothing about it could do it as long as he knew a little. As for the new industries that came later, glass, coal, etc., they initially hired workers from Orleans and Paris. After the Lorraine people left, the king could fill this gap with domestic people, but for Flanders, this method would not work. Apart from other things, those skilled workers were not something that ordinary people could do. If possible, the king would rather use a gentle way to appease the people of Flemish. The best way is to reduce taxes, but the military expenses of launching the War of Flanders will become a big deficit in the finances. The king shook his head. Even if he wanted to reduce taxes, it would not be after conquering Flanders. Because of a Colbert, he still had some understanding of the current businessmen. People in later generations denounced capitalism as a person born into this world, and every pore of his body exuded the stench of sin. This sentence was not wrong, especially now that businessmen were more unscrupulous than their counterparts hundreds of years later. Perhaps it was because they also saw the fate of those real businessmen, that is, those pagans, so they were extra sensitive to politics. As long as they were given the opportunity, they would do everything to come to power in person or nominate agents. Like the British Parliament, and now the group of people around Colbert and the academicians of the Academy in France. The War of Flanders was not only driven by the king's ambition, but also by businessmen. After all, they had long coveted Flemish woolen cloth and the North Sea Baltic trade. Moreover, with the lessons learned from Lorraine and Alsace, the king did not want to make Flanders more prosperous so quickly. In his heart, Louis had always been brooding over the rebellion in Lorraine. In order to prevent the people of Lorraine from being crushed by the heavy taxes demanded by the Duke of Lorraine, he successively brought out 4 precious new industries: glass, porcelain, dyes, and coal. Such industries, even if there was only one, would make the people there grateful in other regions. But for the wary people of Lorraine, these only represented the king's greed and cruelty. They kept cursing because of accidents in the mines, accidents during kiln burning, and river pollution caused by the dye industry. And with the secret instigation of the church, they attributed the origin of the plague to the French king's blasphemy against the Vatican. So Louis decided early on that he would not be too kind to Flanders, but he would not allow them to escape at will, leaving only an empty shell for the king. That's why almost all the generals were gathered in this room. The king looked at them one by one. General Schomberg had been appointed as the governor of Lorraine to control Lorraine and Alsace. Vauban was a man who was better at defense than offense. So, if they followed the king's pre-planned attack from multiple directions and quickly, they would need at least 3 armies: the Prince of Condé, the Viscount of Turenne and the Duke of Orleans. They would be the king's 3-headed hounds, rushing to Flanders from the left, right and center. Although he was leading the army in person, Louis was not naive enough to think that he was as omnipotent as people boasted. He was still a little self-aware of his military talent, so, "I will follow the central army first," Louis said, that is, Viscount of Turenne. He did so for his own reasons. The Duke of Orleans, as the king's younger brother, had status and qualifications that were enough to intimidate the Flemish people. There was no need to say much about the Prince of Condé. Among these 3 people, the Viscount of Turenne had an awkward background. First of all, he was the second son, and his elder brother, the Duke of Sedan, had been deprived of his territory. Although he was named the Grand Marshal of France in the first year of the king's reign, Louis set up the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Navy from the very beginning. The Minister of the Navy was Colbert, and the Minister of the Army was the Marquis of Rufus. One of them was a businessman, and the other was known for his calmness and conservatism. Obviously, the king did not need 2 people who could speak with him. These 2 positions could be said to belong to the king. In the army, the prestige of the Prince of Condé was unshakable. In other words, as long as he was there, the glory of the Viscount of Turenne became much dimmer. Therefore, the king's presence in Turenne could be said to add luster to him and add weight to his position. The Viscount of Turenne knew this, so when he heard the king say this, he immediately stood up and bowed slightly to the king to express his honor. The Prince of Condé frowned slightly. Although he was still a little confused about the division of the army, the king had already said the reason for doing so in advance. They wanted to wrap up the territory of Flanders and the people together like a net, and not allow any fish to slip through the net. However, he wanted the king to stay in Paris. There were not a few kings who died on the battlefield, and no one could have expected what kind of accident would happen, just like the previous Dunkirk. The war was over and the city was under control. Even so, the king was seriously injured and almost irreparable. In this battle, the king also made the Duke of Orleans one of the main generals. Such considerations made Prince Condé return after the meeting and ask to talk to the king alone. The king was not so surprised by his arrival, mainly because he guessed Prince Condé's purpose, or part of his purpose. In response to Prince Condé's concerns, the king just smiled and said that his eldest son, Louis, was already 6 years old, the same age as when he ascended the throne, and he had a mother and a grandmother, and his second child with the queen was also in the womb. In addition, he also promised that he would never get close to the front line easily. He knew very well that he was just a mascot, and with the monks and wizards, he would let them go ahead and clean up the entire city to ensure that what happened in Dunkirk would not happen again. But the king must be in Flanders. People at this time are very strange. They hate the king, but they can't help but deify him. They have a natural awe of the king. Just as the bishop said at the coronation ceremony, the moment a mortal becomes king, he is reborn and becomes another sacred existence, ruling the country and governing the people like the Holy Spirit. Therefore, Condé, Tyrann and Orleans cannot replace Louis. Only when the king takes the key to the city and steps on the enemy's flag can it be said that this land has completely belonged to France. And the Duke of Orleans, Prince Condé asked softly after pondering for a long time, "Have you considered it?" He is also working hard with the Duchess of Orleans. The king made a not-so-funny joke, and Condé glared at him. Louis immediately put away his smile. "Mr. Prince," he said softly, "I know what you are worried about. I once betrayed you," Prince of Condé said bluntly. "Your Majesty, I know what that feels like." He glanced at the king's chair, although it was not a throne, when he was so close to that position, so close that he could touch it with his hand. He could even sit on it directly at Dunkirk. The king said without a doubt, "I believe him. People change. Then wait until he changes. Maybe by then it will be too late." Prince of Condé said, "I am not asking you to execute or imprison him, I just say that you should not give him so much power, so many troops, and endless honors. When he has reached the peak, Your Majesty, what else can you reward him with?" "Trust," Louis said, "eternal trust." Chapter 173 The Wizard of France. Written in the front, modifications and additions are not counted in the word count. First of all, I would like to apologize to all the readers. Well, before, the computer screen suddenly had a distorted screen and a black screen, and then it happened to be during the Spring Festival. Then we encountered the epidemic that everyone knows. My parents don't allow me to go out, and I don't know when the online express delivery will arrive. Fortunately, I managed to fix it in the end. Now I hope there will be no more problems. Now express delivery is not allowed to enter the community. TV and the internet have been calling for people not to go out unless necessary, and I don't know if the shopping malls are open. In short, I am really sorry to have kept the readers waiting for a long time. In the next week, I will add 1,000 words, free of charge, to each chapter as compensation. Joyeux Bowsier. Finally, the new year is not over yet, so I wish you all the best, good health, and a lot of money. What Louis did not expect was that after Prince Condé, the one who came to persuade him not to give more power and merit to his younger brother, the Duke of Orleans Philippe, was Bishop Le Riviere. This cardinal was always known for being a fence-sitter. He was able to wear the bishop's shoulder strap entirely thanks to the king. Logically, he should not appear in the crowd of people who spoke out directly. However, Louis only thought about it for a moment and understood the reason why the bishop did so. Le Riviere stood on the king's side without hesitation because he knew who his master was. Thinking of the incident in Dunkirk, the cardinal actually suppressed his instincts and did not eagerly lean towards the Duke of Orleans. The king was willing to listen to what he wanted to say. Sure enough, even if the bishop gave advice, his words were still quite tactful and gentle. In short, he suggested that the Duke of Orleans stay in Paris to guard it instead of going to war with the king. This was also for the inheritance of the Bourbon dynasty. This made sense. Although it was unlikely that the king and the duke would die at the same time while leading the army in person, generally speaking, this would only be an accident. If they were captured, the king and the duke would only be treated as befitting their status, and would not be executed, or even harmed or humiliated. However, accidents were things that people could not predict. No one could guarantee that the king and the duke would be safe in the chaos of the battlefield, not to mention that assassinations against the two of them had never stopped. Louis thought seriously for a while, and just when Bishop La Riviere thought he had changed his mind, he shook his head. "Next time," he said, "next time, I will let the Duke of Orleans stay in Paris, but this time, I have promised him to let him go to Flanders with me." "But, Your Majesty," Bishop La Riviere insisted for a while, which was quite rare. Louis looked at him and smiled. He would not be self-indulgent and think that this bishop was so loyal. He just was very self-aware. Because apart from Louis, not many people in the court admired him. He was indeed mediocre, incompetent, and cowardly. Prince Condé and even his brother Philip were quite disdainful of him, but Louis' ideas were different from those of people of this era. He never asked his subordinates to have outstanding talents, or in other words, compared with wisdom and morality, he valued whether the person was suitable for his position more, just like he overcame all objections to let a small businessman Colbert become a minister and his woman become a duchess. A gentle and ordinary cardinal was the Archbishop of Paris he needed. To be honest, if Lariviere had the ability of Richelieu or Bishop Mazarin, he and Fouquet would have become the closest roommates. So, Lariviere really came for himself, because he was the last one to let anyone other than Louis become the King of France, not to mention that he could rest assured as a cardinal. As the Archbishop of Paris, when the king besieged the Castel Sant'Angelo and almost repeated the Avignon incident, he was doomed to not get even a little support from the Roman Church, but he was not a complete fool. When the king said so, he could only sigh, promised a king that he would pray for them before they went to war, and left the room to discuss with the Queen Mother how many high masses, medium masses, and small masses to hold. After Monsieur Bishop Lariviere left, it was still completely dark. No less than 12 candles had been lit in the king's room, making it as bright and warm as day. The king asked Bonhomme to extinguish most of them while he personally put some important documents into boxes. In this era, clerks have learned to use boxes of different colors to store documents of different importance and urgency. The documents that the king packed himself were of course placed in red boxes. Then the king leaned over and put several letter tubes into an exquisite leather box. This box looked ordinary, but in fact it was a magic tool. There was a fine needle in the small lock on the lid. No one could open this box except Louis' blood. If violence was used, this box would automatically burn. Inside were the contents of several letters between Louis and Prince Conti. Thinking that he had returned to Paris in fear and said privately more than once that he would never leave his official residence again, but when the Flanders strategy was initially determined, he was also the one who appeared in front of the king and flattered him in every way, the king couldn't help but smile. This is why Louis had to add Philippe to the list of people going to the war. This was the first time that Louis Dieudonné Bourbon led the army in person. The significance would definitely not be the same as any of the subsequent ones. It can be said that those who were lucky enough to appear in this expedition were all the king's confidants and close friends. It was not just Conti who was unwilling to miss this opportunity. In the past few months, people in Paris have been scheming and scheming everywhere. Isn't it all for this? Thinking of Conti, Louis thought of Madame Lavalier who followed his orders to greet or rescue Conti. He also thought of another important thing from Madame Lavalier. Perhaps it is true that whoever you think of will come. Just when King Guo was lost in thought, the window of the room suddenly made a slight sound, and then accompanied by a gust of invisible wind, the curtain was pushed into the room, the candle flame swayed and extinguished, and the moonlight pouring down from the open window immediately replaced the artificial light, and then it seemed that in an instant, the silvery white moonlight became real, and a breath from the wilderness enveloped it. "Ah," Louis said, "I was wondering when you would come back." He said. Madame Lavalier, also known as the werewolf Louise, gently shook her fluffy hair, walked around the room, and then slowly sat down. It had been a long time since Louise first revealed her werewolf form in front of the king, and more than once, but every time he saw such a beautiful beast crawling in front of him, that feeling was hard for even Louis to resist. He did not summon Bonhomme, but closed the window himself. When he returned to the silver giant wolf, he had a comb in his hand. The craftsmen were still wondering why the king needed a comb big enough to comb the horse's mane, and it was an exquisite silver comb inlaid with pearls. They certainly didn't know that Madame Lavalier liked pearls more than gems. When the king personally combed the giant wolf's hair, the giant wolf's originally tense body gradually relaxed. She stretched out her head affectionately, and her wet nose probed into Louis' arms. She was relieved to find that there was not much smell of other women in it. She knew that she shouldn't hate it. Whether as a werewolf or as a royal wife, she shouldn't be jealous. Moreover, from the beginning, the king and she were a deal, but she just couldn't control herself. How could she control herself? Put a glass of water in front of a thirsty person and a piece of bread in front of a hungry person. Her status was so different from that of the king that it was no exaggeration to say that there was a world of difference between her and the king. It was completely a fluke that she could get the position of a royal wife now. The king had almost no power to use in the other world at that time, and the Serbian werewolf had no strength and courage to find a place to live again after being betrayed and expelled twice. But as the devil's followers, werewolves are born with greed. When Louise was still Princess Henrietta's maid, the occasional eye contact during the card game, the fingertips or shoulders touching during the game, were enough to make her feel sweet and extremely happy. At that time, all she prayed for was that Princess Henrietta could become the Queen of France, and she could stay in the palace to serve the Queen and the King. Maybe when the Queen had a message for the King, she could also say a few words to the King. Princess Henrietta did not become the Queen, but she became the first recognized royal lady, which made her ecstatic, and at the same time, she couldn't help but crave the King's love. When Louis combed the fur of his royal wife, he found that Louise had grown a lot bigger than the first time he saw her. When she lay down, she almost occupied all the space in the room, and even pushed a chair to the corner of the room. The thick silver hair spread on the ground, like a huge blanket. The King now had to raise his hands to brush her fur on her back. Her long kiss rarely opened in front of the King, but Louis had no doubt that she could swallow his entire upper body in one bite. It was really dangerous and laborious to groom such a giant beast, but the sense of accomplishment was also something that could not be achieved by grooming cute cats and dogs. Louis also regarded this matter as a pastime and relaxation after the hard work of paperwork, and it also had the function of exercise. To be honest, if Louis had not been taking sword and martial arts courses all the time, it would not be easy to complete this task. After grooming this terrible beast sufficiently, he walked into the inner room, took out a loose satin cloak, and let it gently fall on the giant wolf. "Okay," he touched the big ear, "change back to your original appearance," he said, "otherwise how can I talk to you?" "I would rather be like this," Louis said after she returned to human form, "because I feel that His Majesty seems to prefer my wolf form." Louis was rarely guilty for a moment, and it was indeed the case. "Don't say that." His eyes fell on Louis. "We said before that Louis was not the kind of beauty that people usually think of. If her face was placed on a man, it might be comparable to the Duke of La Rochefoucauld or the Duke of Orleans, but on a woman, it became a tragedy. The key point is that for Louis, he can accept this strange beauty. After all, hundreds of years later, neutral beauty is also popular, and as time goes by, Louis's body has become more and more wild. Beauty's strong body, slender limbs, powerful waist, full chest, which is also very attractive to men. Louis gently turned his eyes away. Louise looked gloomy because she often disappeared for a long time. To those who didn't know, she was sad and recuperating alone because her baby died in her belly. But who knew that until a few days ago? The King and she were just friends. Louis heard a rustling sound, and then Louise came to him, already dressed neatly. "Sit down," the King said, not letting Bontom come in to light the candles, because the werewolf's eyes prefer moonlight, and the candlelight will make her feel uncomfortable, even if she is wearing magic tools to conceal her identity. Seeing that Louise's face had returned to calm, Louis also said sorry in his heart. "How is King Frank?" After sending Prince Conti back to Paris, the werewolves continued to do the previous work, that is, the King instructed them to clean up and force the wizards in France. They did not show up when the King needed them most, and they turned a deaf ear to the King's call. Of course, the King would not allow them to continue to reproduce and survive in their own territory as they please. Gala Island let the King know that the inner world is not another world in the real sense, but just a region divided from the surface world by the monsters, magical creatures and wizards in the inner world. Their spells cover the eyes of mortals, but in fact it still belongs to France or any country. France does not have an island for these wizards to live, so they may still be inland, so the King's werewolves just like driving away field mice in the field, digging out these wizards in groups. In this regard, the werewolves have an advantage, because werewolves and wizards have been enemies since a long time ago. Canfranc is the inner world of France. It is located on the border between France and Spain. It used to be a free city. I don't know when it became obscure. Now it seems that it is the trick played by the wizards. "They beg for your forgiveness," Louise said. "That's all." Louise smiled coldly, and, they. In French, they are different from them, but people use them more often because women are not considered complete people. "Yes, Your Majesty," Louise paused for a moment, as if she couldn't find the right words for a moment. "They, the ones I saw, are witches. There may be male wizards, but even if there are, they have never been in a dominant position. Whether they are messengers or leaders, they are all women." "How can they explain to you their previous dereliction of duty?" Louis asked. "Don't say that wizards are without responsibility. Although they have always been proud of their talents different from ordinary people, they will not be stupid enough to ignore the power of the secular world. In other words, they can still deceive themselves when the other world can still support them, but when the other world can no longer satisfy their demands. The Mancini family has always been connected with the Colonna family in Rome. Unfortunately, the Colonna family can't provide them with enough shelter, and Naples also has its own wizards. After many twists and turns, they finally found Mazarin, and then contacted the French court through Mazarin. Chapter 174, Joan of Arc. Louis became king when he was still a child, but the veil of the other world was not slowly unveiled until he left Paris for the first time and encountered a werewolf. Louis did not know whether his father, Louis XIV, was also allowed to access this huge secret after he became an adult, but for a man with mature thoughts, whether it was the wishes of the Queen Mother or the assumptions of Bishop Mazarin, it caused a bad consequence. That is, the young king would no longer easily believe in people in the other world, just as he treated those Parisians. He forgave them, treated them kindly, and rewarded them, but only those close to the king knew that the king trusted the most those who were once refugees and are now Versailles people. To put it simply, even without Louis, the Parisians can still happily welcome the next king, but the people of Versailles can have a rich and peaceful life, entirely relying on Louis' preference. The same is true for the wizards in the other world. In order to make the king trust them completely, they must crawl completely at the king's feet, and their life and death are controlled by Louis. The problem is that if this is the case, the wizards will be like chicken ribs to the king and tasteless. Milady, as the target of the spy, is very clear about this. Although she is also a witch, she was a spy before her identity as a witch, and even her identity as a spy is more important than that of a wizard, so she can gain Louis' trust. In contrast, although Mary once received Louis' love, her weight on the scale in the king's heart is probably not as heavy as Milady's, and the werewolf Louis's identity has many unspeakable aspects. In addition to the fact that she is a werewolf, her people were once hired by the king's enemies to attack the king, almost killing Louis. In this regard, Louis can be said to be quite bold and willful. If Bishop Mazarin was still alive, or if the Queen Mother knew about it, she would never allow Louis to stay with the king. Louise also knew this deeply, and she was not as good as Mary. At least she had a child. Among the ministers around the king, she was one of the few who had no way out. So, it was quite strange that Louise didn't know that in the king's mind, she was not as useless as she thought, but Louis would never tell her that he had made such a mistake with Mary once, and of course he would not repeat it. "Now come and talk to me," Louis asked Louise to sit down. If it was just a casual chat, he would hold Louise's hand, but now it was almost equivalent to work, and the atmosphere was naturally more serious. "I said before, Your Majesty." Louis straightened up and placed her hands on her knees. "They begged for your forgiveness." "Yes," Louis nodded. "I see. Then did they say, for what they were begging my forgiveness?" he asked calmly. "Was it because they were staying away from the royal family and unwilling to perform their duties, or did they conspire with Gaston, Duke of Orleans, to assassinate my father Louis XIV?" "They did not conspire with the sinner Gaston," said Louis. "So they just stood by and watched indifferently." "There is a reason for this." Louis leaned forward slightly. "Your Majesty, it was Charles of Valois who betrayed them first, not them who betrayed the royal family first." "Go on." Louis crossed his fingers with a cold face. "I'm listening." "You should know Joan of Arc." "Oh, of course I know." Louis paused. "This saint recognized by the Roman Church is also a witch." "What if not?" Louis said. "Although her parents are not serfs, they are just free men in the countryside with 50 acres of land. Her father may hold a small position in the village. This position would not allow him to have foresight beyond a general or a minister, let alone raise such a brave and outstanding daughter. Joan of Arc is the most outstanding student in the witch cult. She has a teaching group that is no less than a prince. She was carefully raised and trained, in order to become the queen." Louis interrupted her, and Louise widened her eyes in surprise. "No, Your Majesty, how can you think so? The witches wanted to make her a hero, and it is true. Then I can only say that they have greatly beautified their original purpose." Since he did not use his royal wife simply as a decoration, Louis did not hesitate to use his patience. "Louise, tell me, do you think my marriage to Queen Teresa is based on love between men and women?" "No," Louise said after hesitating for a while. "Your marriage is a covenant between countries. It is based on public spirit rather than personal feelings. You respect her and love her, but that is not love." "Yes," Louis said, "so it is very difficult to become a queen with an ordinary background." When he read the records about Charles VI, he was confused by many unreasonable things, but now these things are clear. If Joan of Arc is a witch, and as Louise said, She is a person carefully cultivated by a witch cult. Many incomprehensible developments are quite reasonable. It's not like this hasn't happened before, Louis said. Compared to some of the undisclosed matters in the French court, he knew more about some of the matters in the English court on the other side. Or rather, the French were always willing to see the jokes of their enemies, although the reverse was also true. Henry VIII. He gently pointed out the name of this king, this rebellious person, the king who is excommunicated. He was not only the King of England and Ireland, but also the Pope of the Protestant Church. He held both the royal power and the religious power in his hands. Regardless of the identity of the enemy, Louis still admired this man very much. However, in the mouths of many men, the most enviable thing about Henry VIII was his boundless fortune and cruel heart. Henry VIII had 6 queens and countless lovers, but their endings, especially the queens, were really terrifying. No wonder some people said that those women knelt on the guillotine when they were crowned. Henry VIII's first queen was the Spanish Princess Catherine. This poor woman died in depression in the monastery after being forcibly divorced. His second queen was Anne Boleyn. It must be mentioned here that the Boleyn family in England is also very similar to the Mancini family. First of all, as Thomas Boleyn, he was first an ordinary businessman. Secondly, this businessman actually married Elizabeth, the daughter of the ancient Howard family. He and Elizabeth had several children, all of whom were beautiful and tall. The first person to enter Henry VIII's sight was his eldest daughter Mary Boleyn, but at that time Henry VIII had not completely given up Queen Catherine, so Mary Boleyn was replaced by his sister Anne Boleyn after being the king's lover for several years. Anne Boleyn was luckier than her sister. At that time, Henry VIII was tired of the tug-of-war with Spain and the Roman Church, and began to establish Protestantism. Queen Catherine was no longer so indispensable, and Anne Boleyn was pregnant. If she gave birth to a son, the king would have to give her an unshakable identity to avoid questioning the prince's future inheritance rights. In this way, Anne Boleyn became the second queen of Henry VIII. But after giving birth to a daughter, she was quickly rejected by the king. She was imprisoned and executed for having an unspeakable relationship with her brother. Her brother George did not escape either. Later, one of the king's maids, Jane Seymour, was lucky enough to become queen because she was pregnant. Unfortunately, she died after giving birth to a prince. The king therefore concluded a fourth marriage contract and married Anne of Cleves. However, it is not so much that he married Anne of Cleves, but rather that the Howard family took the opportunity to send Catherine Howard to the king. Catherine Howard then became the king's fifth queen. However, before she could have children, she was also executed by Henry VIII for adultery. It is said that she had 2 lovers, one was a minister and the other was her personal secretary. Henry VIII's last queen was Catherine Parr. However, no one would believe that this was out of love. However, many people would agree that this was due to the king's exhaustion after a series of wonderful operations. But as a king, as Louis who was allowed to glimpse the mysteries of the inner world, he saw even more. Behind the romantic affairs that people talked about so much was the repeated game between the inner world and the outer world. First, Henry VIII accepted Catherine of Spain, who was once his sister-in-law, as queen. This was a submission to the Roman Church, but such submission soon turned into increasing resentment, especially as Catherine seemed unable to bring him a healthy heir. Henry VIII's thoughts were soon known to the Howard family, or the Boleyn family hidden behind the Howard family, and so Mary Boleyn and Anne Boleyn were sent to the king. Louis did not know how much Henry VIII knew about the conspiracy. Perhaps he did not realize it at first, but after Anne Boleyn gave birth to a daughter, Henry VIII's passionate love for her suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, which was something that everyone could see. Louis did not believe Anne Boleyn's charges. First of all, according to Anne Boleyn's brother George's confession under torture, the fact that he had been happy with Anne and 3 friends was not worth pondering. At that time, Anne Boleyn was already the queen, and countless eyes were watching her every move. It was impossible for her to do such a thing without any rumors. Secondly, Anne Boleyn was a smart person. She knew very well her identity, a merchant's daughter. Everything she had depended on the king. It was impossible for her to do such a stupid thing. Some people also said that this was because Anne Boleyn gave birth to a daughter, which was not very reasonable, because Anne Boleyn was still very young at the time, young enough to have another child or many children, but Henry VIII dealt with her cleanly and neatly as if he was urged by something. Louis thought about it. If he was in Henry VI's position and found that his court was being invaded by wizards, then admitting that he had been betrayed by his wife would be a simple matter. After all, apart from this, there was no other crime that could make people accept a queen being beheaded so quickly. As for whether the Boleyn family had fought back, there should have been, because Jane Seymour recovered well after giving birth to the prince, but she became infected more than 10 days later and died. Although Louis did not know much about women's childbirth, what kind of infection could be delayed for more than 10 days? Louis had never heard of it. There is also the Howard family. Boleyn's failure did not affect their power. They managed to make Henry VIII marry Anne of Cleves, but made the Duke's niece Catherine Howard, Anne Boleyn's cousin, the Queen's maid, and easily seized the position of Queen. Louis was not sure whether Henry VIII realized that this was another conspiracy of the Howard family, but it is ironic that the Queen was also executed for adultery with multiple men. She was beheaded and her lover was torn to pieces. This time, except for the Duke of Norfolk, all the Howard family members were arrested and imprisoned, and the property was confiscated. Moreover, when Louis turned to the last page, he found that Henry VIII was nearly 60 years old and did not have much time left. His marriage to Parr was a compromise with the Roman Church, because although Parr accepted and sympathized with Protestantism, he was still a Catholic. And the reconciliation with the Howard family, in the end Henry VIII released almost all members of the Howard family and returned part of the property in order to ensure that after his death, the 10-year-old Prince Edward could sit safely on the throne of the king. Now let's get the topic back to Joan of Arc. Louis did not want to deny Joan of Arc's nobility and bravery. It can be said that her achievements and good deeds made many men bow their heads in shame, but this upright girl did not know that her appearance was never accidental. If the Boleyn family and the Mancini family both took the path of using beauty to gain power, then the witches in France had greater ambitions. They not only wanted a queen, but also hoped to get a saint. Perhaps it was because France at that time had indeed reached a point where it was almost at the end of its rope. In the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, King Charles VI of France was defeated by King Henry V of England at the time due to mental disorder. Therefore, in the treaty, his queen humiliatingly acknowledged that Henry V would be the heir and regent of France, and ceded the area north of the Loire River to Henry V. Therefore, the British have always claimed that France belongs to Henry V. As the eldest son of Charles VI, Charles VI was not recognized. Charles VI, who was still the crown prince at the time, had not yet ascended the throne. He only prayed in vain in Chinon all day long, but he never gave up. It is hard to say what his mood was when Joan of Arc, who was still a peasant girl at the time, walked up to him and said that she could save France. Yes, a peasant girl certainly couldn't save France, but a witch and a witch cult might be able to. Louis had no way of knowing what Charles VI was feeling at the time, but he believed that Charles VI must have known about Joan of Arc's true identity at the time, otherwise he couldn't explain the miracles that happened to her, gaining the support of soldiers and generals, predicting that the French army near Orleans would be defeated in the Battle of Herrings, crossing the vast Burgundy, enemy, territory alone, etc. Although to those who didn't know, this was God's gift to this girl in France. After that, Joan of Arc's support from Charles VI was almost extremely complete and thorough. Her horses, armor, flags, swords, and entourage were all generously given by the Dauphin, and the authority she obtained from the Dauphin was more than those older and more experienced generals with surnames and families, and even surpassed those earls and dukes. There is no need to elaborate on the series of incredible victories that followed, but people say that although Joan of Arc always led the troops, she never achieved victory by personal bravery. Even she herself said that her flag was better than her sword. In other words, she was more like a resourceful tactician. This is both reasonable and unreasonable. It is reasonable because Joan of Arc was only a 16-year-old girl at the time. It was impossible for her to have the power of Samson, the invincible giant in the Bible, to control the victory or defeat on the battlefield. It is unreasonable because no decision made by Joan of Arc was wrong or failed. She was like having countless eyes and countless ears. The enemy's movements could not be hidden from her, and the reactions of her own people were all within her expectations. But it would not be surprising if a witch cult came out in full force to work for their agents at that time. If you could directly see the records and letters of the time like Louis did, you could see that Charles VI was not an ungrateful villain as people later accused him of. In fact, he trusted Joan of Arc very much at the beginning. It can be said that without Charles VI, Joan of Arc would not have had any opportunity to speak. After all, from then until now, Women have been regarded by men as fragile and sinful creatures. They cannot be trusted or relied on. When Joan of Arc appeared in Chinon, she was accused of being a witch because she was wearing armor, men's clothes and short hair, although this was true. It was Charles V who instructed the priests to exonerate Joan of Arc by saying in the doctrine that women could wear men's clothes and armor to ensure their chastity. As for the rewards that followed, they were nothing compared to the support on the battlefield. Before Joan of Arc showed real achievements to prove herself, the protests of the generals were almost all suppressed by Charles VI. When the gates of Reims were opened and Charles VI was crowned, he immediately decided to confer the title of Marquess on Joan of Arc. For a peasant girl, this award was already very generous. Moreover, the war was not over at that time. Some people said that after the war, Joan of Arc might become a duchess. An additional 1,000 words will be added. Chapter 175 The Witch's Surrender. She didn't accept it. Well, Louis just hummed softly in response to Louise's subconscious rebuttal. This is the beginning of destruction. Whether it was to Charles VI, France, or Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc was very cold or even contemptuous of the award that others coveted. Yes, for the saint who never denied her noble and flawless character even in the letters written by Charles VI himself, the secular title was not even as worthy of her appreciation as a lovely little flower. In the end, she only asked the king to exempt her hometown from taxes for 3 years, but she was not a lord there, which meant that these benefits would not fall on her. She was still just speaking for the poor people, but this is why all saints must be canonized after death, and people will only worship those cold stone statues that will never give answers. A living saint is unwelcome. Perhaps she sensed the hostility of the court, and Joan of Arc quickly returned to the army. Joan of Arc's idea was correct. In the army, she was loved much more than in the court. Not to mention ordinary soldiers, even two powerful nobles, the Duke of Alençon and the Duke of Dunois, were convinced by her. There was also a large number of young generals headed by Marshal Gilles de Rais, who became fans of this French peasant girl. At this point, it can be said that the witch cult's idea was completely feasible. Of course, Joan of Arc had no royal blood, no rich dowry and vast territory, but she had her own achievements and army, which was something that no other princess or duchess could compare to. France's offensive against Britain was still intensifying. Once the British were completely driven out of France, Joan of Arc's position would inevitably be unshakable. Although Charles VI already had a wife at that time, and their eldest son was already 6 years old, for the ambitious witches, the sudden death of a foreign queen due to an acute illness was not a surprising thing. After all, France was still in turmoil at that time. The problem was that although these witches intended to start with a royal family, they, like the Mancini family on Gala Island, underestimated those mortals, those courtiers and eunuchs who had been surrounded by conspiracies and intrigues almost since birth. If Joan of Arc had accepted the king's reward at that time, it would have been fine. They might not have been stingy with a husband who was a count or a duke, but the problem was that Joan of Arc's refusal came from her steadfast heart, but it aroused the suspicion of those cunning people. Once these cruel people became suspicious, the saint, who was like a lamb on another battlefield, had no room for resistance at all, or rather, she and her supporters did not even have the chance to see through the conspiracy. First, when the French army was in a very good situation, the French ministers insisted on peace talks. Then, after an evenly matched battle, the king ordered her to lead the army to retreat. 2 months later, Joan of Arc and her army were sent to a small town called Compiègne to fight the British and Burgundians. In this small battle, Joan of Arc, who had won countless victories on the battlefield, was ambushed by two powerful forces. Even so, she still led her soldiers to retreat to Compiègne. Originally, as long as the defenders of Compiègne opened the city gates, Joan of Arc would be safe. But a ridiculous scene appeared. The people of Compiègne were afraid of the pursuing enemy and refused to open the gates. As a result, Joan of Arc was captured by the Burgundians. Many people would feel indignant when seeing this, and many would shed tears for the saint, but as a king, Louis saw the incongruity at a glance. Apart from other things, Joan of Arc at that time was almost the uncrowned king in the army. Even the marshal and the duke had knelt at her knees and obeyed her orders. The king loved her even more. The lord of Compiègne was just an ordinary viscount who had not even joined the army and had only a few dozen soldiers under his command. I would like to ask, how could such a weak and incompetent person have the courage to shut out the daughter of Orleans, the hope of France? It can only be said that behind this viscount, there must be an even more irresistible instigator. Louis had deliberately looked for the whereabouts of this viscount and discovered that he had died of an inexplicable illness before Joan of Arc was convicted and burned to death. Moreover, after Joan of Arc was captured by the Burgundians, Charles VI, despite his reputation for ingratitude, still did not negotiate with the Burgundians and the British to redeem Joan of Arc, which was quite confusing. But if Joan of Arc was an agent pushed forward by the witch cult, then these things would be easy to explain. Louis could even see a clear thread. From the moment Joan of Arc refused the reward, I'm afraid there was people suspected that she had greater ambitions. Yes, even if Joan of Arc did not, as long as they investigated carefully, the clues left by the witches would always be revealed, not to mention that many times the witches did not even hide anything, such as Joan of Arc in the Battle of Troyes. The French army was facing food shortages, but many beans suddenly grew in the fields. Even though a priest later admitted that he thought the end of the world was coming, so he asked the farmers to plant beans in advance, but not everyone is blind, deaf and stupid, not to mention that on the battlefield, Joan of Arc could always easily obtain important information that many mortals could not get. Any king would be alert if he noticed that there were powers from the other world around Joan of Arc, especially since Charles VI was surrounded by priests and wizards. Although the wizard around the king was also French, he obviously belonged to the surface world rather than the other world. Those wizards would not be satisfied with the actions of the witch cult. As a result, Joan of Arc was eventually burned to death in the old market square in Rouen, and the witches left wailing and cursing. Louis was not so clear about what happened afterwards. Even the previous events were speculated by him. This can be said to be the greatest effort made by wizards after Merlin. The witches' hatred for Charles VI has continued to this day. The wizards of the Valois dynasty had almost withered by the time of the Bourbon dynasty, but these witches hidden in the forest were still there, but although they lived in France, they were unwilling to obey the king's dispatch. For them, this was revenge, but for Louis, this was a dead end, but he would not put a single powerful force by his side, just like the Patriarch of Tsimich was dangerous, but he never directly refused Amun's help, and even indulged his peeping, and he did this to ensure the balance between another blood clan, Prince Van Zoet, and the Inquisition, wizards, werewolves. People often commented that the king was a kind of intolerant person, and only Louis himself knew that he just wanted to ensure that this fragile regime would not fall apart under pressure from all sides. This is why he attached so much importance to the subsequent Battle of Flanders. This was his first battle as the King of France. This battle was destined to bring him and France either long-term peace or long-term turmoil. How many of them are there now? 3,000. It was the population of a small village. Louis didn't quite believe it, but he didn't want to ask more. The exposure of conflicts was not something the witches wanted. It was just that the Serbian werewolves hired by the king, as the king's dogs had been chasing them all over France. Their living area was repeatedly reduced, so they had to beg for mercy, otherwise they would be expelled to Spain. But Mary Mancini said that there were wizards in Spain, and they were all notorious black wizards. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in the most severe and dangerous place in Europe. The witch cult, who are used to a leisurely life, would only be regarded as sacrifices, experimental materials and scapegoats, or vessels for the birth of offspring if they entered Spain. They would never dare to leave France. In that case, Louis said, they still boldly refused the royal call. Louis XIV had summoned these witches before, but they never responded. Perhaps they even gloated over the news of Louis XIV's death. Louis put away his anger. I can forgive them, he said, but I need them to atone for my sins. Tell Louise that first, they must move their entire family from Conflans to Orleans. This was also something the king had considered. Compared to the Serbian werewolves, these witches were less controllable, so they could not be placed in Paris or Versailles. The only person he could trust was Philippe, the Duke of Orleans' younger brother. So keeping the witches in Orleans became the best option. Second, they must send 1,000 people to accompany the army in the Battle of Flanders. If an ordinary peasant swore drunkenly after drinking 3 glasses of ale that Louis XIV was caught by the foot by the devil and fell off his horse, this would be pure rumor, but for those people at the top of the pyramid in the court, this was a fact. Although the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin were very secretive about it, after the king's brother Philip inherited the territory and title of the Duke of Orleans, with the help of Gaston's daughter, the Duchess of Montpensier, he quickly acquired ownership of the entire Orleans. Although Duke Gaston's wife and daughter destroyed a lot of evidence before his death and after his death, some traces were left. Flanders belongs to Spain, So naturally the Spanish dark wizards will appear in Flanders, and it is said that those distorted paintings were made by a certain dark wizard. If Louis were to go to Flanders, he would inevitably face the same difficulties and threats as Louis XIV. He had considered hiring the wizards of Gala, but these wizards were left for his eldest son, Louis the Younger. To be more precise, they were for the subsequent Battle of Naples. This made Louis hesitate. Perhaps someone would say that there were still priests of the Inquisition available, and they were indeed some reliable and powerful fighters, but for Louis, these were not enough to make up for all the shortcomings. Third, Louis said, I want to meet them. Yes, Louis said with a smile, I haven't met the witches of France yet, and I heard you say that their cult has a total of 7 elders to determine the direction of the cult. In this case, it is not appropriate for me to meet any of them alone. Let them come to Calais, and I will meet them there. In fact, he was inclined to the former for a moment, but then he also thought that the relationship between him and the witch cult was more like that of an enemy, and the witches would not fail to think of what he thought of, so let them decide for themselves how many people to come and who to come. Louis was obviously greatly influenced by the witch cult. After all, werewolves and wizards are natural enemies. Although the source was just because of the plunder of resources in the other world, don't forget that Louis's father, Clarence, was almost tortured to death by wizards. As a werewolf and a daughter, Louise's attitude was really worrying. However, Louise also knew about Louise's weakness, so he simply sent Louise to Marseilles, leaving her and the Confranc witches across France. In this way, at least before the end of the war, it would be difficult for them to form any strong ties. And the reason why they chose Calais is needless to say. This can be said to be the nest of merry Mancini and the gathering place of Gala wizards. They enjoy the sunshine, fresh air, delicious and rich food and spacious residence in the city, and are always waiting for the king's call. When facing a group of witches, they are Louis' shield and spear. Calais is also a good place for these witches. This port city has long dark golden sand beaches, gray rocks and emerald green slopes. The houses are made of red brick walls and inlaid with white window frames and pillars. Calais belonged to Spain a few years ago, so the people here can speak both Spanish and French, which is very similar to Conflans on the French-Spanish border. Although the shadow of war has not been away for long, this place is already very prosperous. Calais local lace, Flemish woolen cloth, London silverware, Ottoman spices, as well as ceramics and crystals from Lorraine and Alsace. Behind the bright glass of the shops, they shine like gems, almost making it impossible for them to walk, but the witch cult has been staying in a remote place for a long time, and it is difficult to guarantee their own food, clothing, housing and transportation, not to mention the jingling silver and gold coins in their pockets. However, these people still attracted the attention of others. The reason was very simple. These witches had extremely attractive figures and beautiful faces. Their clothes were not as dignified as those of the women in Calais. The bright shawls and fluffy long hair were obviously easy to cause people's misunderstanding. Fortunately, they were accompanied by the king's royal physician Varro Vesalius. He might be the best envoy. First of all, because of his wife, he would not be easily moved by any beautiful woman. Secondly, he was also a wizard. The witches' tricks could not fool him, nor could they find out the king's intentions from him. Although the leading witch, Manette, touched Vesalius' face with a smile when they boarded the carriage, she did not make any frivolous moves after seeing Vesalius just turned away in disgust. However, her smile disappeared immediately after the carriage door was closed. The witches, who were like happy little birds on the street, seemed to have suddenly turned into terrible owls. Of course, they hated the French royal family who betrayed Joan of Arc and the order, but without the protection of the royal family, their lives were very difficult. In such a difficult environment, there could be no naive people. They would no longer allow members as naive as Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc was a bitter fruit not only for Charles VI, but also for the British, Burgundians and France, and for the witch cult as well. They wanted to create a pure and flawless saint with all their heart, but they did not expect that a true saint could accept the filth hidden under the light. According to historical records, Joan of Arc escaped many times and even broke her leg once, but she was unsuccessful. People therefore criticized Charles VI for his indifference, but in fact, the witch cult also watched Joan of Arc die indifferently, because before Compiègne, Joan of Arc had argued fiercely with them countless times. She did not admit that she was a witch, nor was she willing to accept the witch's advice. She refused to be a candidate for queen, and only wanted to return to her hometown to become a nun after the war. The witch cult was of course very angry when they found out that their efforts for more than 10 years were in vain. Unfortunately, this was the only effort they could make, so they had to stop. As for what happened later, the royal family was afraid and disgusted with them at first, so they refused to let them enter the court, but later they just stood by and watched. They had expected the new king to surrender to them, but the Mancini family from Italy took advantage of the opportunity to enter, which was beyond their expectations, and the new king's tough measures put them in a dilemma. Fortunately, the werewolf leader who was chasing them was a good man with a weak personality, and the witches in France have always had a flexible silver tongue. The king's palace in Calais is a new palace built by the people of Calais, that is, the guild leaders and knights here, in order to welcome their new king. Compared with the Louvre, the palace can be called small and has a strong Byzantine style. The square and huge courtyard is lush with flowers and trees, gurgling water, and the floor, walls and pillars are all milky white marble. Exquisite statues are placed in the niches. Soft gauze curtains are hung in front of the floor-to-ceiling doors and windows. When the wind blows, it rolls and floats in the room like morning mist. Under the window, you can always see a soft couch wrapped in velvet or satin, and next to the couch is a small round table with copper legs and glass top. On the round table, a white ceramic jar like a lady's skin is filled with fresh pink roses or daffodils. The air here is not only fresh, but also filled with a refreshing frankincense smell. Although they repeatedly warned themselves to be careful, Manet and others couldn't help but take a deep breath several times. Don't think that living in the forest and wilderness can smell good. The air there is clean, but even if you live next to the stream, the closed wooden house will inevitably mix the smell of everyone together and ferment into a sour smell, not to mention in the winter when you can't take a bath. Doors were open one after another in front of them. When they saw the king's attendant Bang Tang, they immediately bowed. They regarded Bang Tang, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, as the king. However, as the king's attendant, it would not be too much to accept their greetings. Bang Tang nodded slightly. "Please wait here for the summons," he said. At this time, the witches realized that they had recognized the wrong person. Manet coughed lightly. "Then let's wait for a while." After all, it was impossible to let the king wait for them. They should know that. It shouldn't take long, because from what Louise said and what they learned along the way, His Majesty is a very tolerant person. An additional 1,000 words will be added. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.